Yeah.
Everybody knows the situation.
Sometimes you just got to read the writing on the wall.
So we land here, and the stream is now up. Shout out to everybody on the stream. So we land here. Jaden is the starter. We'll check in. I think we got everybody now. Jeffrey's there. Landini's there. We'll start with the boys in the aquarium. Good morning, boys. We've landed, today, August 19th is when they made the announcement. Jaden Daniels is the starting quarterback. I certainly think there are no surprises here. How do you feel about the process of Jaden getting named starter? Jeffrey.
Like I said, we knew, so it wasn't really a surprise to me. It was more so just, okay, Jaden's here,
I think it was already, I look at it like this. It was already a done deal that just became official yesterday because they said it.
I agree.
And a lot of times, to be honest with you, if you just pay attention closely and stop listening to the words and look at action. Remember the little old saying, action speaks louder than words? If you look at the action, you knew who was the starting quarterback. Hands down. If you don't, you're blind as hell.
Tandler always said, watch what they do, don't listen to what they say.
Totally.
And Daniels, but you know what? I mean, early in camp, they did roll Mariota out there with the first team a couple of times ahead of Jaden.
How often when you hear people say quarterback competition, they do that? They do that all the time. People do that all the time. That's nothing new.
Right, but I'm saying there was a slight hint of action, but then it all changed pretty quickly. Landfill, we've landed with Jaden as the starter. How do you feel about the competition charade that led us here?
I think that going back to the draft, when you take a quarterback second overall, we all kind of expect that guy's the starter. I'm not sure that it was necessarily a charade. I think if Mariota actually was clearly the better quarterback, they might have ended up playing him. Now, there's no realistic possibility of that happening because, Marcus Mariota is not very good, and Jaden Daniels appears to be. But, I feel good about it.
I think you almost sign Mariota because you know he's the right backup, and he's not going to. I think last year with Howell, honestly, I think a big part of the reason they didn't give Jacoby any looks with the ones is because they didn't want him to look good enough that they couldn't start Howell, because it was all part of Ron's grand plan to have found this quarterback.
That was the charade right there. We have a competition, and you never let the guy who you know could be better than the other guy go with the ones. This year, both of them went with the ones early on. So I still
never in a game though.
No, I understand not in the game, but still, it was in practice. And then you start leaning towards, you stated he was the best quarterback in practice. So, of course, they're going to start the guy who was the best.
Right.
But I don't think that they did any charades. I think we, media and fans in this town, we make the quarterback situation worse than what it is, no matter if the coaches screw it up. We make it worse than what it is because you go all the way back to Sonny and what's called, who's it?
Billy
Kilmer.
Yeah.
Billy Kilmer. You go all the way back to that. It's always been a problem with quarterbacks in this town.
Well, it's interesting you say that because this is the 36th starting quarterback since 1993. We're going to see how many of them we can name, how many of them Brian played with. But real quick, we dunk on him a lot, and I want to shout out Jeff. Jeff has his DJ business, does really well. He's always up in the club. He's got a lot going on. But more and more, he's doing Commanders gigs. And I think this is pretty cool, Jeff. I want to post a picture on Instagram. Tell everybody, was this yesterday or this morning? I'm not sure, but tell everybody what happened.
Oh, so yesterday, I officially became one of the Commanders DJs for the 2024 season. I went up to get my credentials because the first game I'll be DJing it will be a party at the W this Sunday for the preseason game with the Patriots. And I was presented
at the W downtown?
No, at the W as in the turf W right at the main gate.
Right when you're walking into the gate, coming from under
the solar panel.
The solar panel thing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I'll be right there for 4 games, and I was presented with my official Commanders jersey yesterday.
Now so it's a number 1 on there.
It's a number 1
so
on
you
there.
Thought it was what?
Yeah, at first when I opened the bag, I was like, cool, a Jahan Dotson jersey. And in my head, I said, oh, is this a good sign? They're giving it away for free. And then then I turned it around and it was like DJ Jeff, and I was like, oh, I haven't stopped cheesing and looking at that jersey since last night.
He came
That's
to the box.
dope, man.
And I'm official.
Congratulations.
I'm like, what you talking about? You gonna find out later. You gonna find out later. I'm like, okay then. Whatever.
That's awesome, Jeff. We got to post a picture. B. Mitch and Finley, Instagram and Twitter. Let the world know. My guy Chris Strickland on the stream did have a relevant question. He said, "Did you pass the drug test?"
You don't need one of those in my type of business.
If they had drug tests for DJs,
it would be a DJ-less world.
it'd be a lot of people just playing Pandora.
Yeah, you'll be playing your own damn music.
All right.
Go get your old iPod.
8th week for the 8th straight year.
Yes.
Commanders are starting a new week 1 quarterback. This is the 36th quarterback since 93. We're going to try to run through all those. There's a conversation I want to have about, I'm going to try to phrase this appropriately. I think we're making far too much about what may or may not be shown in the preseason from an offensive play calling standpoint. I think sometimes folks want to scream about analytics when perhaps that's not the case.
Nobody gives a damn about analytics in preseason when you're going vanilla.
We'll be right back. Shout out to Lisa Mathers. Apparently, she cares about preseason analytics. 40A just dropped a odyssey on Jaden Daniels' history as a slider. We're gonna have to get into that at some point. I think a lot of the sliding stuff is far too overblown. I think I texted with somebody that coaches quarterbacks like kind of the top level quarterbacks, that 5-star kind of quarterbacks. And he's like, yeah, dude, none of them slide. And he's like, there's lots of reasons. Are you really going to take time away from 7-on-7 or 11-on-11 drills to slide? And everybody just watched Hard Knocks where they did this slip and slide routine that was largely a bit. I think people are reading too much into that. But the biggest thing this dude said, a lot of these guys are become one sport athletes and they don't play baseball. Yeah, but it just kind of vanishes.
But the thing about not sliding doesn't mean that you don't know how to slide. Because I think at the conference yesterday, Jaden was asked, does he practice sliding? My coach told me I need to slide in college. I never practiced sliding. Hell, I never slid, to be honest with you. But the ultimate thing is, I know how to slide. But most people that feel that they have the ability to make a play, they don't slide. Because let's be real, okay? Let's talk about the slide. We saw, was it Pat Mahomes or Tom Brady with the slide and messed their damn knee up, okay? So you never know what could happen. We got fields now that got thread going through it, so you don't know which part you're going to catch. You slide, you might get a brush burn, okay? I remember telling you, I slowed down in high school. The guy dove, hit my ankle. I sprained my ankle. I'm never going to play that little run out of bounds slide thing again. But the play that he was tackled on from behind, I don't think was nothing like very serious. I still say if
play in Miami.
Yeah, if he had gone full speed, lowered his shoulder on somebody, I'll be probably saying you got to stop doing that stuff.
The only hit that knocked him out of a game last year was against Bama, and it was in the pocket.
In the pocket. Okay. I was driving in, and I knew we were going to have this conversation today because I was going through our little Odyssey thing, and I saw a lot of little things that were posted. So I figured we'll be discussing it. Joe Burrow, did he get hurt sliding? Did he get hurt running, or did he get hurt getting hit in the pocket all the damn time?
The first year when Chase Young blew his knee out, I think he was running.
He was in the pocket still. He was trying to run through the middle of the field when Chase came down the line and destroyed him. He was still behind the line of scrimmage.
Was he? I think he was running on that, but the wrist injury.
But he get hit all the time, and he missed games because he get hit in the pocket, right?
Yeah.
Most quarterbacks in the NFL get hit in the pocket, and they can still get hurt. So for me, listen, Jaden may run the ball 25% of the time when he's on the field doing all the plays, maybe less than that. You want me to have him worrying so much about when he decides to run at sliding more than I'm going to have him worry about the other 75, 80% of the time when somebody may hit him?
I think the last thing you want to do is impede his natural athletic ability and in any fashion kind of slow that down.
Don't take unnecessary punishment. I would say that to him.
Actually, you're right, B. In the pocket on
But
Burrow.
to tell him to slide and to make it into all this, listen, 48 is my dude. I like Sam. You say you watch 3,600 plays. Was he running every damn play? Was he about to get hit on every play? If he wasn't about to get hit or he wasn't running on every play, watching 3,600 plays is unnecessary.
Burrow in the pocket. Want to be clear, you were right.
Mm-hmm.
One of the graphics here that I think is pretty telling, and I do want to get to how many quarterbacks Washington's had, but we're going down a thread, and I like it, and I don't want to get off it. Of quarterbacks that were hit the most over the last 2 seasons in college football, and this is a true media stat, and the contact includes being sacked, hit while running, or hit while throwing. Okay, so in all capacities. What quarterback in college football over the last 2 years do you think was hit the most? Sacked, hit while running, hit
Caleb
while throwing.
Williams.
Caleb Williams is your guess. Boys in the Aquarium, you got a guess? It'd be reasonable to guess Jaden if you wanted to. I'm not saying that that'd be incorrect.
I just let Caleb extend play after play after play, and
Sure.
he waits late, so I would think he would get hit a lot more.
Drake May, University of North Carolina.
Mm.
Drake May was hit 465 times over the last 2 seasons in college football. Jaden Daniels, you want to guess his number?
320.
395.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's 15% fewer hits than May. And yet, when we went through the analytics cycle, people were very concerned about the pressure to sack ratio for Jaden and not for Drake, even though it was about 0.5% different.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, some of this stuff is just overanalyzed to hell. Like, are we concerned that Jaden Daniels from LSU and Chandler Rogers from Louisiana Monroe, who then transferred to North Texas, are we concerned that they took the same amount of hits?
No.
Brian, Diego Pavia from New Mexico State took 13 more hits than Jaden Daniels. Should we shut down the season?
No.
I think
I understand people's concern, but I do not understand why we make it like the end all be all just because, I guess it's just a topic. That's how sports go. We find something that everybody wants to talk about just to talk about it. Instead of, somebody needs to give me, analytics is always out here. Give me the analytics of when people get hit running the ball. Do they get hurt more running the ball, or do they get hurt more in the pocket? Give me that one. Like I think those type of things.
I think that what would skew that is a quarterback's throwing from the pocket 40 times and maybe running 8 times. So like you'd have to look at percentages rather than total numbers.
Question would be, if the quarterback is hit from the pocket more often, shouldn't you be more concerned about him getting hit in the pocket than if he's running the ball 15% of the time? Is way less than it's getting hit in the pocket.
I just think so many things can be true, right? I think guys are in more danger in the pocket because they're looking downfield and they're not necessarily looking at the guy that might hit them. Mm-hmm. When a guy's running, he's at least looking ahead. Yeah. Now, somebody could come from the side, somebody could come from behind. Bad things can happen.
Yeah.
But like when you're running, you're prepared for contact.
Yeah.
When you're in the pocket, you're focused on if your receiver's going to get to the corner of the end zone or whatever it is. And your legs, when you're in the pocket, are far more exposed.
Because you could get rolled up by your guy or somebody else. The thing of it is, when I was running the ball, and I ran the ball against little dudes, big ass dudes, none of those licks I ever thought were real serious because I can turn my body a certain way, contort it, and whatever. But when I was running to try to cover somebody, and I'm chasing, looking at you, and then somebody come blindside me, that hurts. That's the licks. But when you see a person, you can prepare yourself for it. We have watched guys run ball. People always say, "Oh man, you got hit." No, the ones that don't seem like you got hit is when you get hit. The ones that look like you got hit, no, they normally don't really hurt. But I understand the thing about Jaden, but I'm still baffled by why was that one little tackle on Saturday made into something because he wasn't really taking serious contact.
I think there are, like I said, multiple things can be true, right? I generally think quarterbacks are in more danger in the pocket than they are out running. I also think I don't think that run, the one from Saturday night that we have overanalyzed to hell.
If he goes to slide
I don't think
right
that's
there,
a sliding situation.
If he goes to slide right there, I think he can get hurt because when you go to slide and that guy's coming from behind you, he probably couldn't have stopped. So you hit the ground and he twists your back up, he could have gotten hurt right there. He got tripped up.
I think he could have taken that out of bounds. That's what I've been saying all along. I kind of think that's what DQ was saying to him. You could have just ran that out of bounds. You still got the first down. Avoid the hit. I also don't think it's a big deal. Mm-hmm. It is pro football to some degree. I think there's more danger in the pocket than running. I do think you can slide. I don't think it's a bad thing to slide. But when you're sliding is generally You see that there's a safety and a linebacker coming at you,
And
you're
you
not
stop.
going to get past it, and you slide.
Yeah.
Cool. That run didn't present that because he thought he had a lane on the inside and tried to cut it in. Somebody caught him from behind or from the side.
Yeah.
I am not anti-slide. Slide, Jaden. Slide. But there are opportunities where the slide is there. That wasn't really one of them. I would have told him to go to the sideline.
The end of Jeff Driscoll's run, he's coming, guys coming to hit him, and this extra guy here, he slid. I'm cool with that. But I don't want Jaden taking unnecessary hits either.
Right.
But I'd be damned if every time he run the football, I am expecting him to just run out of bounds and slide because he has the ability to go to the house.
And I'm not interested in don't let him run because he's dynamic, and that is part of what makes him such a special player.
Every quarterback in the league wish they could run. Then you get one that can run, then you don't want him to run. That is something that is what Donovan and I had discussions about all the time. And he always like, man, I don't want to be known as a running quarterback. If you can run 5 yards and you decide to throw the ball and it's a pick or incompletion, you get to the sideline, we're going to have a discussion, homeboy. You know what I mean? You use what you have. God gave him that ability, and now everybody else want to tell him don't use it. One finger salute to all of them, I feel.
I think
get mad at me if you want. I don't give a damn.
Part of the concern is that he has a slight frame. He's about 210.
He's only played in LSU, like probably in the toughest division out there. Did he miss games every day? Every other week? No.
Yeah. Now, sure, but there's some discussion of over time there's a problem. But I also think over time
you learn. But
yeah.
See, the thing about it, man, listen, it's amazing to me that the people that don't play the game of football always know all the answers about football. But people that play it, they go through a lot of difficult things and stuff like that. You are built different. You're wired different. So to just let everybody outside of it tell you what to do is going to make you go against them, okay? You listen. Listen, man, if I know what works for me on the field and I have protected myself thus far, I'm not going to all of a sudden just change because somebody tells me to. I will change once if I get my ass destroyed or blasted, I might change at that point. But if I didn't, why the hell would I?
The conversation's good when we go way over and Landfill's not even telling us to break. We'll be right back. I got to read you what his dad calls the couple mistakes. Beavis and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to Damon and Oxon Hill. I think that's our first ever artwork. Landfill, does that sound about right? Has anybody ever sent us artwork?
You got Bruce.
I do have Bruce.
I don't know about artwork.
I don't know that that's artwork.
Oh, yeah, the little kid did
Little
that.
guy from training camp.
Oh, yeah, we got that painting there. I did bring in this card from my daughters. It was Valentine's Day. But not a ton of artwork.
We trying to spruce up this
Spruce up the prison cell? Like Andy Dufresne, we're actually carving our way out of here. We do have the Prince poster. We might have to move the Prince poster because Damon and Oxon Hill just brought us in like
we got to move Prince.
A diorama. I don't know the right way to describe this thing, but it's like a football field, and then he's got football cards, 11 on 11, the best Redskins Washington players, offense versus defense. It's pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Damon. I did want to point one thing out, as this slide conversation will never end. This is from 48. Everybody check out the story at Sam4TR. The rep on Daniels taking these big hits, the article, the research shows, is overstated. About 500 times in college that he ran, on fewer than a dozen was it considered running recklessly. And his father has a term for when Jaden runs recklessly. You want to hear what the term is?
What's the term?
Calls it driving drunk. And if you watch some of those hits, like that Ole Miss hit, I get it.
Yeah.
Also, dude, the way quarterbacks are protected in the NFL, I don't think. Listen, Robert famously didn't know how to slide, couldn't slide, wouldn't slide. Robert also tried to taunt defenders as he was going to the sideline to get extra hits.
He tried to run over a linebacker, call him out his Mike on Allstott. I don't think Jaden's gonna go out there and do that.
And I understand if people are concerned about the frame. I get it. He's skinny.
Let me ask you a question. If he get, like you just stated, they get hit way more in the pocket. They get injured more in the pocket. Does his frame change when he's in the damn pocket?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So if his frame is in the pocket and he hits more in the pocket, and quarterbacks ultimately get hurt more in the pocket. If you don't
in the pocket more, it's hard to
I'm still. His frame doesn't change when he's in the pocket, right? And you stated it earlier. When you see somebody coming, you don't take the hit take the brunt of the hit as much.
You get hurt in the pocket, you can get hurt running. Sliding is good. I'm not telling him not to.
Oh no, no one is saying
making too much.
No one is saying not to slide. But I'll be honest. I don't think I'm going a whole year. Every time he run the ball, we're gonna have an hour of content about him not sliding or not. If he slides or if he runs and he keeps playing the next play, that's all I'm concerned about.
In the absence of real football, we overanalyze preseason football. That's just the truth of it. I think they want Jaden to take care of himself.
And
everybody should.
I want him to.
Right.
But I think the more we discuss it, and if you start getting on a person's nerve, you know what they do? They say, I know how to play it. I've been taking care of myself. I'm going to keep playing the way I play. Because the moment you start on the football field thinking, trying to do what everybody tells you, and you start thinking about it, you're going to get caught in the wrong way.
If you figure if things go right, Jaden will log about 500, 600 snaps, if I had to guess. Pick a quarterback from last season that started all the snaps. Jordan Love? How's Jordan
Love start all of his?
I believe so.
Did he ever take a hit?
No, I mean, of course he took a hit.
I'm just asking.
I'm saying more like, I'm more looking.
You remember Pat Mahomes did a quarterback sneak and hurt himself?
Yeah.
Quarterback sneak, although it's a lot of people there, is probably one of the easiest plays for a quarterback. You know what? They don't really get hit. They just fall on top of the pile. And he got hurt. So I would say, I guarantee a lot of people, we should never run the quarterback sneak. If it's inches, why wouldn't you?
What I've said that concerns me a little with the run game All right, so Jordan Love played 1,083 snaps last year.
Mm-hmm.
He had how many of those were pass attempts? 500. So of 1,083 snaps, 579 pass attempts,
Mhm.
right? So let's be real. On a running play, Jaden should not be getting hit.
Yeah.
So you're probably taking out 40, 45% of your playbook where he's not going to get touched.
Mhm.
Then on the rest of it, there's a chance, right? And of the 500 plays, let's say, maybe 100 of them are run plays. Like he either ends up scrambling or there's like some sort of RPO going or something.
Probably wasn't even 100 for him.
Like the amount of danger
Yeah.
is in the danger is like people that worry about sharks at the ocean. I bet people drown in the ocean at a 10-to-1 rate, 100-to-1 rate than sharks at the ocean. But people worry about sharks.
Yeah.
This kid's going to be throwing from the pocket with maybe a rookie or maybe a career journeyman at left tackle.
Yeah.
Like that should be your greater concern, man.
Don't
get caught up in the little
That's
stuff.
all I'm trying to say.
Be worried about the riptide, not the possibility of a shark. Barstool Nate joins us next. are there seats, or is it just like carved into the mountain and you can like sit on the mountain
on the red
if you
rocks.
want?
No, they're seats. It's bleacher style, so it's rows and rows and rows of seats, like, I don't know, 90 rows of seats from the bottom of the mountain up to the top of the mountain. And, you know, I think like a little bit of it is, most of it's general admission, and some of it is, you know, you pay for the expensive tickets, or it's seated or like ticketed. But yeah, it's all bleacher style. But man, I'll tell you what, getting up there, getting up to the to the you know, Red Rocks itself, it is a hike. You kind of forget. You're like, oh yeah, we're still in the middle of the mountains right now. So a lot of walking, a lot of hiking. Bemis, you might be too old for Colorado at this point.
Nate, if you got up there, Nate, I know I can, because you came walking two gum at the same time.
I mean, you hurt your foot getting out of an Uber.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that was going down out of an Uber, not going up a mountain. But I'm happy to say.
So you have to walk up the mountain? They don't have any transport for you?
No, we're not sure. We're like, why wouldn't they have shuttles? You can pay. Like, there's a bunch of cabs sitting around. Like, hey, we'll drive you up the mountain for $20. But, you know, we're young people. We chose to walk. It was beautiful. It was great. Had a wonderful time.
That's great, man. All right, now you're back. There's Jaden fever in town. There's it's remarkable that 2 weeks ago we were freaked about, you know, he audibled out of a play in preseason, and this time he ran once for 13 yards and was tackled. I'd say it was like a 3 out of 10 NFL tackle. And now we're having like a slide debate because he doesn't practice sliding. The kid knows how to slide. If you go and watch LSU tape or whatever, he slides. It doesn't always. There were a couple big hits, but not all of them were. I think we want him to slide when he can, clearly. But I think we might be making too much of this issue today on August 20th. Where do you land?
So, JP, I knew this was going to be the big topic, and I thought about it, and I did some research. I don't think we're overstating how important it is for him to learn how to slide. I think it is more important than...
He knows how to slide.
See, that's the thing, though. I like the wording. He knows how to slide.
I'm not convinced that he is comfortable enough as a starting NFL quarterback for how mobile he is. I'm not convinced that he's comfortable enough sliding. I did a lot of reading, a lot of research. Everything shows that, yes, he knows how to, but no, it's not natural. And that's what worries me, is this isn't high school or college. Everybody in the NFL is fast. The hits come at you faster. You have to be able to get down on a moment's notice. And I wish that sliding was not something that he had to think about. It's something that he did automatically. It was second nature to him.
I think if you want to say, I want him to work on when to slide, I think that's a fair conversation. But I think there is a misnomer if it's like he's got to learn how to slide. He knows how. If you watch enough from LSU, like he has slid. He's aware of how to do it. Now, the when, even Dan Quinn said that. Yeah, we're going to work on him when to try to get extra yards and when to be smart. I can land on when with you, WHEN, but not how.
I can find middle ground with you there. I think those kind of go more hand in hand than we're realizing. If you're not comfortable with it, if it's not second nature to you, it kind of goes, you know, it overlaps. That Venn diagram overlaps for me with him. I just need our young stud, Heisman winning, second overall, QB1 mobile quarterback to not even have to think about sliding. It just comes naturally to him. And right now, it doesn't feel like it's natural.
But the question I would ask you is, who practices sliding at quarterback in the NFL?
Guys who don't know how to do it.
No. Guys who you keep going back to what he already told you. The man knows how to slide. Who practices sliding? And if you're practicing sliding in practice, when are you ever going to be hitting practice to know when to slide in a game?
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but you should be practicing everything, right? Like, it starts from the fundamentals up, and he's never really had to from high school up through college. You know, he's always been faster, quicker. You know, he's taken a couple big hits, but nothing related to sliding. But this is the NFL, Bemis. You know better than us that.
And that's why I'm trying to tell you all, you make it too big of a damn deal out of it.
And that's fine until the first time that he does not slide, or he does an awkward slide, and everybody's looking around like, why didn't he practice that? Why didn't he practice that? I don't think he's above practicing as a fast, mobile, running around quarterback. He's not above practicing sliding. That's
How
my
much of
opinion
this
on that.
is Hard Knocks driven because they just had the episode where they did the slip and slide, and how much of this is RG3 driven?
It's not Hard Knocks driven, and I wouldn't say it's completely RG3 driven either. It's his quote and just his the history of just the way it's being perceived. Maybe it is being overblown. Maybe I'm thinking too much into it, and I'm not overthink stuff on August 20th. I'm not. We go through camp we go through camp every year. It's like, hey, it's June. It doesn't really matter what's happening in June. It's July. Whatever happens in July doesn't really matter. We're into the preseason, staring down the barrel of the regular season. I want him to not. I don't want any questions about will he slide when he's, safety's coming over the middle about to take his head off. We just want to be comfortable knowing that Jaden can do it, will do it, and it's not even a question about it. That's all.
He can do it, and I guess in some capacity we'll have. But like the only thing, I'm curious if you agree with me here. The tackle he took in the game Saturday night, my stance, since it happened live in the press box, I said he could have gotten out of bounds. He couldn't have slid there.
Right. No. And his injury in college was not related to sliding either. It's
when he got rocked in the pocket against Bama, you're saying?
Right. Yeah. So he does not have any injury history from lack of sliding. Yes, it sounds silly how long we're talking about this for, but we wouldn't be talking about it if we weren't worried about it. So I think
we're talking about it because we're worried about somebody else. We're worried about what happened to somebody else. That's why we're talking about it. We're not talking about it because of nothing happening with him. And that's where I get to a point. Yeah, I think that's the whole problem. And I get to a point where I get so sick of hearing people talk about stuff based off of somebody else because nothing happened with him. You look at him in college, he didn't miss games because of being hit running a football. He gets hit more in the pocket. So if his body frame isn't changing when he's running and in the pocket, then why are we sitting up here having this long of a discussion about this damn topic?
Well, because Coach Quinn said it's something that we have to work on. It's something we have to spend time on.
Okay, he got to work on reading the safeties too. We're not trying to tell him how to do that. We got to work on making sure the linebackers is not dropping on the thing. We're not talking about that. So this is no more than anything else in football.
I honestly think the conversation that is far more relevant is left tackle. He's going to run the ball. Say it's 100 times, so we use round numbers, right? He's going to throw the ball 550 times.
If him running the ball was such a problem, they wouldn't have made him the starting quarterback. Because what they say is the kid is ahead of the game. He's hard on himself. He works his ass off. So we're going to just take one thing that Quinn said and make that into the big thing when all the other stuff they said is praising everything he does. So I would think that guy will figure it out, and he will learn not to just get hit.
You don't want history to repeat itself. We saw RG not learn how to slide. We saw him take.
He did not know how to slide though.
Right, and we don't.
That's the difference.
Again, we don't know Jaden's comfortability with sliding. I think it's lower than you guys seem to think it is. And
but if you don't know it, why would you say? If you don't know it, then you can't make a comment about what he should do. You don't know. He may know exactly how to slide. When he may know when to. You just don't know.
But there's no evidence, and based on Dan Quinn saying he doesn't know when to, that I think that's all a mental thing. If he doesn't know when to, that means he's not comfortable with doing it in the right situation. That's what we need to work on, getting him down onto the ground, avoiding injury in the NFL at the NFL speed with the size of the NFL guys who are trying to take his head off. It all is connected.
That's
a hell of a kind of thing that, listen, the size of the NFL guys and all that stuff, they were way bigger than me. I played 14 years. I didn't miss games because of injuries. And I'm just trying to let you know, we always talk about the size of the NFL players. They're the same damn players he played against last year, okay? And they're the same players that are going to be out there who don't want to get fined. They're going to do nothing stupid. In the NFL, they're a little different than they are in college. College is trying to make it to the next level. So I always hear about how big they are in college. They're the same people. They're the same people that you play against the year before. you will learn how to protect yourself and not do something stupid. But I don't expect him to know every damn thing today or the first game that he's going to ever learn in the NFL. And if that's what people are thinking, that he got to know everything, then you're asking for something that's impossible.
Nate Dogg?
Okay. I mean, we could argue about this for centuries. I would prefer him be more comfortable in practice and, you know, add sliding into his in-game skill set. I think I'll leave it with that.
I just think it's there. I think there's a question of when he does it, but I think it's far too much of a simplification to say he doesn't know how. There's another topic that I think I at least want to discuss. Maybe we got to do sliding for 4 hours. I might just lose my mind.
I think I'll be taking off today. At some point, we're gonna talk about sliding all damn day.
Have you seen either? I'm asking Nate because I put this in the chat for our show last night. But there is starting to become, I'd say, a prevalent theory about Kingsbury's offense, and people are going back to the Cardinals days. And then they're using what has happened through 2 games, really in 3 drives with his starting quarterback, his starting offense out there, that it's far too predictable. And Aaron Schatz, who we've had on the show a lot, who we like, I mean, there is like this analytical mindset that because the average depth of target for Jaden Daniels through 3 drives in the preseason has been very, very low, and that there haven't been significant dropbacks, and they've leaned on screens and RPOs, that the offense is doomed. That's kind of the analytical viewpoint on this. And I'm curious where you land on August 20th of that theory.
Yeah, I think we will all agree on this. I would rather Kingsbury simplify the offense for Jaden and make him feel comfortable. And if that includes doing short passes and screens, so be it. It's been 3 drives in the preseason. You're not going to show your whole playbook in the first 3 drives of his, NFL career. I think that's kind of silly to paint Kingsbury with a broad stroke like that his offense is too simple after seeing 15 plays total. So no, I put no merit into that.
I think it's pretty laughable, honestly, to be concerned about depth of targets. And then it's like, the only deep pass he hit was on an audible. And like that is a knock against Kingsbury. To me, it is just so premature on that. And I don't know if there are folks out there that feel differently. You're welcome to call in. I just think, Brian, you said by design, Cliff's role is to let Jaden on the field, but not really be in any pressure.
His
this
role
time of year.
At this time of the year, especially a young quarterback, what you're trying to do, and in a town where you lose your mind every time they get touched, you want the guy to go into the game, show he understands the framework of your base offense per se. Boom, 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 get him out the game. The Miami Dolphins, they do it differently. Mike McDaniel comes out of his locker room throwing the football. You watch Caleb. Caleb's natural tendency is to drop back and buy time, deliver. Jaden has been doing things in rhythm, okay? Most teams don't show a damn thing. They just want to see one-on-one matchups in preseason. So now the analytics world is going to come out and say, the guy can't coach or he can't call plays because they're doing what everybody has done for years. Because a couple people are changing their minds now. Last year, the Miami Dolphins was the most potent offense out there until they played good teams. They were potent against bad teams. So does the analytics say that the Dolphins are good unless they play a good team? No. They just look at their numbers and say how great they are. But whenever they play any good team, they got their asses washed up.
Miami's good until it gets cold.
And when they play against good teams.
I don't think we should have concern about Cliff's offense at this point, Nate.
My only concern isn't with Cliff. It's with we'll probably talk about this for a while unless things really turn around. It's the wide receiver depth. You have Terry, who is all pro, and then after that, we don't really have much. So, I mean, we can say De'Ami Brown has had a good camp, and he's shown that he's definitely improved. Are we really like completely bought into him as wide receiver 2? Is Jahan Dotson wide receiver 2? Is like Luke McCaffrey wide receiver 2? The play calling and these lack of downfield throws could have less to do with Cliff and Jaden and more to do with just wide receivers not getting separation and not being able to get downfield.
That's not a terrible thought, honestly. I think the Diami, like the angst that is boiled up around here with Jahan Dotson is I think missing the mark. I know we talked about it last week. I think we saw DQ after the game Saturday night go out of his way to say kind of a controversy he created in a way when he said we need a number 2 wide receiver, but then he backed off it and said, but he made a point of saying, I love Jahan. I love what he does on the deep routes. I just think they've shown so little that we should not be overly concerned with preseason football, and not in a, I'm not trying to be dismissive of anything, but to me, it's like, dude, we haven't seen anything yet.
We haven't seen enough.
It's almost like, I just want to see one deep shot. I just want to know that we can do it. Then the other side is like, well, if we can do it, why would we waste, why would we tip our hand in, the second preseason game? So that's when we just have to sit back and trust that, they know what they're doing. They have what they have. As fans who are very curious about this wide receiver situation, we would like to just have a little peace of mind that that Jahan or McCaffrey or Diami are legit and they can, play opposite of Terry and allow him to make magic while they make their own. I'm not completely sold on it right now. I'm a little worried about it. Everything I hear about Jahan, it's not great. Diami still, he gets not great separation on the outside, even though he is a burner. We just don't really know what we have. So it is worrying, but I'm going to take a breath and side with you on that one, JP, that it's fine. Not don't overblow it.
I don't know that. Here's what I know, right? Is Nico Collins for 2 seasons caught about 35 balls for 450 yards. And then CJ Stroud showed up and Nico Collins is a baller. I'm not saying that that's definitively what's going to happen here. I think Diami was not physical enough over the past few seasons when he had opportunities. But I know that from what I've watched, they've got a better quarterback than they had probably since Kirk, maybe since Alex, but Alex was more of like this. Alex was a winner, and you can't take that away from him, and he moved the ball down the field, but it wasn't dynamic. I think Jaden is the first chance to really watch a dynamic player. I mean, the touch and accuracy he has is pretty damn special, but I'm trying to, I've come to like and appreciate Dan Quinn. They might go 6-11. You know what I mean? We're seeing stuff now that we don't know what will happen on the field, but there are reasons to start to believe in things.
Yeah, I mean, Nico's a little different. He's a physical freak. He's like 6'4", 220. Diami's, 5'11". I think they maybe list him at 6 foot. So, it's a little different. I mean, Jahan, I think, is listed at 5'11". He might be all of 5'9". So, it's things like that. It's all a little bit different. But I understand your comparison. I agree with it. A good quarterback.
But dude, Nico was a 3rd rounder, right?
Yeah.
Jahan was a consensus 1st rounder. Now we can argue, could they have taken Olave or Jameson Williams? There are lots of things to argue, but just like Forbes, did they maybe go earlier than other teams did? Yeah, but the league saw these players as 1st rounders. So maybe there's more there than we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll just take everybody listening to this on the radio side, or maybe Ron Rivera had no idea what he was doing. I'll never miss an opportunity to throw him under the bus. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting season. I hope we don't have, wide receiver drama with Jahan. We don't, the locker room stuff. We don't need any of that. Go out and do your job.
That would be counter. That would be counter to everything I've seen, watched, experienced.
Yeah, and that would be perfect. Exactly. Yeah, I'm not saying he is at all. I'm saying that would be worst case scenario is if he becomes one of those guys. It doesn't seem like it. There's no history of it. But, he has been the talk of camp for a reason. And hopefully that, that's just camp talk and not regular season talk.
We're 5 minutes late. Landfill might kill me. Thank you, buddy.
See you guys. Appreciate you.
That's Barstool Nate. Give him a follow on X, Instagram at Barstool Nate. Things are getting spicy. I'm going to open these damn phones up. 800-636-1067. I want to talk sliding, and I want to talk if you're at all concerned about the lack of depth on targets on August 20th.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders excited about Jaden Daniels as their starting quarterback, preparing for the final preseason game Sunday night against the New England Patriots. Head coach Dan Quinn says Daniels' teammates love him. The Nationals welcome in the Colorado Rockies tonight, the start of 3 at Nats Park, 6:45. Live play-by-play exclusively on the Fan with DJ Hurts versus Austin Gomber. The Atlanta Braves are expected to sign Gio Urshela. Jesse Rogers reports the Cubs have released reliever Hector Neris and called up Jack Neely. Washington Mystics home to face Seattle Storm tonight at 7, looking to snap a 4-game skid. Arizona State freshman quarterback Sam Levitt will start the opener against the Wyoming Cowboys. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
All right. B. Bishop Finley and the phone lines are packed on August 20th. I'm going to leave it open. I think there are two things going on here. I'm not as worried about sliding as many people are. And I think any sort of assumptions about Cliff Kingsbury's offense being too focused at the line of scrimmage are premature. I understand that maybe there's some concern dating back to the Arizona days. But I think we haven't seen at all what this offense is going to look like when we get to the regular season. Now, Jeff is in here. Jeff, am I able to run VX here? Okay. If we're having stream trouble, apologies, but I got to run the actual radio show. We're going to start on line 4 with my man, Jupe. What up, Jupe?
JT, D-Miss, what's going on, fellas?
What up, brother? How you doing?
Good, I'm good. Hey, look, I'm going to start it off by saying this. Hit him with the Aaron Rodgers. Preseason. Everything is basic. They testing stuff out, trying things out. Got to relax. Let's get to the season, watch a couple games, and then we can throw in our judgment. But as far as Jaden sliding,
dude, I think you can say that about both things, Jupe, about the offense and the sliding.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the sliding. Like, and I have a philosophy as a manager. I'm not about to tell no grown man what to do unless it goes against company policies and safety. But if my man is out there doing his thing, he's making and he's yielding results, I'm gonna let him do his thing. So that's how I look at it with Jaden. Let's wait till we get to the preseason, then make our judgments after that. That's all I got for you.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Jupe. Always a good call, but lately Jupe's phone has kind of sucked. He's got to get a burner to call in, I think. Let's go to Kent in Clinton. Kent, how we feeling?
Hey, y'all, how you doing? I think I might have RG3 PTSD or something like that because I started off with this real fast. I think most quarterbacks that probably play like Little League baseball, high school baseball, and so on and so forth, they learn how to slide and it became natural in their like as a quarterback, and their timing of when to know how to slide. It's just natural, comes automatic. I haven't seen Jaden Daniels slide. I haven't seen it, so I can't really say if he can or can't. But I mean, when I watched him play, I didn't see him. I never saw him slide. Maybe he didn't have to or whatever. I don't know. But on his level here, I went to the Ravens when they played the Redskins when RG got hurt.
Uh-huh.
And I was like literally sitting right there. And then, like, after his injury, making a long story short, after his injury,
You sure?
like, the dude never even slid it, and he was getting punished. His teammates wasn't even helping him up.
You talking
He
about
was getting
Robert?
punished. Yeah. Yeah, after his injury and he came back and was playing
Yeah,
and stuff
but
like
the question is, how many games have you watched Jaden Daniels play?
I watched him play a few games in college and stuff like that. And
you
he
never
didn't
saw
play
him
that much
slide.
during preseason. No, I never saw him slide, to be honest with you. And that's my point, because it scares me. That's the only thing that kind of, everything else is fine. And it might be minor, what we're talking about, the slide thing, but when we saw a quarterback like RG of his caliber, and as great as he was, because before he got hurt, me personally, I said the next year they were going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but Robert couldn't slide.
Right.
And Robert
exactly.
got hit.
Right.
And listen, as much as we talk about Robert running and hurting, all that stuff, Robert got had the most awkward hit and messed his leg up. So it wasn't the fact that he was just running all the time that got him hurt. It's the awkwardness of how his leg whipped around Halotinata. Yeah. So that's a freak accident.
Thank you, Kent. We're gonna try to get some more callers in here, man. I think so much of this is people are freaked out because Robert couldn't slide. I think so much of this. Clay is in Fredericksburg. Clay, where you landing?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Just wanted to talk about the sliding debate, and I have a little bit of a different take. Not so much like does he know how to slide or not, because I'm sure he does, and I'm sure he slid before. I think more so by him saying like, no, I haven't practiced sliding. It's almost like having a kid say, no, I've never studied for tests. And as a parent, you probably go, well, you better get an A. You know what I mean? Because the first wrong answer you put, I'm going to say, why didn't you study? So I think if and when, which hopefully it doesn't happen, but if that first injury comes as a result of not sliding, we're going to come right back here and say August 19th, he said, I have not practiced.
Well, it might be August 20th.
Yeah, same thing.
but think about it. I didn't study. I never brought home books. My dad would say, well, am I cheating? I just make good grades. So what does that have to do with anything? I think if like
I didn't study either.
We don't want him to study. We don't want him to slide every time. And to be honest with you, if you know how to slide, I don't have to practice sliding. I haven't slid in damn near 25 years. I can go out there right now and slide without practicing on it.
Slide
so
to the left.
I don't know if I want my quarterback in practice running around sliding. No, I want you to slide when you need to and practice how to read a damn defense more than anything.
We're going to eat some steak sandwiches. We'll be right back. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're going to try to go fast on these calls because we got Phil Perry from NBC Sports Boston joining us next. Dom is in Chicago. Dom, what up?
What up, Dom?
Hey, man, I want to thank you all for celebrating my 65th birthday. I really appreciate that, JP. And, Jeff, you eat this extra piece of steak for me.
All right, I got some cupcakes with your name on them.
All right, thank you, bro. Jaden, I'm not worried at all about Jaden. He's an athlete, man. And, Brian, you can speak to this, and you teed it up for me when you said your father asked you why you're not studying, then you go make the A's on the test because it came natural. It's instinctive. And that's what Jaden has if we give him a chance. Here I am, not a pro athlete. I remember playing a baseball game in my 30s instinctively. I'm not a baseball player. I was running home. They made the throw. I slid in the home plate. It just came natural because I knew that was the thing to do as far as just playing. I did the same thing in the outfield. I ran, caught the ball, did the 360, threw it in the home plate. It was instinctive. I'm not a baseball player. And Jaden, a world-class athlete, will know how to protect yourself given the opportunity.
Thank you, Dom. I'm going to try
brother.
to keep it moving here. Steve is on line 3. What up, Steve?
Hey, how you doing, JP?
Good,
Mr.
buddy.
Mitchell, how are you, sir?
We're good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. All I got to say is slide, slip and slide. Let the man run. Ask Joe Theismann what happened to him standing in the pocket and got sacked and had his career ended. Somebody's going to get injured. You're playing professional football.
All right, brother.
Thanks, dude. Drew is on the line from the Eastern Shore. What up, Drew?
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for having me on. I think that you said before, JP, if it wasn't for RG, this wouldn't be a story. I did get a chance to see Jaden play last year at Alabama, and he went down. Yeah, he did, but he got he took care of himself. He didn't get hurt that game, so I'm pretty confident with that. And I love seeing him get the ball out fast because that's what's going to protect him back of our line. So I'm happy with those get the ball out fast play calls, even if it's not long downfield. And then I'm looking forward to what we see in the season because we haven't seen anything yet. So, but can't wait to get to FedEx this weekend. So that's
that game against Alabama, what he had 160 rushing, something like that, close to that
last season.
Yeah,
and almost over 200 something yards passing.
Yeah, most of that came in the first half. They really shut him down in the second.
He was 15 of 24 for 219, 2 touchdowns and a pick, and then ran 11 times for 163 yards with a touchdown.
Big keep talking about sliding all we want. I care about that 11 times from 160.
He also got blasted in that game and had to come out for a portion.
Thank you, Drew. Went back in.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Yep.
I do wonder a little, that kind of hit he took, I wonder how stringent perhaps the concussion testing was on that specific play. We got the Commander on here, Commander Tequila. What up, Commander?
Well, you guys, how you guys doing? The offense looks great, to tell you the truth, what I'm looking at. Just picking the sides and everything else for the secondary wide receivers and the rest of the stuff. But the slide thing, it's naturally, he did slide back in college and in high school, okay? But the thing is this, you can see in front of you, you can see beside you, but you don't see behind you. That's the problem. He could be tripped or he could be hanging from his neck,
Mm-hmm.
But he got a zigzag. That's what I'm seeing. But other than that, he knows how to slide. So I'm with him 100%. It comes naturally. That's all I got to say.
Right.
I can't wait till for Sunday.
Thanks,
I'm
buddy.
waiting. So, the play in Alabama, was he running when he got rocked or we got hit in the pocket?
Pocket.
Okay. So, like I'm saying, we are almost 2 hours into sliding. And that dude has done so many remarkable things outside of that and stayed in games and kept playing. He got hit, rocked. You said it, and I was talking to, I think I was in London when London was telling me about it. In the pocket.
It's a dangerous game, man.
Yeah,
You
and I think that's the whole thing. It's
Anywhere, any
dangerous.
moment.
We can't wrap them in bubble wrap and only let them out when we think they're not going to get hurt because guess what? You can't predict when somebody's going to get hurt.
I personally think a lot of this is Robert driven. I think I said this yesterday on the show that I had a buddy of mine reach out to me. How would you compare Robert and Jaden? And I said I wouldn't. And I don't mean that. I'm not joking. I wouldn't compare the two. They're very different people. They're very different players. They're very different runners. I think Robert had track speed, kind of straight line stuff. I think Jaden is not a fast twitch, Shady McCoy, Barry Sanders type runner, but he kind of reminds me when Deshaun Watson was at Clemson. Like he kind of glides and he has great vision and finds lanes, and you don't want to mess with that. I think we're far too concerned about it right now. I think the Commanders want him to take his time with all this stuff and to be smart. Kid knows how to slide. If you care enough, just go to YouTube. You don't need all 22. There's footage of him sliding at LSU and at Arizona State. Does he need to learn when to push it and when not to? Yes. But like most things in life, that's just going to come with experience. When we come back, let's actually talk about what's going on in New England, who the Commanders play this Sunday night, and they might be playing their starters. Phil Perry joins us.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Washington Commanders preparing for their final preseason game. It's Sunday night against the New England Patriots. Of course, the big news yesterday, Jaden Daniels is the starting quarterback for the Commanders. He speaks to the team's culture.
We enjoy being around each other. I mean, that's the camaraderie we're building in the locker room. Be able to go out there and see each other have success and want success for each other. It's big in the locker room. It's a brotherhood that we love each other. We want the best for each other. We're going to push each other.
Nationals baseball returns to Nats Park tonight versus the Colorado Rockies. 6:45 is the first pitch. 6:15 pregame live right here on the Fan. DJ Hurds versus Austin Gomber. The Atlanta Braves are expected to sign Gio Urshela to help out with the injury to Austin Riley. The Mystics home to face Seattle Storm tonight at 7, looking to snap a 4-game skid. TJ Eckert reports Oklahoma State announces today that their players will wear helmets with QR codes on the back of them to the team's general NIL fund. Fans can scan the QR code, presumably during the broadcast, to donate directly to Oklahoma State Cowboys athletics. Calling all active duty military veterans and their families, PGCC is here for you. Our Veterans Services Office helps you apply for educational benefits, provides tutoring, academic, and career counseling. Enroll today at pgcc.edu. At PGCC, our mission is your future. I'm Byron Kerp on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. B. Mitch and Finley. Warren Sharp just tweeted out, NFL preseason games have been terrible. Scoring is way down. You know what? If you've been betting the unders with me, you'd know that already. Shout out to Popeyes for being terrific, and shout out to Phil Perry for joining us from NBC Sports Boston. Phil, what up, dude? How are you?
I'm doing great, JP. I'm getting fired up for a high-scoring affair Sunday night, man.
Oh,
Fireworks,
yeah, man.
Fireworks. We're going all overs. You're gonna need to shift your approach a little bit. Let's go over here and just pray for points.
Overs?
I don't believe you. Tell us before we kind of get to Sunday specifically. It's got to be fascinating for you, somebody that's covered the Pats for a while, covered so much success, and now you're the Redskins. Now you're just in full-blown rebuild. Do we have a quarterback? We don't know what we've got. New coach, new GM. How's it going up there?
JP, it's been a minute that we've been sort of in this mode, right? I mean, they draft a quarterback in the first round back in 2021, and we see them make the playoffs. They should win 10 games that year, and we think that's sort of the rebound. But little did we know, they were still in the middle of a rebuild, or maybe they should have been. And that's what's sort of funny about this year is it really feels like they are embracing that. Now, I don't think you're going to hear Gerard Mayo or Elliot Wolf, who's running the front office, use that term rebuild, but that's what this is. They just traded Matthew Judon, who's one of their best players, for a pick. This is about building toward the future. Gerard Mayo, has been asked before, what's the goal for this season? It's really to find foundational players. It's not about winning games or winning the division or winning a Super Bowl. I mean, that's the furthest thing from anybody's mind here in New England. It's about building, it's about developing. And I think part of the reason maybe we're still there after, again, 4 years of what feels like, middling and less than that sort of play is I'm not sure Bill Belichick was ever really invested in a rebuild. They spent a ton of money that offseason when they drafted Mac Jones, and it resulted in more wins. Yeah. Oh, Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry made those guys rich, and Nelson Aguilar and Jalen Mills and Devon Godcha and Matthew Judon, which ended up working out. Some of those were complete whiffs, but they spent a ton of dough to try to win as many games as they could. I don't think Bill Belichick could really bring himself to fully reload or rebuild. And now this regime is sort of left to pick up the pieces.
Yeah. Well, it's like you all aren't used to For so long, you were so good. But right now, how are the fans? Are they patient? Or are they like saying, look, we got to get back to where we were?
I think it depends on who you talk to. And I think for the most part, fans probably because I give fans here a lot of credit. I think even though they are spoiled to a degree, they're also smart. And so they see the talent on the roster. They understand the draft failures, and that's what they've been. You could go back and pull up recent Patriots drafts and really maybe outside of 2020 when they got Kyle Duggar and Michael Wenu in the 6th round, there was a stretch of felt like 5 or 6 years there where they didn't even get a starter, never mind an all-pro player. And the one maybe hit that you could point to, say that was a good player, that worked out. He's not here anymore. Joe Thuney, he did his 4 years and he was gone. And so I think smart fans, which is the majority, I will say, I'll give the people credit here. I'm one of these people. And so they understand where they are. I don't think they're completely delusional in terms of really wanting to win and win right now. But again, it has been a while. I mean, the product here, guys, it hasn't been good since the second half of Tom Brady's last year here. That was 2019. Again, they have one playoff game in the mix there since then. They got blown out. They had no shot. It's really been a team that has been not even close to competitive for the most part since Brady's departure. And that to me is pretty unacceptable. I mean, like rebuilding and middling, that's one thing, but to be at or near the bottom of the league for the last few years has been hard to watch, quite frankly. Never mind cover. So I'll try not to be selfish and make myself the story here. It hasn't been hard for me. I get to show up and watch football every day. But for fans, I think a lot of them have checked out, and Drake May gives them a little bit of excitement. But it's been hard to be like a die-hard follower here for a lot of people because they just know that this team has had no chance.
Well, dude, you're preaching to the choir down here in Washington. We know exactly what you're going through.
We know exactly how that feels.
But, down here, there's real excitement about Jaden Daniels. Get us up to speed on the quarterback situation with Jacoby and Drake.
So this has been really interesting because over the last, I would say, week and a half or so, there has been a shift. Whereas the first couple of weeks of camp, there was, I would say, a significant gap between Jacoby Brissett and what he was putting on the practice field day to day and what Drake May was putting on the practice field day to day when we get to watch all these practices and see every single rep and track who these players are with. And Jacoby Brissett was getting every single rep with the first team. Drake May, even with the second team, oftentimes going against the second team defense, looked like he was very unsure of himself, looked like he was still very much trying to figure out what pro quarterbacking was, especially in terms of the footwork that was involved. He came from a system at North Carolina where there were not many rules. There was not a whole lot of structure. It was an air raidy, run to grass, Drake, get the ball there however you can kind of playing and coaching approach at North Carolina, especially his second year there. And in the system he's in now, he's with some West Coast guys and Alex Van Pelt, who's the offensive coordinator, but also Ben McAdoo, who's got a real say in how this offense is plugging along here. And these are like dyed-in-the-wool West Coast Bill Walsh guys. So, they want to be under center. Their dropbacks from center have to be very precise. The footwork has to be tied to the route concepts. And when you hit your back foot, your eyes should be here. You take one hitch up in the pocket, your eyes go to your second read, to your third read, and then to your check down. And that is all completely brand new to Drake May. And it looked at the first couple of weeks, but in the last week and a half or so, he has been much more decisive. The footwork has looked clean. I would say he has been the more accurate and decisive quarterback between the two. Now, Jacoby Brissett still gets the first team reps, and my guess is he will be the starter Sunday night when they're in Washington. But Drake May's made a little bit of a push here. It might be too little, too late for him to start week one, but I could see him starting in the regular season a lot earlier than a lot of people anticipated when he was drafted.
That's interesting. I've seen kind of highlights and lowlights with Drake. What does the fan base want? Like, I've also seen the way these quarterback battles go, that like fans get invested in one guy or the other. I'm curious if that's been the case up there, because Jacoby was up there before. I imagine he's relatively well liked also. Like what is the pulse of Pats fans?
He is incredibly well liked in the building, right?
He's a good dude.
The people who have been around him, you guys know. I mean, Alex Van Pelt was with him in Cleveland, and so he already knows the system. He's been a coach on the field at times. There are periods of practice where he is in front of a group of not just the quarterbacks, but the receivers and the tight ends too. And he's explaining to them, for example, what he's looking for in terms of their route running in the red zone and down by the goal line, especially. And so he has been a coach on the field. He's been a mentor of sorts to the players. He's been excellent with the other quarterbacks, especially the young quarterbacks, Joe Milton and Drake May. And so he is a stud in the building, and he's already a leader on this team. And to the point where I think the coaching staff would actually like the number 3 overall pick to not defer. It's hard not to defer to him because he's a veteran and because he's such a good guy and he's so smart and he knows what he's doing. But I think the coaching staff would love to see, hey, you're going to be the face of our franchise. Maybe if not right this second, in the very near future here, Drake, like push this guy. It's okay to compete with him. It's okay to want the starting job and attack every single day as though the job is going to be yours. And I think they've seen a little bit more of that lately from Drake May. I don't think the fan base is all that excited about seeing Jacoby Brissett, to be completely honest with you. As much as they would like to see this team win games, and maybe he gives them a better chance to win games immediately right now, today, they want to see the rookie. They want to have some hope for the future here. And so even if that means, the team takes its lumps in the early going, if he can every week, despite the losses, throw a few plays together that generates real, genuine optimism here in town, they would take that over, maybe trying to sniff 500 with Jacoby Brissett.
You like with Tom being there, everyone looked at Tom Brady in the offense, but the defense was always good. How is the defense at this point?
I still think the defense will be good, Brian. I think they have enough in the way of talent to be a top half of the league kind of defense. I am down on them relative to where I was in terms of their outlook, say 3 weeks ago, because that was right around the time we found out Christian Barmore was going to be missing time with blood clots. I would be surprised if he plays this year. They haven't ruled him out for this season just yet, but his absence from the team has been termed indefinite. And we know with blood clots, David Andrews actually just experienced this year, the center in New England a couple of years ago. And just based on the treatment for that and the medication, it's a tough thing to deal with that and then play pro football anywhere, soon thereafter. So we're assuming we're not going to see Christian Barmore. We know we're not going to see Matthew Judon. Those are their 2 best pass rushers immediately off the board. And they will generate a pass rush in some other ways, that they are a big, stunt at the line of scrimmage, games, TE games, ET game, all this sort of stuff. They'll move those guys around up front to generate a pass rush. They'll blitz a lot, I believe, under new defensive coordinator DeMarcus Covington. And their secondary's good. Their safeties are really good. Jabril Peppers, Kyle Duggar, the corner, Christian Gonzalez, people here think is going to be a stud. He just played 4 games last year, but looked tremendous. They have some other experienced guys that should be solid on the back end. But the lack of the really high-end pass rushing talent is not there in the way that it was, again, about a month ago. So I was thinking they might be a top 5 defense before they lost Barmore and Judon. Now I think they're probably closer to something like 12 or 15.
What's fascinating is just having a new head coach in New England, right? We're talking with our friend Phil Perry here, covers the Patriots for NBC Sports Boston. You can follow him at Phil A. Perry on X. What is Mayo like? What's it like having to follow Belichick? Like how odd, or just how, now he played for him. It seems like he's got some similarities to him, but it's still got to just be
don't have that success
stark.
though.
Yeah, he doesn't have that. So it's gonna be one of his primary goals through especially the early portion of the season is to just make sure he has buy-in right? Bill was afforded buy-in for a long time here. I think that was part of the reason, these last couple of years when things started to go south was he didn't have it because it was not a given that you were going to show up. And just because you were coached by Bill Belichick and you were playing in New England, you were going to win 10 games and, competing for a division title. Like that went away. And when that went away, the buy-in went away because it's hard to play for Bill, whether you're winning or not. And it was a lot easier to do all the stuff that he asked you to do and work the hours and deal with the stress and deal with the meetings and the being called on in the hallways and, basically quizzed on the spot by Bill if you wanted. Like, it was a tough place to exist. And when you weren't winning games on top of it, it was impossible for guys to want to be there. And it showed. So now Mayo's job is to, and he's been very open about how he's going to approach it. It is going to be sort of this hybrid model where he does take plenty from Bill. I mean, you ask Gerard Mayo what he wants this team to be, and he'll say smart, tough, dependable. And that has been Bill's motto for 20 plus years. So he believes in the same core principles when it comes to what you need to be a good football team, but he's going to approach the personal relationship part of it with the players much differently. And he's going to let them know that he cares about them because that's important for today's player. And then once they understand that, then he starts to push them a little bit harder than maybe they were expecting, or certainly we were expecting. That to me has been the surprise about Gerard Mayo during this Gerard Mayo experience to this point. I think a lot of people assumed he would be a player's coach because he was talking about things like, I need them to know that I respect them and that I care about them and I care about their families. And so we thought that it would just be sort of a softer, kinder New England. And I think in some ways it has been. But guys, like we've seen stretches of practice where they're here and it's been hot as hell in New England for, I would say, most of August. They're out there full pads, 7 out of 8 practices. They're tackling to the ground in practices this year, which is something Bill Belichick hasn't done in about a decade.
Wow.
So
I love that
pushing guys. He's working them. The conditioning has been really tough. Again, that has been dialed. That was dialed back Bill's last few years. I think he tried to buy in a little bit more to the sports science. He didn't want to push the players too hard. Mayo's sort of gone in the opposite direction. So it's been a harder camp than what I've witnessed in the last 5 or 6 years or so here in New England. So he's been a player's coach in some ways, but certainly not in others.
Well, see, once you get their trust, then you can push them. You don't have that trust, you can't push them.
I think that's the plan, right? I think he feels as though once he has that, and listen, he benefits from having been an assistant here since 2019, and a lot of the guys, especially on the defensive side, already love him, right? And they'll already run through a wall for him, and so he benefits from that. But it seems like, we haven't seen outside of one blow-up day with Matthew Judon, who wanted a new contract, and it got a little tenuous out on the field when he was sitting out the first padded practice. The buy-in's been there, and even the Judon situation, I think Mayo navigated that pretty well, basically kicked him off the field, got him back to practice a couple days later to the point where, maybe he showed the rest of the league that he was willing to play on this new deal, which made him more tradable. They had multiple third-round picks on the table for Matthew Judon, which was stunning, not just to me, but I know to executives around the league. And they're able to get a real asset for that guy in return. So I think Mayo's done a pretty good job navigating his first camp here.
All right, so the end of his first camp comes Sunday night here in Washington against the Commanders. Sunday Night Football. Because it's Sunday Night Football, there's probably going to be a lot of eyeballs on two teams that collectively went 8-26 last year, right? I think it sounds if Mayo is kind of this hard charger, we're taking this seriously. Who all should we expect to see Sunday night from the Pats?
He said he told us yesterday morning, everyone who's healthy enough to play will play. Now, healthy enough to play in the preseason is a lot different than healthy enough to play in the regular season.
100%.
So there will be veteran guys like, one I could think of right off the top of my head is Jabril Peppers. He's one of these guys who's dealt with cramping a lot, over the course of the summer and has even in years past as well. And, has a few nicks here and there, and he's been practicing. But in a game like this one, I'd be pretty surprised if he was out there and doing a whole heck of a lot. Austin Hooper is one of their top tight ends, and it might be a big multi-tight end team. He just got back to practice the other day after missing a couple of days. I'd be surprised if he's out there very much. So, like, you'll see guys who just get sort of the veteran rest, as you do see across the league in these games. But I'm expecting to see both quarterbacks, and I know they want to play their offensive line a lot because they're still trying to figure out the best 5 there. And that, to me, has been the underrated storyline of camp. We've all been watching the quarterbacks with a close eye. We've all, had the spotlight on Gerard Mayo every single practice. How's he handling this? What's he doing there? It's the offensive line that is going to potentially drive this season into the ground before it even really starts. They have, I would say, 3 starting caliber offensive linemen right now, and they're all on the interior.
Wow.
The 2 guards and the center. And after that, it's a complete crapshoot. Who's out there, whether or not they can play, how long they can sustain for. That to me has been, you mentioned earlier, JP, you've seen some of the highlights and the lowlights from Drake May. Some of the practices have been ugly. I will give that to people. And I'm somebody who was a big proponent of Drake May even before the draft began. I thought he was probably the best fit for the Patriots, even over Jaden Daniels. As much as I like Jaden Daniels and his explosive playmaking ability, there are just some things there just physically and in terms of play style that Drake May has that Jaden Daniels hasn't shown. And so I liked the sort of ball of clay that Drake May was. So I was a fan of his before he got here. But the practices that we watched him go through, the line in front of him was so bad. It was a joke. I mean, first of all, they had a hard time even snapping him the football because they don't really have a center after David Andrews. So he had to find the football first. Yikes. And then once he did, there'd be pressure immediately in his face. And obviously these guys aren't getting hit in practice, but it completely disrupts the rep and that timing and that rhythm that this West Coast offense is supposed to be based on. So it's hard to even get a gauge on who Drake May is. So what they want to do in this preseason game, this last opportunity here, is play that top offensive line group, give Jacoby Brissett a little bit of time with them to try to develop some confidence and some rhythm going into the regular season, but keep them out there for Drake May so that he has some actual competent offensive linemen to give him real reps to show what he can do in his final opportunity in a game situation here this summer.
Phil, you're great, man.
Phil,
Thank
tell
you for making
Devon I said, what's up? Garchaw, that's my homeboy. We grew up in the same town.
Who was that, B-Mitch?
Devon Garchaw.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. Yeah, he's great. Hey, he got paid too.
Oh, yeah.
He's one of these guys. A lot of Patriots that are sort of their core foundational pieces. A lot of them outside of Matthew Judon got money. He's having a great camp, actually. He's been that interior of the line is for the Patriots is pretty good, but he's been sort of a one-man wrecking crew at times on the interior there.
All right.
That'll be interesting to watch those guys against a Commanders offensive line that we're not entirely sure about either. Thank you for the time, Phil. Seriously, appreciate it.
Appreciate you, brother.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot. We'll see you Sunday.
All right.
Phil Perry, give him a follow at Phil A. Perry. When we come back, I want to switch gears for a moment. Got some baseball. Got to talk about 5 teams that could decline, 5 teams that could improve across the NFL.
This update by Floor & Decor. Unbeatable prices, unmatched in-stock selection. Jaden Daniels starting quarterback for the Washington Commanders as the team gets ready for their final preseason game against the Patriots Sunday on not being named the starter earlier.
Everything in life is you got to earn it. Nothing's given. So with DQ and them preach here is competition, and you got to earn. You got to earn your right to stay. You got to earn your right on the field and into position. So be able to go out there and compete, and makes everybody better. So what they preach, and they hold true to that.
Nationals versus Colorado Rockies tonight at 6:45 on the Fan. DJ Hers against Austin Gomber. The Atlanta Braves have signed Gio Urshela. Top-ranked tennis player Yannick Sinner tested positive twice for an anabolic steroid in March, but will not be suspended because it came from a physiotherapist massage. Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile, wood, and stone for anyone looking for the right look at the right price. Your next beautiful space is at Floor & Decor. I'm Byron Curl on the Fan.
Little bare naked ladies for you. How about that?
For everybody out there thinking I was eating, that's why my camera's turned off. The camera's not working. Okay. They say B. Mitch is probably eating, that's why his camera's off. I eat right in front of the camera. I really don't care. I mean, if it's lunchtime and my body's ready to eat, I'm going to eat.
So hold on, are we just putting me up on the stream?
Yeah. Your camera works, mine don't.
I'm trying to work on it, JP, but
I'm gonna bring a 20 tomorrow.
This one is stomping.
You said 1995. I can get. I can give it 20. I can give me another camera.
Oh, whatever works, man. If you lined up 100 people and said, "Would you rather the camera work for the bald dude or the big-eared dude?" 98 of them are picking the bald.
They say the big-eared dude.
All right, so it's a one-man stream, but a two-man show.
Yes.
All right, fellas, everybody lock in for me here. Has anybody recently played Family Feud? I can't think of anyone. I haven't. Jeff, have you?
Not at all.
I haven't played it.
Landfill, any Family Feud recent?
I was just on it. I didn't play the
Family
game.
Feud.
I didn't get a chance to play. I was too slow.
All right, so we're going to try Family Feud style here. I have the answers, so I will be Richard Dawson. I will be Steve Harvey.
We need you to be involved with the game sometimes, Jay.
I hear you, but I think this will be fun. We have I found a chart of the least attractive hobbies for men according to women. What hobbies do chicks hate that guys have? B already hit his buzzer, and because he got worked by the fencer, we're going to let him go first.
Golf.
Okay. Brian says golf.
Because it takes him away too long.
Landfill.
Aren't you supposed to say, show me golf?
Yeah, but it's not going to work like that. I'm going to give you all a chance, and then whoever does.
I'll
answer specifically then. Golf, oddly, not on here.
Whoa.
This is about unattractiveness.
I have some guesses.
Unattractive.
Least attractive hobbies for men according to women.
Playing a video game.
Ding!
Hey, of course, the person that plays games. But I thought many women would say golf because
it does take you away.
It takes them away from. Well, we tell them that it's 4.5 hours. Then we got to go to the 19th hole. So about 8 hours we go for golf.
Listen, to all young men out there that aren't married yet, whenever you're texting your wife about golf, no matter what hole you're on, subtract 4. So if you're on 8, you're on 4. If you're on 13, you're on 9.
And remember,
I almost said 11.
Y'all giving y'all secrets up.
I think our wives know the secrets at this point. It's when you're young and married. Landfill, what is your least attractive hobbies for men according to women?
Collecting figurines.
You're such a jerk.
I got a couple more if you want.
Car collect.
No, you're out.
Oh,
you're cut.
How about car collecting?
Landfill found the chart. Clearly, is what happened here. All right, here's how they rank it. Video games, the top. Collecting figurines is second. Now, do bobbleheads count as collecting figurines?
Yes. A bobblehead is a figurine. And like, if we brought women in here, they'll say we are unattractive as hell. We got bobbleheads all over this joint.
We do have a lot of figurines. Magic tricks.
Magic tricks,
Dudes
that's
that are
another
into
one.
magic tricks.
Jeff, get our wall, our board, and bring it in here before people start thinking they can take cards over there.
The only thing that I do that's on this list, you want to guess? Something that women have deemed unattractive that I do.
Something that you do. Podcast.
No, luckily.
What else?
Something I do more frequently than podcasting. Gambling.
They say that's unattractive. BS. You go and win $5,000, you come in, they won't say it's unattractive. I guarantee you, every time you win money and you say you won, they want half of it and they want some of it, right? So it ain't unattractive. They lying about that. They just don't want to put their money in.
That's such a great reaction. Video games, figurines, magic tricks, online trolling. Jeff, is that just like
online trolling? Well, hell, they must know some people in our chat.
I know, seriously. Or some people in the chat don't know many women. Gambling, then building model trains.
Yeah.
Are there a lot of people out there doing that?
Listen, bro. I'm not gonna say the person's name. I went by somebody's house one time. They were building model train, and I was like, "This is for your son, right?" He said, "No." I said, "Oh, really?" And I left. I just thought I was doing a widow. Seriously. Am I wrong? Women think so.
I build model trains. Like,
you are a widow.
You are definitely a
You
weirdo.
fit the description then, Jeff.
See, I think this just gets weird, and like, I kind of think at a certain point, this is on the ladies that are dealing with.
Okay, what else on the thing is that you think shouldn't be on there?
Taxidermy.
Okay, would you do?
What is taxidermy like?
Is
Stuffing hunted
the
animals?
Isn't that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what
Yes.
it is.
So they say unattractive. Got a dead damn carcass in here. You got to stuff it up. That's not attractive to a woman.
I think that's correct.
Yeah.
But like, how many people out there are practicing taxidermists?
Walk in somebody's house and you got all the heads on the wall follow you, your eyes follow you. You realize?
Between the four of us, we know a lot of people, right?
Have I ever been in somebody's house that has some heads in it? Yes.
No, that's not my question.
Okay.
Because I've been in somebody's house that has.
Yeah, you can just go to the damn what is it? The restaurant over there, close to.
I never know what direction we're.
No, we're over there by Rockville. What's the Clydes?
Clydes,
They got stuff all over there.
Tower Lodge.
They got a friend over there that's cutting some heads off and doing some stuff.
We've all been in homes, restaurants, offices, whatever, where there are stuffed animal heads.
Yeah.
My dad's bar used to have a stuffed buffalo when I was a kid. But I don't know who the hell the person is doing the stuffing.
Well, he knows.
I suppose. How do we all feel about comic book collecting?
I would say this. It may be unattractive or a little young, but if you got one from when you and I were both young and they're like pristine, you got a lot of damn money coming your way. And that same woman that talking about that's unattractive, she gonna want to cut.
Most of these unattractive things for me come back to if they'll make money,
They
then the woman finds them attractive.
Every one of them that comes back to money, I guarantee she'll start liking.
The thing is, though.
Yeah, but they don't make money. They're all giant money pits.
No, not necessarily. Some people have have some good ones.
Some
Hold on,
women
Jeff's
like
about to admit that he's a comic book nerd. I feel like
now I'm not a comic book.
about to
I
be
was kind of forced in the comic book collection because my uncle, my favorite uncle, he gave me all of his comics like right before he passed, and I was just like, yo. And then I started looking up some of the comics that I have. AB,
did you ever check it out?
Yeah. Oh,
I got the price.
Yeah, I got some fire, and
yeah,
just like you said, B. So many like girls coming around, they're like, yo, you collect comics? And I'd be like, yo, these was given to me, and this one is actually about like da-da-da-da-da. She was like,
oh yeah,
for real?
You better not leaving your house by herself. She's gonna take your damn comic book collection.
I got cameras.
And
hang on.
And you get back, and then she's been sold and gone with your money.
You know our guy Carl Grebe?
Yeah, he collect comics.
He just
he
just tweeted in. He said, either you have been married for many years or you are butt-ass single if you're in the bobblehead game.
Well, we're in the bobblehead game. That's all we got in the damn in the prison cell.
So then he said he has 1,835 bobbleheads, and he added, I also have a 20 by 40 foot layout of trains.
Wait. He's a multiple what's called
He's a two-time
convicted felon in the unattractive games. So he's a train guy and
he's a train guy and a figurine
guy. He has
guy.
185 bobbleheads.
I mean, the only figurines I can think of are from 40-Year-Old Virgin, when the guy that's a 40-year-old virgin is really into figurines. There's one more on here, B.
I'm gonna tell you, the figurines can be very expensive.
I still
Next
have
time
no
you come to my
interest
house, I'm gonna show you the case that.
That you collected?
No,
your daughters,
Monica.
So my daughters,
but I know what it costs.
These dolls, my daughter. Wait, are those like Yadros or something?
Yeah.
At a certain point, it's not like
that's a damn figurine.
All right, but those are like high end.
Hold on.
I don't know how to
Y'all
describe
see JP immediately know what it was.
Yeah, because they're in The Sopranos. And my mother-in-law.
I never saw it in The Sopranos.
Did you watch The Sopranos?
Yes.
There's a whole episode.
Once or twice, and I fell asleep on every one.
Yeah, exactly. Carmela talks about her Yadros. The last thing on this list that chicks don't want dudes to do, that if I had to guess, none of us have done, except maybe Jeff, because Jeff gets stoned and he's out in nature. Bird watching. Any birders among us?
Every time I was watching a bird, I was trying to put it in between the scope.
Jeff, you ever gone birding?
I'm with B on that.
I'm saying, dude, you know, some of them,
I'm a turkey
some
watcher.
pheasants taste rather good, and turkeys as well.
All right, that was fun.
Come to my house, JP. You can become a bird watcher.
If you're a dude,
my hand your
and
rifle.
you want to hang out with girls, play less video games. That's what the research
Basically,
says.
that's
Man.
what it says.
I'm not out here to tell you your business. But
Hey,
that's
baby,
what-
I'm about to go to work. Yeah, me and my boy go sit here and watch the video games.
Chad Reuter joins us at 1:30.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Root and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Root just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Root 18-series inverted heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Root keeps me comfortable whether I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Root.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Root, it ain't right.
Since B. Mitch's stream camera's not working, he's now a construction worker. Shout out to Devon in Rockville, made us this cool dioramas, the best term up. Not Devon in Rockville, Damon from Oxon Hill. Sorry. Shout out to Devon in Rockville too, though. But thank you to Damon in Oxon Hill. I had DA in my brain. I don't know, David Aldridge. Can I put the stream? Rooster, get on a microphone. I need one question answered from you, Chris. I don't know that you've noticed this, but I know Chris Russell, who has a show starting at 2:00 on Team 980.
Hello, boys.
Hello. I know how much you love analytics.
Yeah, if there's anybody that defines analytics, it's me.
So I don't know if you've noticed this, but there's a growing level of angst among some, I would say, people that tend to lean towards analytics about the Commanders' offense based on 3 drives in the preseason with Jaden Daniels and the lack of variations and the lack of depth of target.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious how concerned you are about those things from 3 drives in the preseason.
Not at all, because that's what you're going to see on September the 8th.
Okay, explain.
I mean, you're going to see all those intermediate and obviously third level type passing route combinations, passes, pass attempts. Why? Look, I already think this is just me. I know I'm crazy. Somebody yelled at me yesterday about this privately that yelled might be strong. I already think Cliff Kingsbury has tipped his cap way too much this preseason. I was expecting vanilla ice cream and nothing but. And I already think he's given away plenty of what they're going to do and what they're going to be about. Not that I'm mad about it. I'm just surprised about it. So what they haven't given away is those medium and third level route combinations, design and attempts and efforts that we know are going to, that you and I have seen at practice, that B has seen at practice. I mean, I haven't been at every practice. You guys obviously have the show. So, I don't know what you've been able to see when you're down there, but we all know that they've stretched the ball and stretched the field.
For some reason, the analytics world think that they're supposed to show everything that they're going to do.
Well, the analytics world is stupid, babe. I mean, what do you want? I'm sorry.
To be real, like when I saw Miami come out, and I remember, I think it might have been London. London say they are not going to hide anything. They're going to run exactly what they run on both sides. Miami came out, was running motions all over the place, attacking things, blitzing, double A-gap blitz coming. Yep. They would. This is in practice.
They showed some of that in the practice.
In the practice is one thing.
And then
that can't be shown to the rest of the league.
They did
unless somebody puts it on their TikTok.
No. They did that in the game as well.
Yeah. No, Miami, especially offensively.
Miami blitzed off the left edge of their defense on the incomplete to Terry on the first
I saw Rodriguez step up one time and smash the linebacker coming in, and the other guy went off in a tackle. I mean, the guard was able to hit him with a hand, although he was blocking the tackle. But most teams, since you and I were very young, Bruce, they don't show you
that was
any
a long time ago, babe.
Circling back on something, though. So I think all of us agree. I think if you're making a bold proclamation that this offense will only be based at the line of scrimmage or near it, I think you're incorrect. If you are making,
no doubt.
If you're drawing that conclusion from what we've seen so far, I think that's incorrect and premature.
I totally agree.
So, question I ask is
and you don't need Eugene Shen to tell you that.
All right, we did our.
Well, he ain't here no more.
I know,
we did our first.
I like to make fun of that whole
first
situation.
2 hours on Jaden Daniels sliding.
Yeah.
If anybody watched him in college, is he going to throw the ball down the field?
Yeah.
Okay. Case closed.
Deep middle, sideline, corner. Yeah.
If we don't have people calling in and say, "Oh no, that analytics person that made those comments is absolutely stupid," then they're not paying attention to what happens really in college.
I don't know about you guys. The only thing that I take into consideration, because I was on the phone a lot so I didn't get to hear you guys as much as I normally do. The only thing I take into consideration is that Jaden hasn't gotten hit as a passer yet, and he's getting rid of the ball. I think I saw 1.95 seconds or something like that. I mean, listen, it's not going to be that way during the regular season, but if we can keep that kid to 2.4 seconds or under on average time to throw, I'm good.
But
That's
the question is
why are
that
people mad about
No,
that? It's remarkable how people will work themselves into a lather about anything. Like, oh, he's getting rid of it too fast. Everything's at the line of scrimmage.
that's
but
where I was going.
If he's taking 7-step drops and trying to go deep all the time, they're like, they're going to get him killed.
They were saying he hit, but see, that is that analytics person who wanted to make it more about what the hell he want to present. If a guy got rid of the ball in 1.95, you know what that means? He had pre-snap reads.
Mhm.
He knew exactly where the hell to go with the ball,
Mhm.
and he got rid of it.
Well, what has Dan Quinn said over and over again about the thing that jumps out to him that's most impressive about Jaden? His processing, right? Isn't that processing? Right? You're processing at the line of scrimmage.
yes.
You're reading the defense pre-snap. You're reading the defense post-snap as well, and you're making quick decisions. You know where you're supposed to go. You know where it's best to go, and boom. Not saying it's going to be that way against Todd Bowles and the Buccaneers on every play. Of course it's not, but
if he can read it and know what's happening
Yeah.
and get rid of the ball, all that damn matters.
Why do you think Cliff has shown too much in 3 series with Jaden Daniels on the field?
So, I mean, obviously the tempo by design was something I was hoping they were going to save for the regular season. We've seen that a lot in Miami on Saturday night, some against the Jets. I think formationally, I mean, obviously they've run 3 RPOs or, where he's kept the ball 3 times. So, I understand you want to practice things full speed. I got it. By design, I have seen so many different unique designs already. Like they opened up the game. Brian, I don't know if I'm explaining this right, so you probably have a much better explanation. But it was like like what I call a modified wishbone, where they had B-Rob behind Jaden in pistol, and they had the 2 tight ends lined up as split H-backs behind the line of scrimmage, and ran one time directly out of it, passed one time out of it, and they showed that, look, that's just one formation. Then they ran like a triangular pyramid with 3 receivers stacked to the right and 1 on the other side. Then they ran the 3rd and 6 to Diami was a 5-receiver spread that he didn't move the formation. I haven't seen a lot of motion. Maybe I'm missing it, but I've seen a lot of interesting and more revealing formations than I thought I would.
He has subtle shifts right before snap. Like the running back will be lined up on the right side, and all of a sudden, boom, he goes to the other side.
Fair.
And they start to shift, and boom, it comes back
Fair.
the other direction that gets guys moving. And it worked. So I don't know what the analytics guy was looking at, but the little simple things he did seemed to work too.
I just want to be fair. It's not a criticism. I'm just surprised.
I see what you're saying. The stat I care most about is that in Jaden's 3 drives on the field, now they haven't been going against ones completely. I get that. They also haven't probably had their full complement of ones either. Ertz hadn't played, right? In 3 series with Jaden at the helm, they've had scoring opportunities on every series.
Yeah, I agree.
And I just think, and that's with penalties.
Yes.
Right? Like
Correct.
they had a scoring opportunity on a drive where Wiley took 2 penalties.
Yep.
This offense the last 5 years, the slightest hiccup, they're cooked.
And
The
even,
slightest
even
hiccup.
the 49-yarder on the first series, I mean, listen, that should have been made. I'm sorry. You got to make your field goals.
Sure. We
You
all
know?
agree that the
Yeah.
kicker ain't the
Yeah,
answer.
yeah.
Rooster, would you like some chicken or a cupcake? It's Brian Mitchell's birthday.
I heard it was B. Mitch's birthday. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying to watch this not so girlish physique. I'm down to my lowest weight, which I will not reveal
Congrats,
on the
man.
radio in God knows how long, at least since pre-COVID. So I'm trying to be responsible. But thank you.
Then throw all that food in the trash. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you,
The
boys.
show starts in an hour.
Yes, sure.
Chad Roeder
Appreciate
joins. Goodbye. 1:30.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Jaden Daniels, quarterback for the Washington Commanders. The team is preparing for the preseason finale Sunday night against the New England Patriots. Don't know how much the starters will play in that game. Yesterday, Daniels was talking about team leadership.
I mean, I'll just say I'm a rookie, so I got to come out here and prove it. What I did in college doesn't matter. There's guys that's been in this league that are proven. So for me, it's just knowing my role. They weren't looking at me because I got drafted where I got drafted to come here and be a leader. We got great veterans around.
Center stage tonight on The Fan is Major League Baseball with the Washington Nationals taking on the Colorado Rockies. 6:45 live play-by-play here on The Fan. DJ Hers against Austin Gomber. The Braves have signed Gio Urshela to replace the injured Austin Riley. He's out 6 to 8 weeks. The Cubs have cut reliever Hector Neris and called up Jack Neely. Washington Mystics home to face Seattle Storm tonight at 7, looking to break a 4-game losing string. Coco Gauff looking to defend her U.S. Open title starting Monday at the U.S. Open, and she is going to be on a limited edition box of Wheaties, the Breakfast of Champions. All month long, get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Jeff, name the movie.
I just let eggs landfill. What is this?
Have you ever heard this song, Jeff?
Not at all.
Landville definitely knows the movie. You got to know the movie, B.
I don't watch movies.
Yeah, but this is one I know that you like.
Way back in the day?
I think your whole football team went and saw it in college.
Oh, yeah. Top Gun.
Yes, sir. It's a hell of a scene. I once lost money on this sex scene.
Did he take her breath away?
You'd have to ask her, I suppose.
She was telling him to do it.
Here's how it's a really good movie sex scene where you think you saw something, which upon further review, you actually didn't see anything.
That was just wishful thinking on your part, Jay.
I mean, I was probably like 9. There's a lot of wishful thinking.
I saw Sheba Baby by that age.
So I'm sorry, what?
Sheba Baby.
All right.
People my age, they know.
ESPN.com has a piece on NFL teams that will decline and NFL teams that will improve. If you had to guess a couple teams you think will decline versus teams you think would improve, who you got? There's NFC East teams all over this joint.
NFC East? I believe Washington is going to improve. I believe the Giants. Dang, how many games they won last year?
The Giants won more than Washington.
I think they're not going to be better. They're going to probably.
All right, so let's start. That's a good place to start. Giants went 6-11 last year.
They may lose. They may win 4 this year.
You think they're that much?
I don't think they're that good.
I'm not sure. Like, it's very easy to joan on the Giants. I'm just not definitively sure they're worse. And they add Brian Burns to a already really good
Their defense was
line.
good last year, and they won 6 games. They had Lawrence and all the other dudes last year.
Thibodeau.
Okay, and now what makes you think they'll be much better?
How about this? I think the Giants will decline. I think that seems like a quarterback with no confidence, and then Drew Lock's a mess, and then you're going to Tommy DeVito, and I don't know. Do we think the Commanders will improve against the Giants?
You mean because directly the Giants?
Yes, directly the Giants.
I think they'll get them this year. They're going to split games with them this year. Now both sides of the camera's not working.
I mean, this stream. Shout out to Jeff. I guess I'm up now.
I don't see them, but we're in.
Oh, you're up.
Break.
You're up.
Well, I don't see it over here.
All right. We'll go one by one. We'll start with Washington. Do you think the Commanders improve upon a 4-11 record?
It was worse than 4-11, dollars. 4-13.
4-13. Sorry.
Yes.
How much?
I think they win 4 more games. At least.
At least you got them at 8-9.
8-9, possibly 9-8.
Wow. Okay. Jeffrey. I know that
Before you go, Jeff, I saw 2-3 games last year they should have won that they lost because they just screwed up. They had no leadership, no guidance, and they lose those games. So if you got
it's easy to. I hear you, and there were a handful of games that could have gone either way. They had the worst point differential in the NFL. They also got their ass kicked a lot.
They did. But when you're sitting there in the game and you can win it, and then you just make all the mistakes down the stretch to lose it, that's on you. And then they roll the same list of characters out there again the next week.
Jeffrey, improvement for Washington.
Improvement.
How much?
And I was going to say at least doubling the wins, and I'm literally on. See, when B. Mitch say stuff like that, I know it's not Ashburn syndrome running wild, because last year I thought the exact same thing. I thought, and that's
you thought they were going to do double digits. That's why you bet me.
No, I just thought, like, you know, there were games we were in. If we would have just had better play at certain positions, we would have won it. And like I said, I'm just glad you said that, B, because it proves that it's not just complete Ashburn syndrome. Now, here comes the Ashburn syndrome.
He think they're going to flip it from
10 wins at least. Nope, 10-7.
All right.
That's what I'm calling.
10-7.
It sound crazy, but remember, it sounded crazy when I told you the Texans will win their division as well.
It sounded crazy when you told me which one going to catch 5 touchdowns. He hadn't caught
it. Yeah, Jeff, you say a lot of crazy things. You don't only get to hang your hat on the Texans.
I was about to say, let's stop worrying about the crazy things that didn't hit. Let's just worry about the ones that did.
Oh, boy.
Improvement for Washington, I think, is coming. I think you're going to have better play at quarterback. I think you'll have a more focused, a more streamlined defense. I think they'll tackle a little better. I think Bobby Wagner will make a big difference in the middle. I don't know how significant the improvement is until I see the secondary for a couple weeks. I mean, think about the receivers they're going to go up against right away. Mike Evans is eventually going to the Hall of Fame. I mean, that's a 1,000-yard receiver for 10 straight years. You got Evans and Godwin there. Week 2, who knows what Malik Neighbors is, but damn, he looks explosive. Week 3, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase. Week 4, Marvin Harrison. Like, I need to see this secondary.
But you don't get a chance to see him. It's a prediction right now.
Well, what I'm telling you is I'm not as bullish as you guys.
But you can tell us your numbers in. If you're not bullish,
I'm getting there. I'm running through it in my head. I think they will improve, right? But you're saying 8, Jeff's saying 10. I think there's a reason Vegas has that number at 6.5. I think, for me, I think it's 7 and 10. I just, that Miami game, the way Tua went down the field, and I know that Washington didn't have all its pieces, but neither did Miami, because Tyreek and Waddle weren't out there either. I think defensively they might. You insert a quarterback in, and your offense can get immediately better if the quarterback's that good. Defensively, it just might take a little bit more time to get that thing fully operational. Landville, where are you on the Commanders' improvement?
Yeah, I definitely think they'll be a better team this year. They're starting from a pretty low point, so I think it would be tough for them to be, it would be tough for them to not be better, just given how bad they were last year.
Not many teams go 4-13. The league is designed for parity. The league is designed for teams to probably go 8-9, 9-8. There's a hard salary cap. You know what I mean? Like the draft rewards the teams that did poorly. There's no lottery system. So I think on some level, you're right. Like, they should be better just because it's hard to be that bad. I do think, though, like I'm saying, significant improvement. If they go from 4 wins to 7, that's almost doubling your win total. That's huge. There are those that would be disappointed in that, but I think that'd be silly. I think you should be encouraged if you can jump that much. The rest of so it's Bill Barnwell from ESPN that kind of did this look at teams he thinks will improve and teams he thinks that are going to decline. I think it's pretty interesting, B. I'm tempted to agree on at least one of these. Barnwell, in all his research, says the teams he expects to decline. Tell me if you agree. The Browns,
Possibly. But I think the Browns could just flip the script on you. Deshaun can start playing good again.
Browns went 11-6 last year. If
So
Deshaun ever starts playing
if
again,
they go 10-7. Is that a super decline? Well, that's basically how you roll the dice.
well, dude, even to that point, if Washington wins 5 games this year, is that an improvement? I don't think.
No,
no.
it wouldn't be one in my
No,
book.
me either. The Browns is tough because when you have a really, really strong defense, it's hard to deliver upon that year after year. There's just a lot of volatility there. But I like what Cleveland's built. I kind of buy into that staff. This one, I can see it. And I know you and I are on opposite sides of this. Philadelphia Eagles.
Mhm.
You think they're declining?
They declined last year.
In the season.
Yeah. And so I think this year they get it back together.
A loud, bald man from Louisiana taught me that you win games in the trenches in the NFL. And what I know is the Eagles' second and third, and maybe first and second best players on that team, and by far the best players in the trenches, are both gone.
Yeah.
And I think the loss of Kelsey and Cox is going to be a big deal in Philly.
It may be a big deal, but I think they also was getting ready and had preparations for Kelsey and Cox. They weren't sitting around just waiting until they finish and then say, now let's go find somebody. They got people ready to go.
So they went 11-6 last year.
Yeah.
But I think they started 11-0. So what is improvement then for Philly?
Hey, if they win 11 without losing 6 of the last 7, that's improvement. I'm just saying.
Landini, you had a brief flirtation with the Philadelphia Eagles. You think they're in the upswing or headed down?
I was a lifelong fan. I think, unfortunately, they're probably in decline mode. Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
Why? Sirianni?
Yeah, I think their players are just they've had the same core for a while, and it's kind of getting up there in years. It's tough to sustain that for a long time.
I think losing Cox and Kelsey's really going to hurt. Jeffrey. It's hard to keep track of what teams you like besides Washington because the list is long and
it's only 3.
Ever changing.
It's only 3, and it only changed once. And that's the Commanders, the Ravens, and the Chargers.
Right.
You see, I just said the Chargers because they got to prove for me to be back there on their fandom, so I could call them the Chargers. But back to Philly, I think they on the decline, bro. And the way last season ended, I will have to physically watch them, dominate how they did in the first half of the season for me to think that they're on the incline rather than the decline.
What about the Baltimore Ravens? Bill Barnwell says he believes they are in decline. The Ravens last season went 13-4, were the 1 seed in the AFC, lost at home in the AFC Championship game to the eventual Super Bowl winner, Kansas City Chiefs.
Winning 13 games is very hard to do consistently.
Sure.
So by saying they're going to be a decline, it's not like something that's a big stretch.
I think the AFC North has a new winner. I'm not saying decline or any of that, but you had a division last year where all 4 of those teams were over 500, which is pretty hard to do. Ravens, Browns, Steelers, Bengals. If I kind of like the Steelers and the Bengals. Like if I got to pick 2 out of that, I think the best player in that division is Joe Burrow, and the question is, can he stay healthy?
And that's the whole thing with the Bengals. If Joe Burrow is healthy, they may be able to do it, but Joe's not always healthy.
I mean, I bet if you go look through the AFC North over the last 5 years since Lamar and Burrow landed in that division, I bet whichever one of those 2 quarterbacks stays healthy, that team wins. Because Lamar missed the second half of 2 years in a row, and I think the Bengals kind of, climbed up then. And then last year, Burrow goes down and the Ravens are back. Like, you got two dudes there that have trouble staying healthy the whole season.
Yeah.
And that presents its own trouble.
That presents problems.
Jeff, you think the Ravens are in decline?
I think they are actually. I don't want to say deep. I think they're going to be around the same.
How do you have syndrome for two different teams?
I say I think they're going to be around it because it was already a nice offensive attack with Lamar and him getting it to his receivers, but now they got Derrick Henry, so that could help them.
No, that should help them. But I'm still saying 13 games, 14. So them to improve, they have to win 14, 15.
That's why I said I don't know if it will be improving or them just staying. Would you call it stagnant?
I think for the Ravens, the only thing that counts now, they've entered a really same place as the Niners. You got to win a Super Bowl. Like that's the Ravens and the Niners to me have entered the same
the Ravens
category.
end up in the Super Bowl. That's an improvement on what they've been doing.
True. If they can, one, you got to get past Mahomes, but like you need Lamar to deliver in the playoffs. It's kind of like the Bills are in that world. The Niners are in that world. The Niners have at least gotten to two of them.
The Niners have to win one.
The Niners have to win one.
Yeah.
And maybe for the Ravens, it's get to it. Maybe for the Bills, it's get to it.
So the Bills went to 4 in a row, remember?
Yeah.
And lost all of them.
Yeah.
And that is very hard to do. But they don't get the love and respect like teams, or they were in 4 of them, but they went to 4. Now, the Niners went to 2.
2 of the last 5, I want to say.
Yeah, 2 of the last 3 or 4.
It might be 2 of the last 4.
Yeah, and they didn't win. They got to go win.
I think it was 2 of the last 5. I think it was the 19 season. They got to the Super Bowl and lost to the Chiefs because then the Chiefs lost to Brady in 20 in the COVID year. Then you had the Rams. Then you've had the Chiefs twice.
Mm-hmm.
I think. That's top of my head. I think the Ravens, the only improvement for Baltimore, the only measuring stick on that is playoff success. If they were 13-4, if they go 12-5 but get to a Super Bowl, that's an improvement over 13-4 and looking.
They win the Super Bowl.
I'm saying get to it.
Oh yeah, but if they get there, nobody can care about the other stuff that happened before.
Like the Ravens have entered a spot where their measurement for improvement or decline happens in January, not everything before January, unless they bottom out or something, and then it's a whole different conversation. Chad Reuter joins us next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you now. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Commanders' final preseason game is Sunday against the Patriots before they get ready for Tampa Bay. Head coach Dan Quinn on the wide receivers.
Byron Pringle is somebody, like that has shown demonstrated explosive ability to go hit them. So we still have work to do into that. That'll carry over into this week and into the game. As far as the returners go, not settled into that spot. So I like the candidates, but to say we're at the final set of that, not yet.
Nationals versus Colorado Rockies tonight, Nats Park. 6:15, we join our coverage live here on The Fan. 6:45 first pitch for DJ Hers against Austin Gomber. The Braves are going to sign Gio Urshela to help out with the injury to Austin Riley. Mystics versus Seattle Storm tonight at 7, looking to snap a 4-game skid. Alabama football general manager Courtney Morgan gets a new deal with the Crimson Tide, 3 years worth $825,000 per season. LA Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert returned to practice Monday and looked good, according to head coach Jim Harbaugh. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It's birthday. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Right now, fired up to go to the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to the DMV. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app. Joining us right now is Chad Ryder from NFL.com. Does a ton of research on the draft and then analysis. And Chad, I've been really enjoying these series on the rookies from the preseason. How you doing, dude?
Doing great. I'm excited. We've got some games going on here. It's a long summer.
Dude, who are you telling, man? Obviously, the interest in Washington particularly is about the quarterback, Jaden Daniels. I know from the Miami game this past weekend, you gave him a B+ grade. Tell us what you saw from Jaden that you liked the other night.
Well, I think they say his art. They showcase his arm a little bit to show teams that he can throw outside the numbers, and that was very clear. He did that often and pretty well the other night. There's a couple of throws he made in great spots, placed the ball really well. One in particular, Terry McLaurin was able to turn and get upfield pretty quickly outside his man. And if he can make throws like that, it's been pretty fantastic. And, he's a rookie. There are things clean up, and they didn't challenge downfield very much. But that's what you do when a guy is first starting out, right? He's efficient with the offense. Just have him make good decisions, and the other stuff will come later. Plus, you don't want to show too much of your offense either. But yeah, I really liked. He's got a command. He played a lot of football in college, and you could tell he's very familiar. With the speed. He's already kind of catching up with the speed of the game, and once some other stuff comes into place, he's gonna be pretty good.
When you look at this time of the year, Chad, do you think it's more important for the guy to show, like you said, a command of the offense, or let's throw it down the field and just show what we got? In that situation, sometimes you don't allow him to really show a command if he's going to drop back and just let it fly.
Yeah, I agree, and I think depending on, I haven't seen if they're going to plan on playing him next week or not, but
they haven't said. Doesn't seem like it.
So hopefully, if they give him a couple opportunities, maybe next week. Obviously, in practice, they're giving him that chance. He's got plenty of arm. It's not as though they're hiding anything with this guy. So you just let him get out there, take the snaps, run the offense, get used to hearing the verbiage in a live situation, and see how he handles a little pressure. And obviously, offenses are vanilla, and defenses are maybe French vanilla, but not much better. And so he's going to have to face a little more pressure. He's going to have to show he can move within the pocket, which he got better at the end of the year at LSU. So he's got some stuff to show yet. but plenty of good things to that you've seen out of him. And I love when they do like a pop pass. That's like, I coached a little bit football and high school football, and you just love that pop pass over the middle of the tight. You gotta love it. I saw that, and I was so happy to see him get rid of the ball quickly in that situation. And others, he can get the ball out pretty quickly, even though he's got long arms and stuff like that. The release is nice. Again, mostly put the ball on the money, and it was a nice day for him.
I agree with you. Talking with Chad Ryder here from NFL.com. You can follow his work at Chad_REUTER. Chad, I got to ask you, how many different ways have people mispronounced your last name?
All of them. But, it doesn't really matter. You can, call me Fred for all I care. I just like talking football, and it is what it is.
So outside of Jaden, have any of the other Commanders rookies kind of stood out for you? Sennett or Sam Still? Yeah, I mean, he's been great.
Yeah. I wrote up Sennett in my first, I think on week one. It's only been 2 weeks, but it seems like a month since I've started doing this stuff. Yeah. I wrote up Ben I love Ben coming out. I thought he was a marginal late first round guy. So wow. I thought he's going to be fantastic. He's going to be a fantastic pro. So I really thought he looked good. Sandstrom is just a, tiny guy, plays much bigger than that. And is just a heck of a football player. You play him inside, outside. You can put him at free safety if you really want to. He can play him all over the place. I think I was really thought they did a great job in the draft this year, and you're starting to see some of that pay off already.
Yeah, I sat and I talked with his parents the other night. And they talked about, you start hearing about how a guy was his whole time playing football, and he just seems to have the part. He's much faster than people think, and he's strong as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I was watching another rookie receiver, Jalen Polk, from the Patriots, and he was facing guys that were 170 pounds and you couldn't break tackles from them. And that's what you face in the NFL, right? These guys don't stick around in the NFL at 175, 180 pounds unless they have the physicality to get the job done. So Sandstrom's just one of those guys, and it's been fantastic to see him, during his Michigan career, transfer over from receiver into cornerback, and just make that transition beautifully.
What about, let's zoom out from just Washington and kind of go around the league. What are some of the rookies that have impressed you most that you think can really hit the ground running? I mean, hell, let's start. Jaden went 2, Caleb went 1. What have you thought of Caleb?
Yeah, Caleb's looked good so far. No real surprise. He's a playmaker, and playmakers, even like Patrick Mahomes, will leave the pocket a little earlier maybe than they should, because they're so used to getting out and making plays. And Caleb will probably do some of that this year. And there'll be some rough spots, as any rookie has. But when he gets out of the pocket, he can just make all kinds of throws. And it's going to be a lot of fun for Bears fans to maybe see a quarterback that can actually last more than, 2 or 3 years as a starter and really help it, that team kind of make their way up into playoff contention. If not this year, then maybe next. And they've surrounded them with really good receiver talent. I mean, that's something that a lot of rookie quarterbacks just don't get. It reminds me kind of Justin Herbert when he came with the Chargers. He had a lot of guys around him, and he looked really good as a rookie because of that. So Caleb is at least 3/4 of the way there already.
What about this rookie wideout class? You got Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors in New York, Rome Odunze. Yeah. I saw, was it Ricky Pearsall that you really like? I'm trying to remember.
I put, Ricky Pearsall's at injury right now, but because of that, Jacob Cowing, who's come out of Arizona, it was a 4th-round pick this year. But honestly, the 49ers got a gem in the 4th round with that guy.
What's and not the name?
Biggest. Jacob Cowing.
Okay.
He's going to be a slot receiver, but he played a lot outside. He was a punt returner for him. He's one of these 4th round picks that not very many people have heard of. He started his career at UTEP, And of course, you're not going to get a lot of headlines at UTEP. And then he went to Arizona and played really well. A little bit under the radar guy, but with Ayuk maybe gone, Juwan Jennings injured. Jacob Culling might be a name you get to hear a lot this year because he's really a fantastic player. And Pearsall again also has the injury, so he's in good. Odunze and Neighbors I wrote up, and they've played very well in the part I saw. I wrote up Brian Thomas in week 1 too. He looks like he can make some plays for him. Xavier Worthy, I think, is going to be a perfect fit in Kansas City. I predicted they would trade up for him like 3 months before the draft because it just made too much sense. So like, there's a lot of guys in this class that are going to make their names, and guys like Culling that people don't even know of are going to as well.
Well, I think, especially for receivers, the situation you go into matters so much.
Yeah.
I mean, the kid Cowing you're talking about is going to a Niners team that's loaded with McCaffrey and Debo and Kittle. All of a sudden, it's a hell of a lot easier to get open.
Yeah, and again, it oftentimes takes some injuries to veterans for some of these rookies to kind of get these opportunities, and that's unfortunate, but it's just kind of the way the game is. But yeah, situation is important for all rookies, really. It helps some in terms of maybe if the team isn't as deep at a certain position, it helps them get on the field. But then in the long term, some of these guys that go to better teams can really learn and work their way into the lineup when they're more ready to go. So it really can kind of cut both ways.
How good or how much will Worthy help Pat Mahomes out by having that speed that can just take the top off of it?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, he's a guy. Yeah, and I mean, he can do that. But he also grew into a more rounded receiver while he was at Texas too, getting the shorter passes and making more. I mean, if you give that guy the sideline, forget it. He's gone. And so if you see him, they'll be able to use him in various ways in that offense. Sort of like, I mean, they haven't had the explosive guy like Tyreek Hill since they traded Hill. And I think Worthy he's not going to be exactly like that, but he's going to be able to work his way into a real versatile role in that offense, which will make everybody else around him even better.
Talking with Chad Ryder here. Follow him at Chad_REUTER with NFL Media, does draft research analysis. All right, we're putting you on the spot, dude. Give me your offensive rookie of the year and your defensive rookie of the year.
Well, that's a good question. Okay, so I'm going to run. I'm just trying to remember if I already wrote this up somewhere so I don't, contradict myself. I don't think I have. So I think I'm going to go with, let's be crazy. Let's go with Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle, Seattle Seahawks, as a defensive player of the year. I think he's going to make an instant impact, and he's so good against the run.
For a D tackle to get that kind of pub, though, man, he's got to really stack some plays.
He's going to get some sacks. He's going to make some sacks, and I think he's going to be. I think he's going to be really good. Offensively, I can't go away from Caleb Williams. I really can't. He's going to be in there. Like I said, he's going to make a lot of plays. He's going to make some mistakes. He's going to make a lot of plays, and he's got a lot of guys around him. The only guy that I think is going to push him is Bo Nix at Denver.
Wow.
Who's going to be, he showed it against Green Bay. I mean, Green Bay had backups in early in that game, but I think Peyton knows what he can do with Nix and maybe what he can't do too. And I think he's going to make a number of plays. So I think those are the guys. And Daniel's obviously, probably in that mix, but I think this year, if you're just saying this year, it's Caleb and then maybe Nix.
Well, I think Sean Payton almost has to prove that he's right in such a way that he has never had to do before in his career.
It might bite him.
It'll be fascinating to watch. But
I tell you what, Sean Payton proved for several years that he was right about bringing in Taysom Hill. Right?
Yeah,
I mean, he's not afraid to do that kind of stuff and just say, "Hey, I'm right." So, I think a lot of people made that Nix pick. Weren't happy or were surprised with that pick, but I'm telling you, if Denver didn't take him, I'm pretty sure Minnesota would have. And that next pick. So Nix was high up there for a lot of people in the league.
Well, and what's fascinating too is with Knicks, most stuff is at the line of scrimmage, and everybody's cool with it, or near the line of scrimmage. And he could really, as long as you can scheme that open, he can move an offense down the field. That's what we saw at Oregon.
Well, and you saw it with Jaden Daniels this week too, right? I mean, most of the stuff was pretty close, but if you have a running game and if he's efficient with those throws, and you take your shots downfield when you're able to get them, scheme them in, as you say, or if a guy has a particular matchup outside against a corner that maybe isn't as strong, that's fine. You body blow, and then you go upfield. And Dean, that's how long did Tom Brady make a living out of that?
Right.
A long time.
Hey, man, thanks very much
Yeah.
for the time. I really appreciate it. We'll have to do it again.
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks, guys.
All
Appreciate
right.
you.
Chad Ryder. Follow him at Chad_REUTER. When we come back, let's make some bets. Oh, but don't worry.
Be happy. Have some trouble. Make it double. Don't worry.
Be
Jeffrey.
happy. Every day we make bets. Call it, heard it here first. What you got, Jeffrey?
I'll get around.
I believe all the boys bet on baseball last night. All our baseball coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Check out the savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Nats are back out there tonight hosting the Rockies, 6:45 p.m. Jeffrey, what you got?
Oh man, it was a good night for everyone on the show except me because I am the only one who did not hit my bet last night. And tonight, to make up for my loss, I'm taking the Yankees money line and I'm taking the Mets money line.
Yo, I watched Mets O's last night. That game killed me, man. They gave up a walk-off home run to a dude with 6 home runs on the year who swung on a 3-0 count. It was like
that's disrespect right there.
You know, that was like the Dolphins going for it twice on 4th down in the first preseason game.
Total disrespect.
Oh, football, please. Bring back football. What you got, Landini?
I'm taking the Nats money line.
Okay. That must mean Corbin is not pitching.
Correct. Corbin is not pitching.
I'm going Twins and Phillies tonight.
Twins and Phillies for Mr. Mitchell. Yo, that's a big series. Yankees, Guardians. Still feels weird to say. New York, Cleveland. Oh, I can't go back. I can't go back to Rockville. I kind of like the Nats with you tonight, Landini. Will it bother you if I jump on that train?
I mean, it will definitely bother me, but I can't stop you.
You say you can't go back to Rockville. Who playing Rockville?
That's a song. Don't go back. Doc Walker in the building.
Go Dodgers.
Pack
Doc
2
Walker's a Dodger
aficionado.
fan.
Diamondbacks are playing really good baseball, and the Marlins are not. Give me the D-backs in Miami. They ain't scared of the heat. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thank you to everybody that called in.
Thank you to Barstool Nate.
I'll thank him. Thank you to Phil Perry. Thank you to Chad Ryder. Happy birthday to Brian. I think we had a fun birthday party show. Weirdly, no alcohol consumed. That's a new record for us. Yet. The day is young.
We gotta go talk to CK. He got the bottles in there.
CK, the cluster buster, smartly keeping it all under wraps. We'll be back tomorrow. Grant and Danny heading your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Know about
Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. It's August 20th, 2024. We are taking you all the way up to 6:15, and Nats pregame tonight, 4 o'clock. We've got tickets you can win right here on G&D. If you want to go see Jason Aldean at Jiffy Lube Live, you better be locked in. Danny, what's up?
63 degrees this morning when I opened up that front door and strolled and strutted on down the street like I was in a Bee Gees video, just hanging out, walking the kids to school. I damn near frolicked, my friend. Now, it's a false fall. We're going to get one more summer slap in the face. The Instagram people have one more kind of last push, but they're almost defeated. It's almost their time to go back into their hovels. It's perfect. 63 degrees this morning.
You're talking about taking the kids to school.
That's right.
Weather being in the 60s. You and I, Darius, sitting here trying to map out our fantasy football draft coming up in a couple of weeks.
It ain't bad.
As we're trying to put our league together again for the G&D Listener League this year. We're like, wait a second. Well, we can't do it that week because that's the start of the season. It is officially here. It's a real thing. Football has arrived. The fall has come. I saw this. I just wanted to bounce these off of you really quickly. I don't know where this study came from. It was posted by a woman named Liz Wheeler. And she says this is so accurate. It's the least attractive hobbies for men, according to women.
Oh, I'm going to have a couple on there, I bet.
So
Here we
let's
go.
see whether these are hobbies that we have. And again, this is the least attractive hobby as a man that you can have that is a turnoff for women.
How many did she list?
There are 9 here, it looks like.
I'm going to bet. I had not seen this. This is sprung upon me here just at the top of the show. I bet I've got 4. I'm going to bet I have 4.
I'll take the under.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, here we go.
The first one is going to be tough for you. I'll just start with that.
Mm-hmm.
Playing video
There's
games.
one. Ring that bell, please.
Supposedly, unattractiveness score, whatever that means. I don't know how any of this works.
Yeah.
But it's a 90
Mhm.
unattractiveness score. It's
Yeah.
the highest of all of the hobbies you can
Uh-huh.
have. All right. I am not a video game guy.
So
Your boy.
you're attractive.
Very attractive at
Love
the
it.
moment. Collecting figurines.
Nope. I'm not Steve Carell and 40-year-old virgin. Good on that.
I scoop bobbleheads and collect those. Does that count?
Yes.
Does it?
Yeah. Right? Does that count?
All right. 1-1. This one I've never had any urge to do, and I don't have to worry about. Least attractive hobbies for men, according to women. I want to know if we have a listener who checks every box, by the way. Please call in, you unattractive goose you. Magic tricks.
That's unattractive?
Apparently, it's extremely unattractive. Do you do any magic tricks?
Not at all. And I'm so jealous of people that can do it. Like here's a card, and then it's going to be in your back pocket somehow. Like, I want that.
I also don't do magic tricks.
I do 0.
So it's 1-1.
Okay.
Online trolling. I don't know that as a hobby, but supposedly it's very unattractive. Would you consider yourself an online troll?
I don't think so.
I
I
don't think
wouldn't,
am
right?
either. No, I mean, we're both online a bunch, interacting with people. I think a troll is someone who goes account to account, yelling at people.
Yeah,
angrily.
more Chris Russell-y than us.
No, I don't even
I'm
think
kidding. I'm doing a bit.
Chris Russell's not even that way. I
I
think the online troll, we all know him. You could tell in his avatar either
Mm-hmm.
who he's voting for or what his beliefs are, and they just are searching the internet to yell at people and argue with people. Doesn't matter what side you're on, because I agree with whatever you guys think.
Yeah. And the thing that's outrageous, I see it too.
All right, so we're still 1-1, by the way.
Yeah.
We're
I
doing
thought
really well.
I'd have more of these.
Now this one, I'm about to take the lead on the unattractiveness scale.
Here we go.
Gambling. You don't sports gamble.
Yeah, I don't gamble much.
I don't. I do quite a bit. So it's 2-1 for me.
Yeah, I do a little bit, but you are
The last
way
time
more.
You don't have an app.
I
You
do.
don't bet on games.
I do.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like share everything with everybody all the time.
Yeah. Well, you always say you don't bet on sports.
Yeah,
You
I don't
always say,
do much.
Money won't leave my pocket. I'll never bet. Yada yada yada.
I do a lot of daily fantasy. I do the occasional the little parlay
Okay,
here
so
and
do
there
you
when the
need a
mood
bell
strikes
then?
me. No, because you your leisure, oh buddy, your Heath.
Well, but still,
deep.
if you're doing it, you need a bell.
So I don't do it as
You
frequently.
know what? I think fantasy football is gambling if it's a paid league.
Yeah.
If we're really getting
Because there's a
into the
lot. Okay,
nitty-gritty.
there's 2.
So let's say 2-2.
Yep.
This one, I don't think either of us have to worry about. Building model trains is unattractive, and it's a 65 score. You build model trains?
No, I can't do anything like
Do
that.
you build any kind of model anything?
I can't build anything.
Same. Taxidermy.
No. I've never had any interest in taxidermy.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that you shoot an animal and then you get it on your wall?
Get yourself an animal. It's dead. It's hollowed out, and you stuff it with some kind of substance to keep it
But
as it
is
is.
the hobby the actual building of the item, or is it just putting it on your wall after a professional sends it to you?
Great question. I actually don't know that. I don't know if you got to do the whole process
It's
to
how
count.
many people are actually doing the tax. I feel like a company does that.
Again, I am not seasoned in terms
Same.
of taxidermy. I don't know much.
You've never like field dressed a deer. You and me both.
Well, there was at one time with my grandfather, he made me believe that I shot the deer, and I don't think I did in retrospect because I was a kid. And then it was time to do that, and I got close, and I went, maybe someone else should do it. I don't think I have this in me.
All right, 2 more. Least attractive hobbies for men according to women. Comic book collecting. 55 on the scale.
Is that ever?
I think that's currently.
So not currently, no.
How recently did you collect comic books?
It's been a while. I mean, this is...
Then you're fine.
Yeah.
Now, Money Metal Chris over there, we got to hit the bell for him, I believe.
I was at a comic store today. I'm just going to tell you before I came into work today.
You stopped by to see if they had the new item?
Well, I was out of town last week, and I had to pick up my comics, and my daughter was with me, and so she got a book too, and yeah. So I was at the comic book store today.
I'll hit the bell for you. But Danny, you and I are in the clear, and then we're both fine here, I think. Bird watching.
No.
Okay, so you only had 2.
I only had 2.
And you barely had that.
Dude, I'm like Tom Wilson.
I would even say you're 1.5.
Yeah. I thought I'd have way more on there. I thought it'd be like pickleball, guys that interrupt, people that need attention. You know, like
these are hobbies. Those aren't really hobbies.
Oh.
Pickleball certainly is. But guess what? I think physical things where you're keeping your body moving. I think women, even though it's smelly and sweaty and a lot to deal with, and you wear knee braces, I think they probably don't hate that.
I'm hot. I think that's the conclusion.
That's certainly not the conclusion.
Isn't that how we got there?
There were a lot of takeaways from that, but I don't think that was
like,
one of them.
Like honestly, like just stick aside.
This reminds me
really
a lot
sexy.
of when you thought you were the hot dad.
Yeah. No, but this test tells me that it's more sexy than it is hot. I think probably. You know what I mean? Like I have a good energy. Except when I'm playing video games, I guess.
How do you like QR codes at restaurants, in or out?
Couldn't be more out.
Same.
Couldn't be more out. Because my phone goes to sleep for 2 seconds, and now I got to scan the damn thing again.
It's the worst.
I want to either give me the website or let me hold the menu.
I bring this up for this reason. I'm pretty much out on QR codes. I need just the waiter, the waitress, me. Let's build that relationship back. Let's make that rapport fun again. Me and you together at the restaurant, just chatting it up and ordering our food and having a good old-fashioned time. Oklahoma State football is going to be wearing QR codes on the back of their helmets this year that will be linked to NIL funds. The way this is going to work is, while it's going to be too small, obviously, is a decal on the back of the helmet that if you're at the game in the stands, it's not going to really matter. But when you're watching on TV, you will be able to scan the code on the back of the helmet of the player who just made the play, so that should you choose to, you can make a donation to that player or to that player's, NIL companies that are paying that player and others. Mike Gundy is the head coach at Oklahoma State. Apparently, this is something Oklahoma State has come up with. They're the first team to do it, to combat the fact that they're one of the teams, most teams are not doing this, that basically at the start of the season, they say, go away, no more negotiating. We're not paying you anymore. We are walking away from the table. Tell your agent to leave us alone. It's football time. Whereas I guess a lot of teams will continue having discussions. And if you're elevating on the depth chart or whatever, leverage you're finding with other programs.
My client had a 30-yard run.
Exactly.
So give him more. Wow.
And Gundy basically said, we're not going to do that during the year. That part of the offseason is over. You now play football. And as a make good of sorts, as a idea to kind of appease the players, to keep the program happy and everybody feeling like they could still make their money, they've decided to go with these QR codes. This was Gundy a couple weeks ago. He got a lot of heat for this, but this is what he had to say.
That's what I told the players. There's no negotiating now. Portal's over. All negotiations history. Now we're playing football.
You can enjoy
Just coaching and playing football.
Conference and a 12-team playoff,
Yeah.
everything being so different, just the newness of it all.
Yeah, and the business side of what we do now is we have to have those conversations with them. Tell your agent to quit calling us and asking for more money. It's non-negotiable now. Going to start again in December. So now we're able to direct ourselves just at football, and that part is fun because there's been so much other stuff going on. It's been hard to really focus on football.
So that was the comment several days ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if this, I'm sure it was already in the works, but the announcement today was QR codes on helmets so that fans,
What a
should
time.
they choose to, you want to keep a player happy, you want to keep him at Oklahoma State, you want to make sure that your wide receiver that you love doesn't transfer for more money, he just made a catch, you might as well throw him $6. You might as well make a quick donation. Quote, this is a revolutionary step forward to help keep Oklahoma State football ahead of the game, Gundy said. It gives us a chance for everyday fans across the world to have a real impact when it comes to supporting the NIL efforts for Cowboy football. I'm thrilled about this opportunity for our players.
I got to tell you, it's really smart. It's cutting edge. He's exactly right. And I hate it. Like, I understand this is what you have to do now. This is an arms race. The Pandora's box, the toothpaste, whatever you want to call it, it's all out. It's off-putting to me. I don't enjoy it at all. There's nothing about it that says, Danny Rouillet, come on in.
Well,
but it's what you have to do.
Looks nothing like college football.
It's what you have to do.
You see the story today. Alabama kept their GM. And I meant GM. He's the general manager of the football program because now college programs have general managers.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently, USC, I think it was, with Lincoln Riley, came headhunting and tried to add him to be their GM because now you're going to have a GM and a head coach. We're already seeing it with the conferences, right? The Big Ten is going to be the NFC and the SEC is going to be the AFC or whatever. It's just going to be the two big conferences. But it is becoming more and more the National Football League. And so that was a headline today that Alabama retains its GM with a record contract. But the QR code on the helmet, even though it is a sign of the times and kind of an eye roll, you got to be kidding me thing for a lot of people, it is genius.
It's genius.
I don't know what kind of money you generate. I'd imagine there will be some CEOs of companies, some people who run companies where they'll scan that code and they'll make a big donation. But my guess is it seems like this is lemonade stand style. Like you're just hoping that little Stevie gives you $11 and Tommy gives you 15. It's like a
nice first down catch
Venmo.
against our rival in the Bedlam game. 1,000 fans give you $5.
Right.
I mean, how awesome is that if you're the kid?
What is the site where you can kind of announce like, hey, my buddy Danny lost his car and
The GoFundMe.
That's what it is. GoFundMe. To me, that's what this feels like a little bit is like what do you got? You want to throw $5 out there? Like, we don't win elections with $1,000. We win elections with $5 at a time. And I need yours today, America. It's that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to keep our players happy with your $1 per every 10 rushing yards or whatever. Like, oh, he broke that tackle. How impressive was
It's like
that?
the PBS pledge drive, Look, we interrupt this programming and our callers, our phone bank is standing by. If you want to see more Downton Abbey, give us $5. Unbelievable.
Pay as you go.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State students, instead of that $5 you were going to throw on your gambling app, I'm a FanDuel guy, but whatever you might be using, instead of that $5 you're putting on them to cover the number or whatever, maybe you just put that on your running back and make sure he doesn't transfer to USC next year.
God. But I'm telling you, this is the landscape. This is what it is. And everybody that, crusaded, I understand the thought process. I understand all the points. I totally get it. The paying the athletes and whatever. They've sort of swarmed, complained for years, and then said, all right, we got it, and have moved on to the next thing. My point all along wasn't necessarily whether athletes should be paid or not. My point was there's no structure or organization, and the NCAA is not prepared to handle it. You're going to fundamentally change everything, and I think the sports are all going to get worse. And nobody cared. And I was just a jerk because it sounded like I was opposed to a player getting a $5 for his picture or whatever. And I'm not. My point is nobody thought this out. So the Pac-10's dead. As you mentioned, like the Big 12 was on life support. It's, the teams that you don't even know half the teams right now in the Big 12. Not I'm talking to you, Grant. I'm talking to you out there in Radioland. Everything's changed. It's basically a pro subdivision, and there's no collective bargaining. It's a war of programs that are basically willing to spend X amount of money because the donors and everyone else can't compete. And there's no room at the table for the like regular college football team anymore. You know what I mean? It's a few mega superpowers. The pro leagues have CBAs, the pro leagues have salary caps, all that kind of stuff. Who's going to negotiate that? Are you going to do that or not?
The only time I've ever seen anything like this was a couple of times in the National Football League when a player has a massive game or a play that really bails another team out. You'll see a fan base jump on their charity site and donate a bunch of money. So I remember like Joe Flacco, I think it was one year. It was like a Bengals Ravens game or something, and he helped out the Bills, and Andy Dalton was involved, and he was going back and forth with Dalton, and Dalton goes and gets the win, and the Bills just poured the Bills Mafia like tens of thousands of dollars into Andy Dalton's charity for local dog shelters or whatever. I remember last year tweeting out a link. I looked it up when Greg Zuerlein kicked the field goal for the Jets to beat the Commanders when they tried their best, the Rivera Marty Party Ops with Jacoby Brissett to beat the Jets that day. And instead of picking second, they would have picked fourth or fifth or whatever. And you don't get Daniels or May, and you probably end up going with a non-quarterback or the fourth quarterback in the country or whatever. I remember saying, hey, Greg Zuerlein just made a 54-yarder. This is his charity, and posting it. And I don't want to say it went viral, but a lot of Commanders fans were like, oh, this is a great idea, and kind of latched on, like, let's donate to his charity or whatever. I've seen that, and that's kind of what this is. But this is just a, hey, man, order some pizza this week. Here's your $20.
Yeah.
Like, it's a show.
And then order pizza for everybody because a couple thousand fans are going to do it.
Exactly.
Golly.
NIL.
What
buddy.
a time, dude.
QR codes on the back of the helmet 2024. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Speaking of the number 2 pick and Jaden Daniels, how confident are you in Daniels based on what we've seen so far? He's looked really good. Practice has gone well. Preseason games have been exceptional. Hasn't been asked to do a ton. The degree of difficulty's been low, but he's been splendid. What's your level of confidence that when the real bullets are flying in September, Daniels is going to shine? That's next, right here on The Fan.
so I got to come out here and prove it. What I did in college doesn't matter. There's guys that's been in this league that are proven. So for me, it's just knowing my role. They weren't looking at me because I got drafted where I got drafted to come here and be a leader. We got great veterans around. And like I said, even Marcus, for him be able to go out there and take me under his wing, help mold me to be prepared, stuff like that, giving me pointers after plays, or, we might see this look, you might have to do this and stuff like that. So we got great veterans around.
Jaden Daniels yesterday after being named Commanders starting quarterback. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. On the Fan, we're taking you up to 6:15 in Nats baseball tonight. I saw a story on the FanDC.com that our buddy Lou DiPietro wrote, and it was about Eric Bickle of the Junkies. This must have been on yesterday's show or maybe this morning. It was written today, and he said the exact words of our own Eric Bickle used were just short of bust-proof, as he whispered that, but instead vocalized, "My guy is not going to miss. But it's a topic definitely worth hoping for. Is Jaden Daniels a lock to be great?" I guess this was a conversation the Junkies were having, the point being that EB has kind of seen enough, that he's ready to write in pen that Jaden Daniels is the answer, the search is over, like send the helicopters home, call off the dogs, we have found what we were looking for. Jaden Daniels is going to be the long-term solution for Washington. And while there's no real need to come to that conclusion right now, like there's no rush.
Sure, there's no gavel.
I'm just curious if that's how people are feeling already at this point, or if that's a minority opinion. And I figured we could take the temperature of our listeners. For the first time today, we'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines. 800-636-1067. They're wide open. 800-636-1067. Just on your confidence in Jaden Daniels. Because I think two things can be true. One, all reports are extremely positive, and they should be. I'll just speak for myself, having gone out to practice a few times and seen him. I was super impressed, between really like immensely impressed and blown away, depending on the day. And then the preseason games have also gone exceptionally well. I think he's 12 of 15 passing. So that's all true. And the most important stuff, as we keep saying, is the non-football part of it that's not on the field. The stuff that we don't see, that we're being told he's doing at a really, really high level. The studying, bonding with his teammates, acting like a normal guy, all that. But the second part that I think is also true is he hasn't really been asked to do anything in games yet. He's being asked to throw the ball around the line of scrimmage. He made the one deep throw that was unbelievably pretty on a play he checked into, but it was kind of man coverage when his receiver won, and he dropped it in the bucket, which was awesome. But if you look at his average depth of target or just how quickly the ball's coming out, those numbers on average in a very small 15 throw sample are not what the NFL season looks like statistically. He's throwing in sub 2 seconds. It's going to be 2.5 seconds. The ADOT of 5.5 would have been the lowest in the league last year. So my point is there's a lot more coming that's more difficult than what we've seen. And it's probably aggressive or too early to just say, I don't need to see any more. The truth is somewhere in the middle. But I will say that my confidence in him is growing all the time, and I feel better about him than I did weeks ago. But that's what I want to tap into.
Yeah, to me, I think there are two discussions, and I'll get to it. For me, just a Jaden Daniels diagnosis. He has nearly every attribute and checks every box, nearly every box of what I would want, prototypical with the position, right? You already said it. The study habits, the off the field, the dedication, not just part-time, not just for Instagram, not just for, a TikTok here or there, but it's a real thing. That's a 24/7 commitment that you can't ask for anything more. Physical talent is there. I mean, to me, the only thing I would change is I'd give him 20 extra pounds of frame and potentially, hopefully, make him slightly more durable. Other than that, prototypical height, speed, athleticism, throwing arm, accuracy, anticipation, coverage, reading ability, everything that you would want in a quarterback, he has the skill set to start it. So that's number one. How confident am I that they've solved it? How could you be confident yet, to your point? And here's the thing that I would add. There are a million guys. That's not true. Less than that. But so many first-round quarterbacks that had every pedigree, that had every spring practice, they were incredible. Every training camp, they were incredible. Every preseason, they were incredible. And a million things have derailed them. Whether it's an injury, whether it's something nagging, whether it was bad coaching, whether it was the fact that they just weren't ready for the spotlight, whether that a defensive coordinator hit them so many times that they finally went and crumbled. I mean, the stories of guys that started off great and ended up doing absolutely next to nothing that are punchlines is comical. We have no idea what's going to happen ultimately. But again, for me, I love the kid. I wanted them to draft him, and I'm excited that he's the dude. I've seen everything that confirms my priors about how talented and how good of a person he is, and he's the right person to get this best opportunity. To me, how confident am I? I don't know if we're doing a 1 to 10, probably a 5. And the biggest knock against it, one, is his size. That's the thing I've always been scared about. But number 2, I don't think they did a very good job of surrounding him with talent to make it easy for him. I think they lowered his ceiling potentially. I look at some of the guys like Justin Herbert who hit the ground running, and would you look at that? There's a Pro Bowler, there's a star, and there's Austin Eckler right behind him. Duh. He has the best rookie season that anybody's ever had as a quarterback. You look at CJ Stroud. Now we know that some of these guys were ballers in waiting, and they worked really, really hard to surround him with a great offensive line and weaponry. They didn't do that here. They're taking their time, which sounds great, but I think they lowered I think some of the potential there to, you make it easy on a guy at first, and then he builds and builds and builds and becomes a superstar. I think they're kind of making it harder here unnecessarily.
I think there have been some guys who had it really, really hard from a personnel standpoint. Justin Fields in Chicago comes to mind, among others. And now that's the in vogue thing to say when it's not great. But there's a big difference between being okay, which is what Washington's skill group is, in my opinion, and bad, or doing a bad job. Robert Griffin in 2012 broke records, was the Rookie of the Year award winner. It was an offense no one had ever seen before, and I know that it went sideways eventually, but it was an unbelievable year by all accounts. Number 1 offense, number 1 yards per play, number 1 rushing, number 1 passing yards per play. His most targeted receiver that year was Josh Morgan. He was out of football soon thereafter with, had broken ankle he had played with, coming back from. Santana Moss, who was 34 years old, was the 3rd most targeted receiver. Leonard Hankerson, who did not go on to have
Garcon was the design, but got hurt in week 1.
Yeah, Garcon played 10 games, and he in those 10 games, he was pretty good. He averaged like 4 catches and 60 yards per game for Washington that year. But Morgan, Garcon, Moss, Hankerson, Logan Paulson, those were the most used receivers. So I disagree with this idea that it's got to be the Chicago Bears this year, where they have the best 3. I think this is plenty good enough if you're special and if you're an elite player like Jaden Daniels is. But having said that, to me, it's not even that I'm like dubious or skeptical of the year ahead from a skill group standpoint. I do have some questions about the line, and I want to see that come together. I just think there's a difference between excitement, which everyone should be feeling, and the confidence when you're saying, I've seen it. There's nothing else to see. We haven't seen anything yet. How could there be nothing else to see? Because some wide receiver screens and some quick outs went well. You've got the whole riddle solved. He has not yet thrown a ball in the middle of the field, which is one of the big statistical knocks, remember, from the college resume. He threw a pop pass essentially to a tight end on a little read option look. But I mean an in-breaking kind of drop-back game, middle of the field throw where you got to fit a ball between defenders. Haven't really seen it. It's going to come in time, and I'm sure he'll do it at a high level because he's done everything else at a high level. But my point is, all the stuff that we wondered about, can you avoid sacks in the drop-back game? Can you throw the ball middle of the field? Are you going to avoid contact? Those 3 questions still have not been answered, and we really haven't even seen any even indication of what that's going to look like. So I don't know how anyone could already kind of have their mind made up. When I heard that, like, oh, it's sold, it's over. You go back to like Sam Howell against the Ravens. Remember how good he looked in that preseason game? I also can't help myself but thinking all the rookies have been awesome. Bo Nix has been incredible. Maybe Bo Nix is going to be a superstar. He's 24. He's about to be 25. He's like an 800-year-old rookie. He played 8,000 college games. He might be really good.
He's with a great offensive mind. It's Drew Brees-esque.
Right.
It's a good fit.
It's very possible that he's awesome, and so is Penix, and so is McCarthy, and so is Williams, and so is Drake May. But my point is, so far everyone's looking good. It's more likely than not that eventually there's going to be a couple of guys that aren't actually what they look like right now. So I'm not trying to pour cold water or anything. I'm very excited, but there's no race to crown him. There doesn't need to be a sprint to say, write it down in pen, we got our guy. Let's go to Mike, who's in Ashburn on Grant and Danny. How are you, Mike?
Good, guys. How are you?
Come in.
I couldn't agree with you guys anymore. This day and age, everybody wants it to be automatic and right away, and it's got to be the end of it. Nobody gives anything any time. He's had nobody around his feet. He's had very little pressure on him, very little blitzes. I mean, he hasn't come from behind yet. I mean, there's so many things, like you guys said, that, I just think everybody's just hoping so much that he is, that they're talking themselves into it, and they're really setting people up for failure, because if you think that much already, it could only go down from there, because, how is he going to be when he gets in the fire? And of course, he's studying, he's coming in early. He's supposed to. He's a rookie. He doesn't know what he's doing yet. That's what he's supposed to be doing. And I know other quarterbacks don't do that, but they make that out to be like he's doing something so special by coming in early and leaving late. Like, you're supposed to. You're the franchise quarterback. So I think it's way too early. We've seen nothing yet. And I think everybody just get out of the day and age of instant gratification and instant good quarterback like that we want to have, because we're talking ourselves into it too early.
I think it's a great call.
Thank you, buddy.
The only pushback on people being excited about how hard he's working is it's notable because they've had young guys here who didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Not all young guys do that. And your point is, well, you should. And I agree with you.
You definitely should.
And the really good ones do it. But not everybody does. And we've seen that here, where within a couple of weeks, they knew, this is not what it looks like for a franchise quarterback from a work standpoint. And so it's just a prerequisite that he's got, right? It's like when you're in the classroom and you're sitting down and the teacher asks you, did you take this course last year like you were supposed to? And we go around the room and there's a bunch of guys that didn't. They're going to stay there now, but they're screwed. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And the guy that took the course, at least you have a chance to do well in my class.
I had to take an international politics class, that some sort of thing. And the only one that fit into my schedule, half the class spoke Russian. And I didn't.
Ooh.
I sat through that first class and went up to the professor afterwards. I was like, listen, I have to take it to graduate. I can't do another schedule because of baseball. What do I do? And he's like, I think you might have a really hard time.
I think that's one of the most helpless, lonely feelings in the world that I've ever had.
Yeah.
I always say pitching, when you can't throw a strike and the whole ballpark's watching you and angry.
Mm-hmm.
You've now walked 3 in a row and it's 3-1.
They're all chirping you.
You might walk a run home. Like, there's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to go. We're all watching. Horrible feeling. For me, the closest thing I think I've ever had in terms of just that loneliness, you're sitting in a room. For me, it was Spanish class at George Mason University, whatever level it was. But everybody's talking Spanish, and I have no idea what anybody's saying.
Don't call me. Don't call me.
And I'm just waiting to hear my name called.
me.
It's a terrible, terrible feeling. Speaking of hearing his name called, did you hear what Emmanuel Forbes said on the sideline about being picked on by the fan base?
I did.
I found this really interesting. It is pretty clear that he sees a lot of the negativity about him and that he doesn't like it. He doesn't think it's fair. You'll hear this audio next. I'm fascinated by this because you'd think first round pick, played in the SEC, kind of heavy lies the crown, but it's pretty obviously gotten to him in some way. We'll get to that next on G&D here on The Fan. I've taken some heat for my baseball indoors is better than you think it is take, and I know that. But as I'm looking at video last night of one of the light shows in a ballpark late night, it just reminds me that at Nats Park after a home run, unless it's like the 5th inning or later, you can't even really tell that they're doing the cool lights. And really, with the 6:45 starts, which stink on ice for the record, I'm wrong about a lot of things. I was right about the 6:45 starts. They're the pits. But anyway, you got to be at like the 7th inning to really get the full effect of the red lights that they shine after a home run or a victory lights that they do. If they played indoors all the time, every home run is a banger.
It's awesome you've come around on that. We got in a fearsome argument years ago where I was like, after another Nats game got rained out, or it wasn't rained out, or it was in between, and we're like, what are we doing? I go, we need to eliminate this. Every stadium should have a roof. And you're like, no, it's baseball outside's way better. Indoors, baby. Indoors. Eliminate my inconveniences to watch your sport.
I think
That's
the
what I say.
inconveniences are a big part of it. It's comfort though more than anything else. It's just you shouldn't have your day or your trip ruined if
100%.
the time that you're there it rains or whatever.
Mhm.
And retractable roofs, which would always be my ideal, best of both worlds, just aren't practical.
Right.
Because as I talk to more people who are involved in running businesses and teams and stuff.
Like, do the Astros ever open it?
Well, not only that, they don't. The answer to your question is no. It's always closed. But it just costs too much money to build stadiums and ballparks. With
Uh-huh.
It's like $500 million more dollars. We already can't get anything built. You want to tack on another, add a 10, what would it be, like 25% to the project, basically, in terms of the finances? Just doesn't work. Let's go Emmanuel Forbes here, though. This audio was from Channel 9's broadcast of the Commanders game, WSA TV. He was doing an interview on the sideline with Brian Colbert Jr., I believe is his name, from Commanders.com. And he was talking about, as you're going to hear in this clip, basically how much flack he gets at this point and how he's trying to drown out some of the noise. This is last year's first-round pick who was benched a couple times, who's really had a tough go of it.
Oh, I usually don't pay it no mind, I feel like I'm under a microscope. I can't mess up one thing, and it's part of football, people gonna make mistakes, and I just, continue to be myself, and my coaches trust in me, and they tell me, just silence all the noise and just go out there and be yourself. So they encourage me all the time, and they with me all the time, so yeah.
So I had two thoughts on that. But before I give you those, I want to hear what you think, because I haven't asked you this yet.
Mhm.
When you hear him say that, is it as interesting to you as it was to me? That was a kind of, I'm watching the game, I paused, I rewound, and I recorded, and I said, I want to talk about this week. Does it register to you in that same way, or is it just
Of course it does. No, it's basically saying, hey, this got to me. Because even though he qualified it afterwards a couple different times with, I understand it's part of football and I get it and everybody supports me, but it tells you that it reached him, it bothered him.
Well, remember,
and
he
it
got
affected
rid
him.
of his social media account at one point last year.
Yeah.
Do you know, Darius, you're more up on like Commanders Twittery type things. Is he back on social media? I know there was like he was off, he was on kind of thing last year.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen his name on social media recently. I
Okay.
can give me a second. I can confirm.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the general shtick is not that anyone's doing anything wrong. He is the number one beaten down player by the fan base on social media. Is that about right?
I would say it's about right. I'm sure you can nitpick a couple other players here and there, but I would say Emmanuel Forbes probably trends more than anybody else.
Just enemy of the state number one because you were picked in the first round. I think the animosity is not even necessarily toward him. That animus and that vitriol is probably toward Ron.
And he's gone.
Toward the Martys,
Right.
toward the pick itself, because you see what Christian Gonzalez is doing. In fact, he's a really, really good kid. Like legitimately a nice person. I've now interviewed him several times, met him in person a few times. Just a couple of weeks ago out at practice, caught up with him for a few minutes. I mean, he could not be more pleasant. And I root for him for that reason. You kind of root for people, right? But that quote, I feel like I'm under a microscope and I can't mess up one thing. And then he goes on to say, and it is part of football. What he's saying is, this is an imperfect game. No corner is going to go out and put 60 plays in a game on tape that are perfect. I'm going to mess up. I'm going to get beat. I'm going to give up touchdowns. I'm going to give up completions. I'm going to give up first downs. Guess who else does? Name a corner. They all do, by the way. And his point is, but when I do it, it seems like a bigger deal to everybody else. And I think this is true. I agree with him. Period on the sentence, next sentence. I'm sorry, dude, but you were a first-round pick. You're getting that first-round pick money. You're getting that first-round pick treatment after the draft. Everybody was loving you. People are buying your jerseys. You benefit from it just like you get bothered by it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't played very well. And this is no longer high school football where beating up on someone who gets beat is the wrong thing to do, or even college football. Although I would make the case all bets are off now in college, because if I'm allowed to scan your QR code with my phone
right.
and pay you for your catch, I'm sure as hell allowed to say you made a dumb play and that penalty was stupid. So we might need to reevaluate how we analyze and talk about college football and what we're allowed to say and not say, because these are just kids. These are not professionals.
Well, it's also, by the way, very fitting, just back to that discussion that it's Mike Gundy. I'm a man. I'm 40. Don't talk about the kid. You mean the millionaire?
Right.
Whose
exactly.
QR code I scanned? Yeah. Anyway, but yeah.
Under a microscope, I can't mess one thing up. I think that's true because fans, fair or not, to say that they don't like him as a player, I think is accurate, but he's in the doghouse. So until you earn your way out of the doghouse, you're absolutely under a microscope. When you mess up and someone else mess ups, it's a bigger deal because you were in the first round and they were in the fifth round because you're Emmanuel Forbes. So I don't necessarily have great empathy for that. I will say that, yes, I think that the fan base's negativity toward him clearly is not helping and registers. Like it gets to him literally and figuratively. It shows up on his desk. He sees what everyone's saying, and it clearly is bothering him as well.
I went to the DC United Celtic friendly a couple months ago during the summer. DC United's right back made a mistake and let one of the Celtic players run free in the box to finish. What's the right back's name? Exactly. Everyone cares about Emmanuel Forbes and the team. Sorry, scrutiny comes with it. If you don't want it, hand the money back. Go do something else where there's less scrutiny. There's plenty of things where there's less scrutiny. If it bothers you, I'm not yelling at it, I'm saying, but if there's a trade-off that you already alluded to it. A huge paycheck, and attention paid to you and your sport.
Yeah, by the way, when things are going well, you're able to get paid to drink Gatorade, or you get a car that you don't have to pay for. You have a shoe deal. There's all kinds of awesome things when things are going well for you. The bad part is when it's not going well, some people might tweet at you. Get off the internet.
Yeah, it would, and to his credit, he did. And I feel like I'm ripping him. I don't mean to. This is sort of like a general thing where I feel this way about celebrities oftentimes, where it's like, oh, just leave me alone. Now come do my press junket thing where I go on a tour to try to promote the thing to make myself tens of millions of dollars. It's like, well, there's kind of a cost sometimes to doing that. People interested in you, they're going to be interested in you. But back to Forbes. I think he's right that maybe his mistakes are, more vilified or otherwise, but he makes a lot of them. He's not good. And that's the essential takeaway here.
He has not played well.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm ready to say he's not good or if that's the right way to word it. He's not played well.
Say it however you want. At this point, the homework been turned in has been bad.
That is very fair. Aaron Schatz created DVOA and Football Outsiders. He's now one of the analytics guys at ESPN Plus and the chief analytics officer for FTN Fantasy. He had a Jaden Daniels take that didn't sit right with a lot of us who have been watching Daniels play well early on in practice and in the preseason. And I want him to explain that. We'll have him on next here on Grant and Danny. G&D on the Fan in 1 hour, right at 4 o'clock. We are giving away tickets to see Jason Aldean at Jiffy Lube Live on August 30th, 10 days from now. If you want those tickets, you better be locked in ahead of the Blitz in 60 minutes. The exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny's, the law firm Condori and Murad, they'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They're going to help you to draft a will, set up a trust, and create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation, like my parents did, with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Aaron Schatz created DVOA, Football Outsiders. You can see his work on ESPN Plus now. He is a analytics savant, and he's joining us here on Grant and Danny. Aaron, we appreciate the time, sir. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, guys. Doing well.
Appreciate you hopping aboard. I texted you today. I wanted to get you on because of something that you actually had tweeted yesterday. And based on your response to me, I guess you heard about it quite a bit from Commanders.
You may have received some word, Aaron.
I did get some response to what I thought was kind of a throwaway, here's kind of what I'm thinking tweet, nothing backed by stats, not my usual, intensive stats research, just, here's my vibe.
So the gist of the tweet was, and I don't have it in front of me.
I've got it right here.
All right, read it.
This is Aaron. I'm quoting you, so bear with us. I keep saying that this is likely one of the rookie QBs will be very good. One will be very bad, and the others will be kind of below average and typical for rookies. It sure does feel like Caleb Williams is going to be the good one, and Jaden Daniels may end up as the bad one.
All right, so the reason people, I think, were so annoyed or bothered by that in D.C. is, just so you know, all of the coverage has been very, very positive because he's been exceptional at training camp, and he's been terrific in 2 preseason games, albeit with a very low ask, right? It's been a lot of short, safe throws, low ADOT, nothing middle of the field. Yeah. But he's been exceptional by all accounts to this point in almost every way. They named him the starter yesterday. So with that in mind, I guess let's just start with, why do you feel like right now Caleb Williams is most likely to be the really good one? And why would you say Jaden Daniels is most likely to be the bad one?
Surroundings. I mean, this was sort of my kind of, knee-jerk response to Ted Nguyen from The Athletic tweeting something about Terry McLaurin has been lined up at left wide receiver on every of his snaps except one in the preseason. And that just made me go, oh no. Cliff Kingsbury's going to do his thing. It's going to be the same stagnant offense that in Arizona collapsed in the second half of every season because everybody knew what route combinations were coming. And everybody knew that DeAndre Hopkins was always going to line up on the left side of the field. And I was just like, oh no, this is not good. And then I thought about some of the other things that have gone on, like this thing about whether Jahan Dotson is the number 2 wide receiver or not. That doesn't sound too promising compared to the excitement coming out of Bears camp about their top 3 receivers. And, I know there's questions about the third receiver, whether it's going to be Zacchaeus or Diami Brown or Luke McCaffrey. And the offensive line is going to start a rookie 3rd-round pick at left tackle. And so I was just like, golly, given their surroundings, not just what we've seen in the preseason, because Daniels looks good. Caleb Williams has had some times where he couldn't move the ball, and then he's made some plays that are like, no duh. Like, those are the plays that had him picked first. Like, we all knew that he could make those off balance, out of structure throws.
To your point, real quick, I want to jump in on that. He had 2 plays this past weekend, going back and watching his game, that were jaw dropping. The off balance throw off the plant foot, like when he was going kind of right to left across, bottom to top of the TV screen, throwing to his right down the field. And then the scramble drill where he made a defender miss, jumped at the sideline, and then threw it to a Dunze in the back of the end zone. Like, as good as Daniels has been, and he's been unbelievable, we're all very excited. We haven't seen a play like that yet. Like, he had 2 of those in a very short order the other day. So I get the Williams excitement.
Yeah, and also just if you look at the surroundings, right? He's got a offensive coordinator off the Shanahan tree. He's got the 3 really good wide receivers. I would say he's got a better offensive line. But it is, it is questionable to play a rookie at left tackle. I mean, they're playing a rookie at left tackle for Mahomes. So, it's not like you can't get around that with good quarterback play. But I was just like, I just saw the thing about McLaurin lining up on the same side, and I was like, oh, God, it's going to hold him back. And so it was not about whether Daniels is good. And it wasn't about whether Daniels will be good in the future, because lots of rookie quarterbacks have been really bad as rookies and then completely gotten their act together. Like not just Jared Goff, but Alex Smith and Donovan McNabb and Eli Manning and Matthew Stafford. And, you don't judge guys after their rookie season. But that tweet from Ted Nguyen made me just feel like, oh man, the surroundings are not a good thing.
Aaron Schatz with us here on G&D. And then, as you said in a follow-up tweet, sorry, let me make it clear. It feels like Jaden Daniels may end up as the bad one, not through his own fault. I love Jaden Daniels. I wanted the team to draft him coming out of college, and this is awesome. I'm with you in the sense that I love the player, but I actually agree with this. This is the drum I've been beating all offseason, Aaron, is that I think the receiver position is bad. I'm not even talking about like, okay, I think it's bad. It's in the upper 20s, according to the PFF. I don't know what they're doing at line. I'm confused by their complacency when they had cap allocation, had cap money and draft picks to be able to kind of solve some of this stuff. And they didn't really see the need to upgrade. I think they're lowering his ceiling. I guess let's walk through that a little bit. What can that do? You mentioned some of the guys that have recovered. What are some of the scenarios here, the cases where you lower the ceiling this year, and then what does that do for the career? Like, walk me through some of the pathways here for him to still be great.
Well, I mean, there's the first pathway is hire an incredible offensive guru in the second year, and suddenly he gets it. Pathway. That's the Jared Goff pathway. Like hire someone who knows how to use him. There's the rest a little bit and then come back and get the act together once the offense around you has gotten a lot better. That's sort of the Alex Smith way of doing things. And then there's sometimes you just struggle as a rookie and then you get it in year two, which is more like what Donovan McNabb and Matthew Stafford did. So it's not, Daniels, I think, is a great prospect. I mean, the funny thing, the prospect that I'm kind of down on out of these 6 first rounders is actually the one who's not going to play, which is Michael Penix. But I think Daniels and Williams and May are all really good prospects. And so this was not a tweet about Daniels, his own ability or his work ethic or anything like that. You're also, Zach Ertz is like 34, and I know that apparently he's looked good at camp, but he's 34, and I know people believe a lot in Ben Sinnott, but rookie tight ends don't normally do a lot, and so there's a place where you usually give a rookie help where I'm not sure they're really above average. It's just the whole thing is, I don't feel like it's set up for him to be super successful in the first year, which is a bummer because he is super talented.
I want to get back to the Kingsbury part of this discussion with Aaron Schatz, who's joining us on Grant and Danny, but specific to Daniels, because it sounds like really, to sum it up, I mean, this is not a Daniels point. It's a situation point, right? You're kind of calling out the surrounding scenario less than you are discussing him and saying that it may not go well. Do you feel any more confident based on how well things have gone in practice and how he's looked in a couple of preseason games? Not against full defenses led with starters yet, but those 15 throws, or are we still at a point of the season where you're dismissive?
I don't really take positive things off of looking good in the preseason because teams aren't really game planning against you, and you should be able to do some good things. It's more if you look bad against backups and a defense that isn't game planning you, that's probably a problem. But if you look good against backups and a defense isn't game planning you, I don't know if that necessarily bleeds over into your regular season. So
that's my NBA Summer League corollary.
Yeah.
In the Summer League in the NBA, I'm like, if you don't go out and look like a stud, we got an issue probably. But if you're lighting it up, all right, you got a chance to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want the Cardinals were running limited route trees. And the Hopkins was always the exact same play, which made it really easy. If you wanted to line your best cornerback up against their best receiver, you knew where Hopkins was going to be all the time. You don't want to do that with Terry McLaurin. You want to move him around. You want to put him in the slot some. You want to motion him. You want to don't let them just sit and put whoever, I'm trying to think of a team on their schedule that has one really good corner. Don't let them just put Darius Slay on him on every play easily. Move things around a bit.
What's the remedy? Like, what's the fix? Because I think their plan this year, Aaron, is to run it more than people think, including running Daniels maybe an awful lot and sort of go about offense that way. Is that a fix for you, or is that just kind of masking maybe some of these deficiencies?
Oh, I'm an analytics guy. We're never going to say it's a better idea to run the ball more. Although obviously quarterback runs are super efficient and Daniels is awesome at them. But I mean, I think, the hope for their offense is that Kingsbury does switch things up a bit, that he runs a more, chaotic offense than what he ran in Arizona, and that one of the receivers steps up, that Dotson really has a good third year. And, you guys know the reports from camp better than I do about whatever's going on, where suddenly this guy is being questioned as whether he's the number 2 receiver, but they need a good season out of him.
Yeah, badly.
No question.
And if it's not him, they need somebody, De'Ami Brown or otherwise, to step up. Aaron Schatz is with us here on Grant and Danny. All right, then back to Kingsbury specifically. You've mentioned one side of the field having, and I remember that being a big talking point, a major problem in Arizona with Hopkins. What are some of the other weaknesses and strengths, if you've got those as well, of Kingsbury's offense that we should be looking for, areas that you either have long kind of been bothered by or that you think actually are some strengths that others might look into?
There was the limited route tree. It didn't feel like everybody ran, they ran a lot of the same route combinations over and over again. And I'm trying to remember, but I don't think he was very high in using motion. I don't have numbers from 3 years ago in front of me, but I remember that being a thing.
How about strengths?
That many, huh?
Nothing really stands out to me. I mean, well, it's hard, when Kyler Murray was having a really good first half of the season in 2021, I don't know how much was Murray versus how much was Kingsbury. But, I mean, look, one strength is he absolutely knows how to coach mobile quarterbacks, right? Because he did get a really good half a year. I mean, really, really good half a year out of Kyler Murray in 2021. So, that is a positive strength. But look, I was surprised by this hire. I think a lot of people were surprised by this hire, and we'll see. I feel like I'm being really negative towards a guy who, works hard and has had some success, but this is a man who managed to have a losing record with Patrick Mahomes as his quarterback. It's crazy.
In terms of motion, it feels like they haven't run a lot of it in the preseason. And while they were showing what felt like a decent amount of some of the wrinkles and designs, I mean, they ran tempo an awful lot. And
I was going to say
some of that pistol.
They're just not showing anything, and McLaurin moves all over the place.
I mean, that's my hope, but they didn't. I mean, just top of my head, I don't feel like there was a lot of motion, Aaron.
Yeah, that would be a hope. Is that it's just we're putting out the vanilla out there for the preseason, which is what defenses tend to do too, and that once the season comes, there's going to be a lot more moving things around and play action and interesting wrinkles and motion and all of that stuff. That would be the hope. Absolutely.
Aaron Schatz, thank you, sir. We appreciate
you, buddy.
All right, man. It's good talking to you guys.
You got it. Aaron Schatz is outstanding, really sharp number crunching analyst. Created the DVOA stat that is still ubiquitous and used in analytics communities everywhere. And more importantly than just starting Football Outsiders and now at ESPN, one of the folks who has kind of been sounding the alarm since the Kingsbury hiring. Now, I think there's two schools of thought here. Cliff Kingsbury worked with young quarterbacks, and a lot of the guys he's worked with have either gone on to have a lot of success or succeeded while he was with them. You think about Patrick Mahomes, Caleb Williams, Kyler Murray as a short list. He seems like a really good fit for Jaden Daniels in that way. Those guys all made some plays with their feet in varying degrees, dual threat type QBs. I think being around Caleb Williams last year was a similar age to Jaden Daniels, a little bit younger, but dealing with the exact same things in life that Jaden Daniels is, all of that is good. But there are clearly detractors, and Kingsbury, after the tough go of it in Arizona, is going to have to answer the bell here and prove that
There's got to be some adjusting.
A lot of those
There just has to be.
critiques that are backed by just hard, fast numbers and facts, that he wasn't creative enough, that he didn't move guys around enough, that there wasn't enough motion, that either his way works or that he has changed.
Yeah, you would need that. I mean, listen, these are smart folks talking about Peters, Newmark, Dan Quinn to a degree. That had to come up at some point. Why did you guys fall apart every second half? Your offense. What went down there? Answers, adjustments, growth in that respect. Hey, here's something and then you'd find one interview question. Give me another offensive mind that you like in the league, and what do they do that you've now incorporated into your scheme and design? Well, I love how Sean McVay has this guy in motion. I love what Mike McDaniels does. You're hoping that that's the case, because if it's just the same thing, and this is what we talked about when he was hired, you go back and look, these are easy to find sort of predictability things or criticism things where it's Kyler Murray's in the shotgun every single play. Now, is that because he's 5'7" or because that's what Kingsbury wants to do? DeAndre Hopkins is on the left side running routes. Terry McLaurin's been there in the preseason. Is that just him playing the type and showing you that's what he wants, or is this just how it's going to be and he's just going to run his stuff because, damn it, my stuff is that good? This is one of the huge variables, kind of underrated, I would say, heading into the season.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Do you think we see Jaden Daniels Sunday night? I'd be really surprised.
I do not.
Quinn is starting to make it sound like we're not going to. He was on with the Junkies today. He didn't answer the question. He was at the podium yesterday when he named Daniels the starter. Didn't answer the question. His answer when asked about it is something along the lines of, yeah, we're going to see who needs the work at the end of the week. And he's just kind of kicking the can down the road. I just think it's pretty obvious. There was some speculation Daniels was going to play because it's a national TV game. And you've got Drake May playing on the other side for the Patriots. And last week, I think some people took one of his answers to mean that maybe Daniels is going to play in the third game. I've just never thought that was going to be the case. And after naming him the starter, playing him almost a full quarter in the second game, I think they would be setting themselves up to just say he did everything that was asked. Next time you see him is going to be in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I think once you do that announcement, once you do that presser that he did yesterday, that then takes off the impetus or the kind of the drive to have him play in that third game. In other words, if you're still dangling a carrot, he's got to meet a couple more benchmarks. There's a couple more things he needs to do this week or whatever.
So you're saying he hit all the escalators.
You just said everything that you've asked him to do or he needed to do, whatever the turn of phrase is, he's done. And now he needs some more work in the third preseason game. It doesn't quite jive.
To be named starter, but not necessarily to be ready to go beat the Bucs. But they're going to, I think, just do what most teams do. I don't know how many starters around the league are even going to play in this final preseason game. It's going to be pretty slim, I think, unless you're in a competition for a roster spot. There might be 4 or 5 teams that actually use this game to play some football to get ready for football and risk any injuries. We were just talking about the wide receiver room. The 33rd team is much higher on Washington's wide receiver room. That's a site made up a lot of former executives and front office people. They like the Commanders' wide receivers more than most. We'll tell you where they rank them and what they like next on Grant and Danny.
we're trying to feature all the things that players can do. And it's, easier because Terry's Terry and clear cut to where it goes. And a number of the other guys have really brought some nice attributes to the team. Like I love Jahan taking deep routes and in breakers, and I think you saw that in practice on the other day. And I felt Diami getting on top of people and being strong. I've seen, OZ working the slot, aggressive hand. So by that position and finding what players can do, that's our job to put them into that spot. But I don't see it as one person has to be into this space. I just want the guys to be absolutely flying and at their best and competing and playing with urgency. It's not about a number at a position. It's really about just the urgency, competitiveness, contested catches, route running, getting away from press coverage, beating man to man. Those are all the things that I look for, but it doesn't have to be a 1, a 2, a 3. It just has to be really consistent. And I like the group. They're fighting hard. Couldn't think of a better guy to work with than Bobby to help develop them. So we're going to keep finding the things that they can do and then try to hopefully feature them in those best ways.
Dan Quinn taking out the mop, doing a little cleanup after last week when he said very truthfully, and I thought, and I'm happy he did, candidly, they don't know who their number 2 wide receiver is. You and I have talked a lot about this over the last several days. What is a number 2 receiver? Is it the guy that you're going to target the second most? Is it the guy who's starting opposite McLaurin when you only have 2 receivers out there? But that was a breakdown of how they're viewing the non-McLaurin receiving room at this point. And Darius played that because the 33rd team ranked wide receiver rooms 1 to 32 in the NFL. Washington ranked much higher in this ranking than in a lot that I've seen, and certainly than maybe the narrative that we hear regularly.
Mm-hmm. Certainly the drum I'm beating.
The station, callers, what have you. 17th. Basically the median team in the NFL in terms of wide receivers. So when you think about that, the 33rd team, and I think it's mostly Ian Valentino, who's one of their draft and roster experts that they have breaking things down. They've got a pretty high opinion of somebody other than McLaurin. Whether they think this is all much ado about nothing and Dotson's going to play well, or they believe that it won't be Jahan Dotson, but maybe De'Ami Brown's going to have a big season as the third wide receiver over the last couple of years, former third-round pick, now being elevated on the depth chart. Maybe they like Luke McCaffrey. I don't know. Perhaps they have Olamide Zaccheaus jerseys in their closets, and they just think that he's going to be a 60-catch, 700-yard water bug. But they have Washington as the number 17 team in their wide receiver rankings, and we can go over who they're ahead of. But basically, they're saying this is not a bad wide receiver.
Yeah, that narrative
This
stands
is
out.
Median.
Or that evaluation stands out from most, because most of the guys or most of the sites that do it, I've cited a bunch of them, whether it's Pro Football Focus, whether it's Warren Sharp and Sharp Analysis, CBS Sports, ESPN, Bill Barnwell and Company, they've all got Washington somewhere between 20, 21, and then kind of the high 20s. So that stands out. That's a big deal to me to get out of the 20s. And I know it doesn't seem like much if you're talking 21 on Sharp Football Analysis versus 17, but you said it very well. You're now squarely in the middle of the pack, where you could quibble between 17 and 18 or 17 and 14. There's probably not that much difference there. It means that you're much closer to acceptable.
If you're ranking in the mid-20s, you need a wide receiver. If you're ranking 17th, it'd be nice to add a wide receiver.
There it is.
If you're ranking in the top 5, you could probably give up a receiver and still be pretty good. If you're ranking 17th, you can't afford injuries at wide receiver. I mean, we get the difference of the pools and the buckets.
That tier, right?
Number 1, by the way, the Houston Texans, just to give you an idea of kind of how they're viewing things. The Texans have Nico Collins, the former Michigan Wolverine, who came on like gangbusters with C.J. Stroud last year. Stephon Diggs, who they acquired via trade from the Buffalo Bills, who it felt to me like last year was regressing and kind of long in the tooth, but maybe he hits the fountain of youth and the change of scenery, benefits him.
Not have to be the number 1 where all the pressure's on.
Tank Dell, who was awesome last year, is their wide receiver 3. He may end up getting more targets than one of those other 2 guys I just talked about, but he's kind of their slot, their shifty guy. He's small. He was excellent last year. And then they've got some depth down the board. Former second-round pick John Mechie. They traded for Robert Woods at one point in time. Noah Brown, the former Dallas Cowboy. Way down the board is their return man Steven Sims, the former Commander. They've got a pretty deep room. So that's number 1 in the NFL, according to the 33rd team. The number 2 receiver that they ranked, the receiver room, I should say, was the San Francisco 49ers. The Niners with Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, who seems to make every big catch on third down for them. Ricky Pearsall, they just drafted in the first round, was one of my favorite receivers in the country at Florida last year. They also drafted Jacob Cowing in the 4th round this year. They have Ronnie Bell, former Michigan Wolverine, who's a 7th round pick. I don't think Chris Conley makes the team or Trent Taylor, but I mean, they're completely loaded. That's what a great receiver room looks like, by the way.
2 totally different weapons. One, maybe one of the most unique weapons in the sport in Deebo Samuel. The other, we may have heard some stuff about Brandon Ayuk this offseason. He's been in the news.
What have we heard about
He's
him?
been in the news. There's a contract situation. He's going to be
Between
traded.
Ayuk and San Francisco?
Yeah, he might be traded. He might not be.
Does he want to be traded?
He does.
Why would he? He wouldn't come to Washington.
Oh, he would.
But he doesn't want to come here.
No, he does.
He doesn't want to play here?
No, he does.
Oh.
Yep.
Did the Commanders kick the tires on that at all?
I think there was like one text.
Okay.
Maybe like a phone call where it's like, hi, do you want to? No. See ya.
Gold to Houston, silver to San Francisco, bronze medal, number 3 team in the rankings, the Dolphins. Pretty easy one. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. Odell Beckham's on PUP, and I still don't know exactly how good he'll be this year, but they seem to really like him. River Craycraft, the little dude, is like a white receiver. I don't know how to describe him other than he looks like Wes Welker in a Dolphins jersey, and he torched Washington somehow the other day.
Feels right.
I did get hurt in that game. Did anybody see that? He's going to be out for several weeks. I didn't see him get hurt. I just saw him scoring and catching and running and
comfortable.
Looked like, basically Terrell Owens in his prime.
If you said simply for Miami, Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, and Grant Paulson, I'd be like, yep, that's a top 3 unit.
Right.
Like those top 2 guys are doing a lot of
Braxton
lifting.
Berrios, former All-Pro return man. So that's number 3. But here's what caught me about where Washington's ranked at 17, Danny. He has them, Valentino, in the 33rd team, ahead of the Raiders. The Raiders have Devontae Adams and Jacoby Myers. Now, they don't have anything after that, basically. They've got a speed guy in Jalen Guyton who catches a home run a month for the Chargers. Like, you know who that is because he hits a home run every now and then. He's got like Aldrick Robinson light a little bit. Otherwise, it's 3rd round pick last year, Trey Tucker, DJ Turner. I mean, a bunch of guys I don't really know. Some college free agents. So it's kind of 2 and then it falls off a cliff. But is Devontae Adams and Jacoby Myers that's not the starting point of a better receiver group than McLaurin and whatever else we got here?
Adams had a down year last year, statistically, with some quarterback gong shows and some rotations, and head coach got fired halfway through. Still managed 103 catches, 1,144 yards, and 8 touchdowns. Again, we're used to 1,500 yards and double-digit touchdowns. 103 catches.
Yeah.
1,144 yards and 8 touchdowns.
And 9,632 complaints. I don't know if you watched the Netflix show. I loved Devontae Adams until that show. What a whiny, complaining diva that guy is. No one has ever been more annoying than he was to the Raiders last year. They're like, hey, what'd you think of your coach getting fired? I think I did it myself. Like, what do you think about the quarterback getting benched? He's like, I think I signed off on that. Cool, man. Good luck to you. All the best. I mean, he's a great player. Don't get me wrong. But anyway,
I'll take him. I'll take previous 2 years, 3,000 yards and 25 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Come
He's
on.
a beast.
I'll do that.
I've had him number 1 on my list for years.
You can complain to me all you want, Mr. Adams. By the way, if they stink, he might get traded.
Oh, 100%. He's the biggest malcontent when things aren't going well. Did you watch the Netflix show? Go watch Wide Receiver if you don't know what I'm talking about. The series is basically Justin Jefferson being like the nicest, most friendly, amazing, candy-eating, jewelry-collecting dude ever. Who else was on that show? George Kittle, who's a wackadoo. Him and his dad are like praying to rocks before games and just like...
His wife does a party bus for every home game, which is kind of awesome.
What a fun family. What a cool thing. But they're like... His dad's like writing him letters like, breathe in the grass and cut your, shoulder open and put a pebble in there and talk to the earth, Venus. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? I'm kind of doing skits and bits here, but like the whole family is
close
interesting. And then you've got Devontae Adams, who's like, if Jimmy Garoppolo throws one more pass that doesn't hit me in the chest, I'm going to hit him with a baseball bat. Like, that's how I would describe that show. And for legal purposes, I am paraphrasing, and there's some fun.
We're just kidding around.
But really, Washington over the Raiders, Adams by himself, let alone Myers, who's legit, pretty good wide receiver too. That feels like it's better than Washington. They've got the Commanders over the Cowboys. Now that I kind of understand because the Cowboys are CeeDee Lamb and nothing else. The ghost of Brandon Cooks. He aged like 10 years in one season last year, just completely fell off. Jalen Tolbert, their former third-round pick, has never been able to mount to much so far. Like, let's say CeeDee Lamb gets hurt. Who catches passes for the Cowboys this season?
I don't know the answer to
Other
that.
than Brandon Cooks. Tolbert and
Cooks has never really been a volume guy either. So, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
They're in deep trouble.
Kavontae Turpin, is he going to be in the slot or something? I don't understand what their plan would be. Let's go to Vic in Akakeek. Vic, what do you make of 33rd team saying the Commanders have a middle of the pack receiver room?
I'm not mad at it. I believe there is some optimism based on the new coaching staff that is silently being an outlier to that data. I also believe that what they've seen from our quarterback recently and what his upside is has something to do with that distinction as well. But I'm not mad at it. Terry McLaurin is a 3-year, 1,000-yard receiver, and when you have a coaching staff with that type of respectability, you get recognition like that sometimes. There were times in the past when we were good, when we've had a good season before, when we've got some positive recognition. Sometimes it's merited, sometimes it's not. But teams that have good coaching staffs, what they're assuming is you're going to be good because you have guys that are going to hold you accountable and prepare to get the most out of your team. So I'm not particularly mad at it. Just before I go, though, Grant, if you would allow me, Benjamin St. Juice, he should be number 33rd on anybody's list. I'm getting sick of him. He does not play cornerback well. And based on what Dan Quinn is talking about, how you talked about he used the mop, was doing a bit of a cleaning, I pray that he continues to clean up his defensive back fundamentals, or I pray that he mops him off of the field, period.
So if he ranks 33, where does Forbes rank?
40.
Okay. I'm just trying to quantify.
Just on Washington's depth chart? Man.
Yeah. Just making sure we have the depth chart in order here is all. Appreciate you, Vic. Thank you. Have you seen them ranked higher than that anywhere, Danny?
I've not. That's
pretty
the highest
favorable.
I've seen. I mean, and this is one of my pet issues here of this whole offseason, as
You
you
don't say.
guys may have heard, and Grant's sick of it, but this is the drum I've been beating. So I look for this. I have not seen that. I've not seen it NFL.com, CBS Sports, PFF, ESPN. Everywhere that you go, I'm looking for validation. I'm doing the LeBron gif where I'm pointing at it and going, see, don't you see? This is the highest I've seen. If they're right, I'll shut up.
Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Our double play right around 3:45 every day is driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Danny, I got one I could start with.
Please.
That works for you. I saw this story, and I wanted to bounce this off my pals. A couple charge guests $333 a piece to come to their wedding. So it wasn't as though like, hey, you're going to give us a present potentially and we make money that way. They charged money for people to come to their wedding.
So is that just two specific guests or all guests had to pay? Yeah, you know what I mean? Was it just like if you and your wife are coming to my wedding, you're paying me? This was if you come, you're paying.
Maybe the parents and the families got in free.
Couple people got us, yeah.
But I'll read this. This is from ABC 7 in New York. For many couples, their big day requires a big budget. On average, weddings now cost tens of thousands of dollars. The biggest price tag is typically the venue, and that accounts for about 37% of the cost. That was according to the Knot. To cut down on spending, these newlyweds, their names are Nova and Remo Styles, got creative. They thought of their nuptials like a concert. And instead of having the traditional ceremony with the dance party and the reception that you normally have, they said, well, what if we think about this like an event? I said, quote, people choose to go to Beyonce concerts because they know that they're going to have an experience. Let's put the stress on the guests and let's sell tickets for a wedding, Nova said. I was like, babe, people aren't going to come, Remo said. People did come, but there was also pushback. I would never spend money on tickets. I don't care, someone said. Who do you guys think you are, Jay-Z and Beyonce? Somebody also said. The tickets, priced at $333 a piece, earn guests a seat on their double-decker bus and a 12-hour adventure in New York City. Their strategy spared them $70,000 in wedding expenses. So what they essentially decided to do was, rather than having the traditional wedding, they put together an experience for the day where people paid their way like a big party. I think this is the most selfish and horrendous thing I think I've ever heard. Certainly up there. $333 you're charging all of the people who help to make you who you are and who you love, and they love you, who, you know, they're supposed to be here to honor you on the most important day of your life. And you're saying, we'd like you to come honor us, but also pay $333 to do it. Now, the only part of this that I find interesting is that this idea where they didn't just charge a bunch of money to come to the wedding, which I guess you could have done, which would have been worse. They created this experience where you're paying almost for a day of activities. So that makes it a little more stomachable. But I think just generally speaking, if you can't afford the wedding you want to have a different wedding.
So this is the kind of thing where I think differently than a lot of people, I think. And people will read that and recoil. They'll go, my God, that's just poor form. That's so words that like my parents used to use, words like gauche. I'm not even sure what gauche means, but it's that, right? It's just, it comes across, it's just something you don't do in polite society, right? Charge people for the wedding. But here's what's going to happen. Normally, wedding guest spends a bunch of money to buy me a gift, buy the couple a gift for some stuff that we may or may not need. They pay a bunch of money to come to stay at the hotel, pay a bunch of money for this, that, and the other, have the whole experience. Then the couple goes into debt, but we get some nice plates and silverware and like a microwave and stuff like that. This is eliminating one of the parts of the process, right? Where if you're paying for the wedding yourself, if Daddy Warbucks is paying or some in-laws are paying or whatever, fine. But if you're paying yourself, then you take on thousands of dollars in expenses. This is basically cutting that part out, and I don't get any dinner plates, or I don't get any cool like towels with my initials on them or other stuff from our registry. So to me, it's not that crazy. It'll never happen. My wife would never have signed off on something like that.
You don't think that is a selfish bad look?
No, it's cutting out a middle part of the natural process. In other words, if you're coming to my wedding, you're spending a bunch of money.
Yeah,
you're gonna buy me a gift.
Yes, but to just view it as a dollar amount, and that, me out of the kindness of my heart, I don't have to give you a gift, but I'm going to, or that the plate costs X amount of dollars for me to eat or whatever. To just view that as transactional, and hey, if this kind of money is being exchanged anyway, just hand me $333 and we'll dictate what we're doing that day. That's not the same thing.
No, it's cutting out all the different perfunctory kind of like polite things that we've always done. Weddings have always been a certain way. Like you show up to the birthday party and you give the kid a gift. I'd probably rather you instead of a knickknack that I'm going to throw away in 10 years, I'd rather you donate, $20 to my 6-year-old's 529. But no one will do that. It's never really the way it's gone in our history. So I understand people will hear that and they'll recoil. Just because it's not polite. It's not what you was normally done. There's a tradition and a pageantry and these sorts of things.
So you acknowledge it's not polite, but you're not willing to say that that's a bad look or rude.
Well, I think that's how it'll be viewed.
Yeah.
But it's the type of thing where that doesn't bother me near as much as, as it should.
You get the email from your buddies. Hey, it's $666 for you and your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Show up at this time. We're getting on a bus, going on a tour, and then we'll have these activities for the day. This is our wedding. You would say, awesome.
Oh, I'd say awesome. I go, that's unusual. But again, when you start to add it up, I see how we get there, right? In other words, they're going to offset the wedding expenses.
Also,
I don't have to buy them a stupid plate or a hamper.
But who said that? I never saw anything saying that you're not getting
If
them a present.
if there's still a gift registry and they're doing that, then I would imagine runs.
This takes place of the wedding. There's always that on top of the wedding.
Yeah. So if there's a gift registry also where I'm going to have to buy some meaningless, stupid thing for somebody's house, now I'll object to it. But if the point is the money you were going to spend on a gift, help us not go into $50,000 of credit card debt, I don't think that's insane.
I don't know if there's a gift registry or not. I would imagine that they would have that because this is just taking the place of the wedding, which you would almost never spend $666 on for you and as a couple, me and my wife. If we're going, like my sister got married out of the country, we certainly did on that one.
Mm-hmm.
There have been a couple of times if we had to go stay in a hotel. If you add everything up, it might be close to. If I'm a groomsman or she's a bridesmaid, you're going to get over that. But just a normal Saturday, Emily's getting married, we're driving over. You're never spending $700 for that.
No, it wouldn't be that. I mean, I've spent more, I've spent less, everything in between. Weddings in New York, weddings in San Francisco, weddings here when we didn't live here have all cost, a pretty penny. But of course you do it. But I guess my point is, it's the kind of thing. Again, I'm not going to like advocate for it or stump for it or say this is what we should have done to my wife, because there's no way it wouldn't have gone over. It would have been too shocking because nobody does that sort of thing. But to me, I don't know how to put it a different way. If there are multiple piles and I have to deplete one pile just because it's more polite to then fill up the second pile, and then if I'm just changing the piles, that's not that offensive to me. But I know that nobody thinks that way.
The other part of it is don't dictate all of the activities all day for 12 hours.
That's a lot.
I'm sitting on a bus for how long?
That's a lot. We're going where? I don't want to go whitewater rafting.
I'm assuming the bus part of it is not 12 hours long.
Right.
But the bus part of it is going to be, how do you know I want to go on a tour of New York for 4 hours?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The whole thing just sounds.
Yeah, we're not that close. I'm going to go to the wedding and stuff, but I'd like to have brunch or something.
I might just take these photos. I might say, you know what? Enjoy your wedding day. We'll go get dinner next week. You guys are a lot to deal with. Romo and what
was his name? Tony Romo and Reva?
I don't remember.
Reba McEntire and Remain.
Sorry about this, but we can't make it that day. We'll save our $3,000. But let us know when you want to go get a steak over at Randy's, and I'll take you over there and get you a nice meal.
Cut you a check instead of the meal.
G&D on the Fan, a chance for you guys to win tickets if you want to go see a pretty awesome concert. Jason Aldean, Jiffy Lube Live, top of the hour. Your chance to win ahead of the Blitz next right here on the Fan. The Grant and Danny radio program is sponsored exclusively by the law firm Condorian Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you to draft your will or set up a revocable trust, even create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that G&D sent you. That way you'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. As promised, caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congratulations. You're winning 2 tickets to Jason Aldean. It's the Highway Desperado Tour 2024. Friday, August 30th, 10 days out. Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets on sale now. For tickets and more event information, please go to thefandc.com/events. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. The NFL's on deck. The Commanders are in the hole. We start things off on the diamond. Bobby Blanco, MassonSports.com is where we begin on the Nats. Bobby, James Wood hit a 420-foot monster home run in his most recent game on Sunday against the Phillies. For the year, he's hitting 284 with an 830 OPS. Man, has he been good in these first 42 games in a year where none of the top prospects getting called up have thrived right away.
Yeah, I think we talked about this before. I think the Nationals' patience with him is paying off. We were talking so much earlier this season about how, one, everyone wanted to see him up here. He had deserved to be up here with what he was doing at AAA Rogers. But two, like the Nationals' offense itself needed some help. They needed a boost. But I think we got to give Mike Rizzo and the Nats some credit for being patient. I know he had the hamstring injury in June that kind of delayed his debut until July. But, they were patient with him. They waited until they believed he was fully ready to come up to the majors, play every day, and finish off the season here and be successful here. And I think that patience really paid off because we're seeing him really command the strike zone well. He's adjusting better in left field. But, yeah, that pull he hit on Sunday in Philly, and that distance is way short of what it actually was because I was there. It hit the stadium and bounced back onto the field. So if the Phillies don't have a big scoreboard in right field, that thing keeps going. I mean, that was the absolute moonshot.
Bobby, how do we grade C.J. Abrams' season overall? On pace to be maybe a 20-30 guy. I feel like his defense has improved, although there was an article recently that said it's maybe not quite as good as meets the eye. Just give me your thoughts on his year. Only 23 years old, but turned in some impressive counting stats.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster, up and down season for CJ this year. He was an all-star, of course. He started off the season really well. He was clearly their best player. It was such a contrast to how we started last year because he struggled out of the gate. He had a lot of defensive issues, but this year he started off great. And then he hit a lull in May. He had a really terrible May. Got kind of back in June, was named to the All-Star team. And then July was a little bit kind of a mixed bag. He's been struggling as of late. He finally, got a multi-hit game in Baltimore last week. He had a solid game on Sunday in Philly as the Nats escaped with a win. So it is tough to give him an overall grade. There's still a month plus left, so I'll hold off on giving him a final grade for this season. But it has been a mixed bag because he has been inconsistent. At times when he's good, he's their best player. But at times when he's bad, I mean, this team really struggles because they go as he goes. And David Martinez said that a bunch. Like he's kind of their offensive and defensive leader. So if he's struggling, the whole team kind of struggling. Maybe James Wood can kind of pick up some of that pace as well. Because if those two guys get hot, I mean, this is actually a pretty solid team.
One guy that I think the Nats have to be very pleased with, based on how he's performed this year, is lefty DJ Hers, the 23-year-old. When he was called up, there were major questions about would he throw the ball over the plate? Is he going to be throwing balls to the backstop and bouncing balls? And is he going to have the command necessary and even just the reserve kind of on the mound? Can he throw over and keep runners close? Like all these different things. He's got a low 4 ERA through 12 starts, almost 70 strikeouts in 55 innings. It's been a mixed bag to be sure, but a lot of good for a guy who's just 23 pitches tonight. What do you make of his season, and what are we looking out for tonight with DJ Hers?
I think he's a great feel-good story for, I think, this team's front office because they made one trade at last year's deadline, and he was the headline of that Candelario deal. And then he comes up and makes his debut this year. They get him ready. I remember talking to him in spring training, and he was very motivated because he kind of felt a little slighted that he was traded. So he wanted to go out and prove the Cubs were wrong to kind of give up on him or to give him up. And the Nationals were right to bring him in. He really wants to be successful here. And yeah, he's impressed. Of course, that outing against the Marlins sticks out, 13 strikeouts, 6 innings, shutout ball, only 1 hit. He had a little bit of a lull. If you remember, they sent him down right before the All-Star break to kind of give him a reset. And he's been pitching well the second half. And last week, I guess it was, that rainy day against the Giants, his start got kind of thrown off. He only pitched 2 and 2/3 innings, and the 2 rain delays kind of screwed up his start. But over his 4 starts, excluding that start, he's got an ERA under 3. So he's been pitching very well this second half. He has been able to throw the ball over the plate, like you mentioned. He has been able to get guys to whiff at his stuff. I mean, I look back at his start last weekend against Baltimore. That's a tough Orioles lineup, and he kept the S in the game. 6 strong innings right there against a really good lineup. So I think he's been very impressive this year. Hopefully he can finish the season strong and make a strong case to be compete for a roster spot, a rotation spot next spring training.
Bobby, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
We'll see you, my friend. Hit that NFL sounder, please. PFF's Max Chadwick joins us to go around the National Football League. He's got a piece on Jaden Daniels we'll get to here in a moment. But, Max, big picture. These rookies, quarterbacks at least, seem to have hit the ground running here in the preseason. Is this really that good of a class, or is it just kind of, early snow?
I think it's a really good class, honestly. Thanks for having me on, guys. I think you've got a guy like Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, and Bo Nix even looks really good out there as well. I mean, listen, we had 6 quarterbacks in the top 15, which is a new record. So I think it's pretty indicative of how good the class was. And I think you're seeing it so far. I mean, these guys are really good and ready to play immediately. I think Caleb Williams will be the opening day starter. Jaden Daniels will be the opening day starter. Maybe Bo Nix as well. I think you're going to see these guys play pretty early, honestly.
What should we, to Danny's point, though, be confident in taking out of these preseason games? And what is more just kind of, well, of course, he's going to look good. There's not a whole lot happening other than, catch and throw stuff.
Yeah, I think everything's pretty simple right now, offensively and defensively, so not really too much is being asked of these guys yet. But I think what you're seeing is some of the play style, right? I think Caleb Williams, the magical plays are translating to the NFL just as they were in college. I think that's a good sign. Bo Nix is just as efficient as he was in college as well, which is a good sign. Even J.J. McCarthy looks really good in his only preseason game he played. Unfortunately, obviously suffered that season-ending injury, but he looked pretty good as well. So, yeah, I think it's just good to see some of the stuff that you see in college that you hope would translate to the NFL. Some of it is translating over already. So I think, again, not much to glean off of. They're not playing the entire game. But it is good enough to see that, hey, some of this stuff will at least work in the NFL.
Who is your team that you're higher on than it seems like everybody else is?
Oh, good question. I'm actually going to go with the Chicago Bears. I think the Bears are maybe going to be a playoff team this year. I think Caleb Williams will make that kind of impact on this team day one. And, I mean, I could see him having like a C.J. Stroud type of year with all the supporting cast he has. And, Stroud took the Texans from one of the worst teams in the league all the way to the divisional round of the playoffs. I think that Caleb Williams could have a similar type of impact on the Bears this year, too. So I think the Bears are a team that I think could be pushing for a wild card spot in the NFC playoffs this year.
I know you were working on some Jaden Daniels content recently. Obviously, we can't get enough discussion on Daniels here in D.C. right now. What did you find?
I just think Jaden Daniels is a really good quarterback. I was lucky enough to interview him last year before his Heisman Trophy season. He's a great kid. I'm really excited to see what he could do day one for the Commanders as a starting quarterback. And he's a really elite rushing threat. I think that will immediately be evident. I think he'll be a guy that'll be day one of the top rushing quarterbacks in the NFL. The question is just how is the passing going to translate? Because I think LSU made it a little bit easy on him last year with all the weapons they had and how simple the concepts were. But he's shown immediately that he can be a capable passer in the NFL. So the rushing should be great immediately. And I think as a passer with Cliff Kingsbury, we'll see how it progresses. But I'm excited to see what he could do day one for the Commanders.
How does that NFC East go? Last year, Dallas 12-5, Philly 11-6 with that collapse. The Giants 6-11, 2 of those wins against Washington. Feels like they always handle the local 53. And then, of course, Washington in the rear view at 4-13. Does that order shuffle up at all to you, Max?
I think it might. I think, you look at the division right now and how it's shaken out. And, I think what is it? You have a different division champion in the last, 20 years, basically.
Decades, yeah.
It's kind of crazy. It's crazy how it shifted. So I think it's possible. I think the Eagles would be my pick to win the division right now. So it would change a little bit. And I think Dallas is right there as a potential playoff team too. And then I still think the Giants and Commanders are pretty a ways away from competing in that division. So I think they're still probably going to be having maybe top 10 picks in the NFL draft. So I think it's still pretty much what we're going to see from last year. It's the same thing this year.
PFF's Max Chadwick covers the NFL and college football. Before we let you go on the college game for a moment, Heisman Trophy candidates for this football season, I'd imagine, just top of my head, Carson Beck at Georgia, Quinn Ewers at Texas, maybe Shedeur Sanders, Colorado, although he's probably not going to have the good enough record to win it. Like, those guys are in the convo. Am I wrong? Who am I missing?
I think you're right. I think those are some of the guys in the convo. The one I'm actually picking to win the trophy this year is Dylan Gabriel, the quarterback at Oregon. I think they have the best offense in college football. Bo Nix was actually a Pac-12 championship away from winning the Heisman Trophy. He was a betting favorite heading into conference championship weekend, and then after losing to Washington, Jaden Daniels took over and ultimately won the trophy. I think Dylan Gabriel can have a similar type of impact this year and put up huge numbers. It's kind of like that Bo Nix mold for that Oregon offense. I think Jackson Dart, the Ole Miss quarterback, is certainly a top candidate as well. But yeah, I would say Dylan Gabriel and Carson Beck. Those are my two kind of clear front runners for the trophy as of right now.
Do you have Oregon then as a national championship contender? Like, what's your seating at the top of the board for rankings?
Yeah, I think Oregon, I think there's a pretty clear top three teams in college football. I think Oregon is one of them. I think you put Georgia and Ohio State as the other two teams in the top three right now. And like I said, Oregon has probably the best offense in the country and a really good defense too. I mean, those three teams of Georgia, Ohio State, and Oregon are pretty complete all around. Honestly, there's not a lot of weaknesses in any of those teams. So yeah, I think those are the top three right now. And I think Oregon absolutely can be a national title contender.
And then last one on Colorado and Deion Sanders. What is the expectation for them? And what has to happen for him to either be viewed this year as having had a great year, or the flip side, like be on the hot seat?
Yeah, I think honestly, hot seat is nuts to even be talking about for him. I mean, people got to remember how bad this Colorado program was before he got hired. They had a 1-11 record in 2022. So yeah, 4-8 doesn't match the hype that they got, but also like that's a 3-win improvement of what they had the year before. And also, listen, we're talking about Colorado on the air right now. We weren't doing that 2 years ago, right? So I think Colorado would be foolish to ever think about firing Deion Sanders, at least right now. I mean, he truly has that program in the discussion, which is something that they haven't had in a long time, right? So I don't think he's not going to be on the hot seat for any time soon. It's honestly whether he wants to keep coaching after his son leaves, or both of his sons leave, is the question. But I think a successful year this year, improve on that 4-8 record. They certainly have the talent to do it. They did a great job in the portal of addressing their needs on the offensive and defensive lines. I think a 6-6 record, make a bowl game, maybe even be better than that. 6-6 is the expectation. I think anything more than that should be seen as a success for Colorado.
Max, thank you, buddy. Have a great week.
Thanks, guys.
See you, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder, Dares. By God, in person, that's Chris Russell, fresh off his podcast on The Deuce, here in studio with your pals. Rooster, I actually found myself agreeing with you.
Oh, no.
No, it was good. You were making one of these good points, and I was nodding in my car, and I was like, what does that say about me?
One of the rare good points.
No, you've made ones of good points over the years. Here's one, though. Are you surprised at what this Washington foosball team showed in the preseason?
Yes.
In terms of some of the looks, formations, go into that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, the stuff we can all see. Up-tempo by design. I thought they were going to save that. It's not, reinventing the wheel, but I thought they were going to save that, dictating when we did that, how much we did that, taking Todd Bowles a little bit by surprise in the season opener. Okay. So the no-huddle stuff, tempo by design. I think some of the formations that they've used, I'm blown away that Cliff Kingsbury tipped his hand on that. I mean, I have seen formations go back to the De'Ami Brown audible check, 5-receiver set or spread. Okay, not anything, again, reinventing the wheel. Surprised we saw that. The other day, they came out in a modified wishbone, 2 tight end H-backs lined up left and right, Jaden in the middle of that, and Brian Robinson behind that. They ran that a couple of times.
Very feeling himself Greg Roman era right there.
Yeah. And they ran it once and they passed it once out of that formation. They ran a 2x2 against the Jets. They ran a 3-bunch receiver cluster, like a triangle cluster to the right with one receiver on the other side the other night with Driscoll in his first series. Again,
what did you think they do though? Just line up?
I thought they would go as vanilla could be, like vanilla ice cream on a hot summer Sunday.
The only thing I'd say is they haven't really run anything conceptually crazy after the snap. Like
No,
but
I agree.
I'm
I agree with
surprised
you.
they've shown read option to that
Well,
point.
and that's the other thing that I didn't get
keeper,
you. Yeah.
like that was
three of them.
pulling Sinnott,
Yep.
Ben Sinnott the way that they did.
Yep.
And I'm surprised they've shown no huddle and the tempo. So I get some of what you're saying for sure.
I thought they would be 2 receivers or every team runs 75% 11 personnel, 3 receivers. So I thought we'd see that. And I thought we'd see Terry here and whoever Diami here, and then a bunch of goobers on the offensive line here.
I think you just got to figure out what Jaden likes, what he can do, what he can't do.
That's fair.
Also, who were we talking to the other day that said, if you show some things, teams now have to prepare for it. Like Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes,
I was positing. I was like, maybe that's why.
Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes went to their behind the back play, so that now you got to know that they got that in the playbook.
That's fair.
Who's going to be the second highest targeted receiver on this team outside of McLaurin? Wideouts.
Oh, just wideouts.
Yeah. Number 2 in targets this year.
I don't know. I'm feeling my oats a little bit too much on this one. I'm going to say Alameda Zacchaeus. I think he can work. I know he can work outside. I know he can work inside. So he's got the versatility. I think he's more physical than Jahan Dotson. I mean, Jahan Dotson the other night, guys, I don't know if you saw this, but he was engaged in a block on an Alameda Zacchaeus little slip screen to the left side. He's fully engaged, 5 yards ahead. He's doing everything right. He loses his block, and the guy gets around him, and Zacchaeus gets blown up for a 2-yard gain. Please. I know you're not 6'4". I got it. I know you're not 225. Got it. Please be more physical. That's all they're asking for. A little more hustle, a little more effort, a little more of this. I think Alameda Zacchaeus, because he can play inside and outside, because he's a veteran receiver, even though he's a little smurfish for me, I think he'll be probably – I got to see it with Diami. I'm sorry. I just got to see it with Diami.
What position are you most worried about?
Oh, a total overall? I'm going to go – I mean, the easy answer would be corners. I'm going to go pass rush. Even though I think they've got a lot of guys, I don't know if they have great guys. And until I see Johnny Newton actually be able to stay on the field, I'm going to consider him Fidarian Mathis, and I'm going to consider him a non-factor. And I don't know if Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne are just going to automatically, because they have different coaching, wake up and, I don't know, play like it was 2 years ago.
How much they're going to get out of Zach Ertz? Like this version of Zach Ertz.
If he's standing, they'll get, if somehow he plays, I don't know, what do you say, 15 out of 17 games?
Sure.
Let's just call it 15 out of 17 games. I think they get 60 catches out of him. Maybe 5 touchdowns.
60 is a boatload.
That'd have been third on the team last year. Yeah.
I mean, if he plays 15 games, that's what, 4 per game? I think that's reasonable.
I mean, just 15 games is a boatload.
Yeah.
For him,
no,
too.
and I do think, I mean, CK and I were just having this conversation out there. I think John Bates, he told me a week and a half ago, I think the day you and I were out there, that he feels not only great, but he like worked on his passing game or whatever. We've seen little glimpses of that.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying, I think
Reenie's
John Bates.
Don't believe me.
No.
Don't believe.
I
You
think,
don't have to do this.
I think John Bates can be a bigger contributor in the passing game than he has been. Period.
Just so you know, whatever that is
Uh-huh.
that you just did, that's your thing. I don't know what that means necessarily to you.
Yeah,
but
you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what
Like,
you're saying.
Hey, man.
That's not dying on a hill.
It's not a
saying
hill
you're
dive. You
dying
do
on a
that too.
hill, but John Bates going to be an X factor in the pack. He's going to catch a ball and fall over shortly thereafter.
They're going to play 12 personnel all the time.
I agree.
Not all the time, but a lot of the time. He's going to be on the field all the time. He's their best blocker.
But
He's their only blocker.
What's your point? He's going to catch some passes?
Yeah. He's going to catch
more or less than
30
last year.
passes.
30? What bet do we want to make on that?
How about a dinner at Philomena?
I love it.
Silly.
Great Italian restaurant.
you guys tooted your horn about Philomena and send all the pictures that made me just die with hunger.
When you do live radio, you can finish top 5 and get some bonuses, and you can go out to dinner.
When I'm back in the major leagues?
Yeah.
30 and a half catches,
Yeah.
Rainey. That's going to be the over on
All
that.
right, I'm going to take the over.
You go over.
30 and hook.
I'll go under.
All right.
Captain John Bates. You are precious. Thank you, sir.
I mean, would you like me to bring back Jim Haslett?
We know you.
He's available.
Him and Chase would both be on your staff. We know that. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Russell on your Beltway Blitz. We're Grant and Danny. You're listening to the Fan. 5 o'clock, the audio vault is loaded today. We got a ton of great audio clips. Been scouring the web for a few days to give you a good audio vault. That's coming up in about 40 minutes. Next, ESPN went best case, worst case for every single team. What about the Commanders' best and worst case? This is Grant and Danny. The Nationals are back home. We will get you a preview of Nats baseball before we get out of here in the 6 o'clock segment. We're done at 6:15. Tonight, we'll get you a weather report and starting lineups, all coming up on Grant and Danny. But we've been talking about Commanders training camp, which resumes with a practice tomorrow at 1 o'clock out at the facility. All of our camp coverage and Commanders talk this week presented by Paul Henry's window installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Danny, you had your attention on an ESPN piece on the best and worst case for every single NFL team and what it might mean for Washington.
Yeah, interesting exercise, right? I like stuff like this an awful lot where, for example, last year for Washington, that was the worst case, right? Everything went poorly that possibly could have gone poorly. There were winnable games that, of course, they didn't win. They beat the Broncos by 2, but, you lose to the Jets by 2, close game, missed field goal here and there. You could have had a couple more wins very easily. I'm not saying they were a good team, but the bottom really does have to fall out for you to pick second overall in the draft. Conversely, you look at a couple years ago, like Philadelphia, when they went on that unbelievable run, they were great, but they weren't, 14-2 great, 14-3 great. They probably should have been 12-5, 11-6. So this kind of goes into that, right? Looking at the ranges for each team, the usual suspects that you'd anticipate if everything breaks right, health, MVP caliber season from your quarterback, etc. Teams like the Bills, the Ravens, Cincinnati, Kansas City, San Francisco are in that 13-14 win plateau. Their worst case scenarios, guys get hurt, bottom kind of falls out. Their floor is only a 7-10 type thing. Then there are the middling teams where maybe if it's true, we might win 9 games, but our floor is disaster, right? Like what happened to Washington last year. So just going to Washington specifically, what would you guess their best case scenario is? Because these are pretty in line with, I think, how we view a lot of these teams.
Best case scenario, I would think the national perspective is 9 wins. I would say 10 wins. But best case scenario is Jaden Daniels plays an outstanding rookie year, wins offensive rookie of the year, and makes everyone around him better. And they're an above 500 team that's competitive in December for the playoffs. I could see them winning 10. I'm old enough to remember Robert Griffin in 2012 in a division championship and the week 17 play-in game against the Dallas Cowboys. So that would be my answer is a 10-win season, but I'll bet the expectation nationally is a little lower than that.
Hit it on the head. 9-8. Worst case scenario was 4-13. So,
I would say the worst case scenario is like 5-11. Or I guess now it'd be 5-12.
Right. Maybe a win and or loss better.
So I'm actually
in each case.
game. Yeah, I'm a game.
You're a game better each time.
In each regard. I think their ceiling's a little higher and their floor is a little higher.
But so some of their contemporaries that are in there, the Minnesota kind of fits that same bill.
Did they do this before or after the JJ McCarthy injury?
Great question. I think it's probably before, because it was before this weekend, and that's when the announcement happened that he was going to be out for a long time.
He got hurt a week ago in the week. It's been over a week since he
but how serious it was had to happen. I guess maybe it was
Monday
published
Tuesday last
before.
week.
Yeah, maybe before the surgery. I don't know, either way. But that's theirs. Looking at some of the other teams that might fit, the Giants had the exact same profile, 9-8 versus 4-13. Good and bad.
I don't see nearly as high a ceiling for the Giants because you can't really convince me. While I don't think Daniel Jones is as horrendous as maybe the perception online might be, we've seen him play at a high level already once. It got them a playoff win. It got them, the road victory in Minnesota when they lit up a bad defense and got a coordinator fired, and then they got worked the following week. But what is the best case scenario for Jones at this point with a really good receiver in Neighbors? That he's just middle of the pack. He can't be a transcendent talent, I don't think. Jaden Daniels could be a wave a wand over a team and have the kind of year as a rusher and a passer where all of a sudden you win the division because he's that good. He's the best athlete on the field. Daniel Jones doesn't have that club in the bag. So don't you agree that the upside for Washington, if everything goes your way, is higher than it would be for the Giants?
It's a great question. I mean, the Giants defense is really good, and I don't think Washington's is. So you saw the Giants in a few games last year. Again, I'm not telling you they're a good team. I think they're going to stink. I think they're going to be right back where they were this past year. But, you lose a game by a point. You lose a field goal game. They lost that Jets-Giants rivalry game, which was one of the worst games in league history. Quite frankly, it was ugly and hideous, and backup quarterbacks abound, and offense was at a premium. But to me, it's Jones has, a play every other week because he's got Malik Neighbors. They're winning some grinded out games on defense. Brian Burns forces a turnover here and there. probably a little lower ceiling than Washington to me, but not by a ton.
Is the Giants defense supposed to be really good? They have a great defensive line. I think they'll rush the quarterback. So you're obviously going to be pretty solid, but their secondary is nothing but questions.
Yeah.
They lost their terrific safety from a year ago. And now it's a bunch of guys either I haven't heard of or that are very, very young draft picks. They've just drafted a nickelback in Drew Phillips in, I think, the 3rd round, well after Sanders still was going to start right away. They drafted a safety in the 2nd round that's probably going to start on that team this year. I love Dexter Lawrence up front, Brian Burns on the edge, having the ability to have Kayvon Thibodeau come off the other edge potentially or moving him around. I think they're going to have him standing up, playing a little more linebacker, like edge rushing in that way. They got some players, but I don't know. What is the strength of that team, I guess, as we think about it? I'm trying to even make the case for them getting to 10 wins.
It's a defensive front. I mean, it's Lawrence, it's Burns, it's Thibodeau.
Sure, I'm saying other than that, what do they hang their hat on? I think they've got a couple of really good players at one position group.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Washington the last few years.
Mhm.
Now, if Jaden Daniels isn't unbelievable, then there's obviously no hope for Washington to be over 500 either. But my point is, we know that Daniel Jones does not have the ceiling of transcending that organization this year. We don't know that about Jaden Daniels. If Daniels has the Griffin 12 year or the Dak Prescott rookie season, or he's CJ Stroud from last year, see the Texans. They won 10 games in a division that wasn't great. That's the other thing about the East. The Cowboys are probably coming back to the pack, right?
To some degree,
They
yeah.
had a terrible offseason. Their running back room is bad. Ezekiel Elliott in 2024 is their starting running back. He hasn't been good in 3 years. The Eagles, I think, will win the division, but last season they had to fire both coordinators.
Yeah, they fell apart.
They're entering the year with their head coach already on the hot seat. Supposedly, the head coach and the quarterback have friction and don't get along great. And oh, by the way, the quarterback, who was unbelievable 2 seasons ago, was mediocre at best last year. So I don't think it's crazy to say the NFC East might not be that good.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it's near one of the. I think it's a middle of the pack division with a few. That maybe you may be the best of this group, but how much of a threat are you really? I mean, I think Philadelphia is going to surprise some people, but
it's not AFC South a year ago bad. But I guess my point is, if Jaden Daniels could be CJ Stroud somehow, you could get in a win-in Week 18 game where you go 10-7, a la the Griffin 2012 Washington team, or like the Texans last year. Don't you think? Like if a couple things go wrong with Philly, you couldn't see a final week game where you get in, you're tied, and you have a tiebreaker over the Eagles at 10 wins
for the division.
I can see that.
Yeah, I think that's a bit more than I'm willing to do. Just again, the NFC is nowhere near as deep as the AFC. And that's obvious, right?
I'm not saying it's realistic. I'm saying this is the best case scenario, correct?
Right. So my ceiling's a little bit lower than that. My ceiling would be one of the two teams, it's Philly or Dallas, wins the division. You're sniffing around in the hunt for a wild card, but I just think there are too many bodies to climb over, right? There's too much, Green Bay, Chicago on the rise. Detroit is now pretty much a staple. Go to San Francisco. The Rams were 10-7 last year, and if Matt Stafford's healthy, they're a threat. Seattle's always 8-9 or 9-8. Not like they're any good, but again, who are we talking about, right? So for me, I had the ceiling a little bit lower. I mean, the example I always point to, CJ Stroud is the case, right? Lightning in a bottle. Texas goes from moribund, disastrous to playoff team. My counter is always Justin Herbert. Had the best rookie season anyone's ever had for a 7-win team. I think that's kind of the ceiling to me, not 7 wins, but that under-talented, bad in some spots. We didn't even try to fix all the things. We acknowledged we couldn't, so we didn't even try. Group that is going to muddle along and win a couple games here and there on fight and grit, but it's like that Gibbs return year 1 to me.
Totally. But Herbert's excellence and that team being bad kind of were part and parcel, I think, like hand in hand. His excellence was he threw for 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns, or whatever the numbers were.
Mm-hmm.
And it's partially like Deshaun Watson did a couple of years before.
Because they're trailing a lot.
When everyone went nuts, because it was a 4-13 team that was terrible, and they're throwing and they're behind incessantly. So yeah, you put up big numbers. And I'm not saying it's easy to do that. No rookie had been able to, and there have been a lot of bad teams. But when you throw it as much as Lombardi did that year, and that offense did, I think that is doable. Whereas a Daniels, like if Daniels is great, it's not standing in the pocket throwing when you're behind. If Daniels is great, it means he's running all over the place. He's making plays with his arm as well. And maybe the team's better. And yes, there aren't a lot of guys like CJ Stroud last year, but I'm open to the possibility that the game is now resembling college more than it ever has before. Like the difference between running an offense on a Saturday and running an offense on a Sunday, would you agree, is the closest that it's ever been in terms of personnel groupings, formations, what's asked of you. Like, again, before 2012 and Kyle Shanahan's offense, we hadn't seen the pistol and read option in the NFL, really, that Chris Alt offense. No chance. No one did that. And now it's just kind of ubiquitous if you've got a dual threat type quarterback. So maybe, yeah, Stroud was unprecedented last year, but maybe we'll see more of that. Maybe it's easier to have that type of season where it was an impossibility 5 or 10 years ago. But I want to know your records, best case, worst case next. And then I want to open up the phones for people on this as well. 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines, 800-636-1067. Also, we can read a little more from what they had to say about the Commanders. But the question is, what's the best case scenario in terms of wins? What's the worst case scenario in terms of wins? What does that look like for you this year for the Commanders? We're Grant and Danny. case for the Commanders in light of ESPN answering that question for every team this week. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. So I have the best case, and it's unlikely, and I'm not predicting this in any way. 10 wins because Jaden Daniels was incredible. He wins the Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's an unstoppable weapon, and the entire organization changes overnight. Not expected, but could happen when you draft a guy who just had the greatest season in the history of the SEC at quarterback, maybe. Worst case scenario, I think the floor has been elevated by a lot of the 1- and 2-year deals they signed veterans to. I think the amount of improvement on this coaching staff, just better coaching, is going to be worth a win or two. Having an upgrade at the most important position, assuming you can keep him healthy, is worth a win or two. And I am assuming Jaden Daniels is healthier, because I'm not even going to go down the road of if Marcus Mariota and Jeff Driscoll are starting games for this team. Trace McSorley's got a Week 15 start or something. I'm not playing that game. So I'll just say 5 wins. And I think the truth is probably closer to the 5 than the 10. They're probably a 6-7 win team. I'll say 7. But 5 to 10 is my range of bad to good here.
So my ceiling's just a hair lower, 9 and 8. I pretty much actually have exactly what ESPN does in this. And the floor, they have 4 and 13. I think that's too low. I just don't see everything going wrong again. What you had last year was the perfect storm of badness. Terrible personnel decisions and management over the course of multiple years. A quarterback decision that blew up in their face. Commitments to players that weren't any good. Just every possible bad coaching decision. Everything that you could do wrong, they did wrong, and they still had a chance to win 6 or 7 ball games, right? I mean, again, it took everything possible for the bottom to fall out for that 4 and 13 team, getting everybody fired, and now we have everything brand new. So to me, their floor is probably a 5 and 12 situation. That's, again, if everything is terrible, everything goes wrong. That's if Daniels is hurt. That's if a couple of the new players on defense don't pan out, or you're missing John Allen for 6 weeks. Crap like that. I still don't see the bottom falling out for a 4 and 13 team. I just don't think they can be that bad again.
I just don't think there's a path to Jaden Daniels being awesome and them being a 4 or 5 win team. First and foremost, quarterback's just too important and has too much influence on the operation largely, especially when we're talking about a dual quarterback. Like, it's one thing to stand in the pocket and put up numbers as a passer, and you could do that sometimes when you're in front, when you're tied, when you're behind. You mentioned Herbert's rookie year. Like, there are plenty of quarterbacks, if you look year in and year out at the leading passers in the league, who might have a lot of numbers, but they weren't on good teams necessarily. I think in Jaden Daniels' case, this is not a pocket passer who's just going to stand there and pick defenses apart coming from behind. Like, an awesome season for him to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, he's rushing for 700 yards. You know what I mean? Like, he's having a epic year as not just a passer, but as a rusher. And I think that explosiveness is one of the more efficient ways to move the football. It's one of the more effective ways to have a really good offense. And you and I harp on this show quite a bit. If you have a really good offense, you're not a bad football team. You have a really good offense, you don't go 5 and 12. Now, you're not going 4 and 13. Doesn't happen. So if he's running as much as I think he is early in the season, I think he's going to make plays. And the question is, can he protect the football? And to his credit, at LSU last year and throughout training camp and in the preseason, he has never really put the ball in harm's way. Like, that's the thing that's maybe been most impressive that we haven't talked
a
lot about. The ball is almost never near defenders. Now, in the 2 preseason games, aside from the one deep shot where Diame was open down the sideline anyway, he hasn't really thrown a ball with a degree of difficulty enough to even think about throwing a pick. I haven't looked at his expected completion percentage, but I'd imagine he's been 12 of 15 in the preseason. The only of the throws where the completion percentage would have been expected lower than it was maybe that deep shot to Brown. But he's completed 80% of his passes. I'd imagine the expected number is right around there. Like, my point is, it's not a degree of difficulty yet. But if you're not turning the football over at quarterback and you're making plays with your arm and your feet, you're going to have an okay offense. And I think there's going to be a lot of that in the early going. There'll be adjustments. And that's my big question, is when teams adjust, what happens with Washington? That's the 2012 thing.
Right.
But I think we're a long ways away from that.
Yeah, the thing I worry about is on that front, and again, I've helped on this a million times over. I'm sure everyone's sick of it. But I think their design is we're going to run it a ton. Daniels will run it some, a bit more than you think. We're going to feature the run. We're going to try to control the clock down and distance, even if we're playing tempo, etc. I just don't think that's enough to actually have a good offense. See what I'm saying? Like I think that it'll look more like Scott Turner's calling the plays after Ron Rivera went and talked to him than it will what we all want, which is a diverse. We have no idea what's coming. Versatile. Holy crap! This is so much fun. No one has any idea where the ball's going every play because there's 2 ball fakes and and then the drift play or this, that, and the other.
I mean, the Ravens have a really good offense every year.
They do. That's a great organization. This is,
but I'm saying doing it that way. It just depends how good he is at it, right? I mean, Baltimore. How long have we talked about involving their wide receivers?
Yeah, well, they've tried at wide receiver for 10 years. They can't get it right. They draft a guy high every other year. Washington has been content to do whatever this is.
But my point is, with the running the football and the misdirection and all these things, they were the number 4 offense in the league last year. They were the number 11 offense or 12, it looks like maybe in yards per play in 2022. In the Greg Roman days when everyone killed them because they didn't make enough plays, they were never below a middle of the pack, good NFL offense.
Sure. I mean, they're the best at that. They've been that under Harbaugh the whole time, regardless of what
I'm just saying there's a path to being a good offense that way. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I think that's fair. I think it's hard to shoot the moon that way. It takes something extra special.
I think he's a better passer than Lamar coming out. I don't think
at this stage. Yeah.
Like to me, that's the cheat code is the stuff where he just, oh my God, he just ran for 59 and scored a touchdown. There's going to be a few of those this year. Or he just took someone's soul and he went for 57 and it's 1st and goal from the 8 or whatever. He got angled out of bounds. But if you're also making the plays through the air, then you have a path to, potentially really, really good offense.
Yeah. And to me, the path through the air part is the part that's too much of a variable, and not because of Daniels. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Like, if you play against a team with a good cornerback or a defensive coordinator that knows the Terry McLaurin is going to be on the left-hand side, do you have answers? And I think that's the hard part.
I will promise you this is one of the most loaded audio vaults we've ever had.
Let's go.
Coming your way next. Great audio from Tom Brady, Tua Tagovailoa, Peyton Manning makes a cameo, Travis Kelce, Jim Irsay. We got it all on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Thanks for listening to the show. We gave away tickets an hour ago to Jason Aldean at Jiffy Lube Live. Our guy Money Metal Chris gave those tickets out. I guess the winner was fired up, right? I'd imagine they're steamed up for the concert. Big Jason Aldean fan. We got another pair we're giving away tomorrow right at 4 o'clock. So make sure you're listening. That is a hot ticket in town. All of our training camp and football coverage on the Fan today is brought to you by our friends at Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Danny, I told you, I've been putting a lot of work into finding some audio.
You've been talking about this audio vault for a couple days.
Darius and I have been logging the midnight oil, sending clips. It is time to enter the now very creepy audio vault. Again, I don't know how we got here with the Halloween audio vault.
Tales from the crypt. I'm like, whoa.
You'll never see your parents again. What? I just
Any
wanted,
last words? Like, no, dude.
I just wanted to play a funny clip. I just wanted to see what Tom Brady said about quarterbacks. All right, this is some of the best audio we found online. Brady on rookie QBs. By the way, Tom Brady did a big interview with Stephen A. Smith on stage. I don't know what that was. It looked like a live podcast or something last night. Don't really care what it was, but it was basically a Stephen A. Smith extravaganza.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Brady answered some questions that made me go, this guy is going to be very good as an analyst and a broadcaster. Thoughtful, just said things that were smart. I don't know if he's going to get the timing down right away or the in-game part of it. The broadcasting part of it has to come. But Tom Brady is going to add a lot as just a football thinker in this industry. But this was Brady on rookie quarterbacks.
There used to be college programs. Now there are college teams. You're no longer learning a program, you're learning a playbook. And the program is ultimately, like at Michigan, for me, that was a pro-style program. 5 years, I got to learn how to drop back pass, to read defenses, to read coverages, to be coached. I had to learn from being 7th quarterback on the depth chart to moving up to 3rd to ultimately being a starter. I had to learn all those things in college. That was development. Then I went to New England, and I was developed by Coach Belichick and the offensive staff there. I didn't start my first year. I think it's just a tragedy that we're forcing these rookies to play early. But the reality is the only reason why they are is because we dumbed the game down, which has allowed them to play. It used to be thought of at a higher level. We used to spend hours and hours in the offseason and training camp trying to be a little bit better than next year. But I think what happens is discourages the coaches from going to deep levels because they realize the players don't have the opportunity to go to a deep level, so they're just going to teach them where they're at.
A lot in that clip, but the juxtaposition between a football program and a football team in college, I thought that was brilliant. I loved it. I also can't help but think about Jaden Daniels and to a lesser extent, Bo Nix. Two guys who are older as rookies who played in college forever in Nix's case and almost forever in Daniels' case. Two guys who have been at multiple programs and had to learn multiple offenses from multiple coaches and really did basically develop over time rather than just being prospects who are now 21 and drafted and ready to play in the league. But I thought that was a really, really smart point about I went to a football program.
Yeah.
Now you go to a football team.
It's a contrast I hadn't thought of before, but I understand exactly what he meant after he kind of gave his follow-up and explanation there. I tend to agree in large part. The guys have gotten faster and stronger and quicker. And, you know, it used to be, it was crazy if there was a 300-pound lineman, they would feature it. John Madden would go on and on about how this guy was 300 pounds. Now high school kids are 300 pounds, and it's normal that, you know, in everybody's conference and division, there's a half a dozen guys that are that big. Just the world has changed in that regard. And I know that the concepts and ways people view certain things is really advanced, and have all these different trends and things like that. But the game has changed. I do think it's dumbed down to a degree. And the positive way that we think of it, like there's a lot of Saturdays on Sunday now. Well, there was a reason there used to be such a huge dividing line. Yeah, part of it was you guys started to throw more at lower levels. But the other part is the idea that you put your quarterback in harm's way when he's going to be in harm's way anyway, just being in the pocket seems crazy, like a crazy concept for so many different years. But now it's commonplace. If you don't have a guy that can make plays off schedule, do you even have a guy, bro? I mean, it's kind of where the league is at this point. So I think there's a lot to that. But the only counter I would offer is sometimes someone can. Sometimes a rookie's really good, and you could just play that guy. There's no hard and fast rule.
How about this from Tua Tagovailoa? He was talking about Brian Flores. He was on Dan Lebitard's show. And Tua, in discussing Brian Flores, his former head coach, talked about what it was like to, in his words, kind of get beaten down by your coach and start doubting yourself. And I think this goes beyond football, whether this is exactly how Flores treated him, who kind of took some issue with it today at the podium, or not. The idea that being built up is better than being torn down by leaders is something I think a lot of us can resonate with.
To put it in simplest terms, if you woke up every morning and I told you you suck at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right, and then you have somebody else come in and tell you, dude, you are the best fit for this. Like, you are accurate, you are the best whatever, you are this, you are that. Like, how would it make you feel listening to one or the other? You see what I'm saying? And then you hear it, regardless of what it is, the good or the bad. And you hear it more and more. You start to actually believe that. I don't care who you are. You could be the president of the United States. You have a terrible person that's telling you things that you don't want to hear, or that you probably shouldn't be hearing. You're going to start to believe that about yourself. And so that's sort of like what ended up happening. And it was, I mean, it's basically been 2 years of training that out of not just me, but a couple of the guys as well that have been here since my rookie year all the way till now.
Tua on Brian Flores. Pretty damning. Now, Flores is very popular in the Vikings building with defensive players who took his back here, as they've spoken the last couple of days. And I don't even really care to get into the Flores part all that much. It's kind of a he said thing. But I even think as a parent, that this is thought-provoking. This is interesting. When my son is being annoying at night and not going to bed and coming out saying, I need water, I need Sweetie Pug, I need my blanket, I didn't get enough to eat, I need I need mom, whatever it is, for this 18th time that he comes out, rather than, hey man, you got to do, like, you're terrible at this. Like, what are we doing here? The time that he goes to bed, the praising, the over the top, you're the best going to bed guy. Like, just the positivity over the negativity, I think generally for people brings out a lot.
Yeah, but the other thing I would not counter with, but also add is everybody's different, right? Some people need the stick, some people need the carrot, some are in between. If that was interpreted as like personal insults and burying you and knocking you down, then I'm sure that probably wasn't a great relationship between the two guys. And Brian Flores had some comments as well that I actually thought were moving and heartfelt as kind of a response. Didn't take any shots. I thought it was very well delivered. But, some guys, thrive on that. Like, you tell Michael Jordan he can't do something, watch how it gets done. You tell Tom Brady he can't do something, watch how it gets done. That's not how Tua's wired, and that's okay. Everybody's, different. I mean, they're different learning styles, different playing styles, what people need. I think it's up to the coach to bring out the best in every player. Sounds like Flores didn't do that with Tua. I mean, just again, kind of according to Tua's statements. But there's a thing that happens a lot of times too with kids, just to be on my soapbox for a second, is they treat coaching as a personal insult. In other words, like, and I know it happens sometimes with my own kids, but even others, where I'm going, like, hey buddy, like, try to, whether it's my son or someone else, hold your hands a little bit higher. Instead, they're down here by your waist. Hold them up by your shoulder. That'll give you a better chance to hit the ball. And they take it as like a personal insult that, like, they're not good or they're messing up or something like that. So no, these are coaching points. That can be hard for kids to learn at times.
All right, Julian Edelman is now an analyst as well. I'm old enough, like you are, Danny, to now know all the analysts as guys whose careers I watch. That's where we are. Used to just be, he's the old guy who talks about football on that channel. Now it's like, oh, I remember that catch Julian Edelman made. Oh, I remember when Brady threw that touchdown. Most of them are former Patriots as well, so figure that one out. Julian Edelman, though, is this a swipe at Lamar? I'd say yes.
I've learned my lesson. I'm never betting against the Chiefs again, okay? I will never bet against them. I lost a lot of money, but it's not up to the Chiefs. We all know what the Chiefs are. They got Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Spagnuolo, Chris Jones, and everyone. It's up to everyone else. We need to see a Joe Burrow come out and do something, stay healthy, start fast. You need to see Lamar Jackson, who's been on a milk carton in the playoffs. So he's missing.
Milk carton in the playoffs, he's missing. As you can imagine, I think there are some Ravens fans who probably didn't take all that well to that comment. That was via Fox. He was talking to Carissa Thompson on the sideline before a preseason game the other night. But I think it's fair to say that Lamar has struggled and that his production has not been as good in the playoffs. I don't do he can't play in the playoffs. That guy can't hit in October thing. I think that's all silly. It's a sample size issue. It just hasn't happened yet. It's not like there's a certain month of the year where Lamar can't play quarterback or A-Rod can't hit or something. All of a sudden, A-Rod went crazy in 2009. The Yankees won the World Series, and then he could hit in the playoffs. But I think it's just irrefutable right now to say that he has come up small from time to time in the postseason, including last year when he struggled at home in an AFC Championship game against Kansas City. But to say it that way, I thought like he was the only guy you took a shot at individually there. You know what I mean? Like you're talking about teams. You reference Burrow needing to start fast, but then it's like, to me, it's the Ravens have not played well enough. If one of Lamar's receivers doesn't fumble at the goal line last year, that game might go
they're tied
a little bit differently. So I don't think it's just a Lamar Jackson point, although I understand at quarterback, that's how it often ends up.
It is so interesting to me that, and we've talked about this a bunch. I just feel, I'm not saying Edelman specifically, but just in general, there's this waiting for the Ravens to lose, as everybody has done to the Chiefs, except for the Patriots when the overtime rules were stupid. Everybody has lost to the Chiefs. Nobody beats Mahomes and company. One time it happens, right? So because they haven't done it yet, and maybe they'll never do it because Pat Mahomes is probably the greatest ever, and he's just walking among us right now, throwing behind the back passes in preseason, hanging out. Doesn't even matter who his receivers are. They won a Super Bowl. Doesn't matter. But because they haven't done it, people are waiting, and as soon as the Ravens lose, it's like, I told you that you couldn't do it with Lamar. Josh Allen doesn't get the same treatment. Joe Burrow doesn't get the same treatment. I know they went to a Super Bowl, but it's
I would disagree a little bit. I think Burrow does not, who got to a Super Bowl. Allen certainly does. That's been a huge talking point. Peyton Manning got crap forever because he only had won one Super Bowl or hadn't won a Super Bowl.
Hadn't won it yet.
People still joan on Aaron Rodgers as a playoff loser and wait till he plays San Fran. That guy's got a ring, and he only has one ring. Who cares about the MVP?
Because enough deposits have happened for Rodgers where now it's a different narrative. But for whatever reason, I feel like maybe I'm looking for it. I don't know, but it's hard to. I'll point it out next time I see it. But there's this partly because the playing style is so unique and so different. Partly because what Jackson does as a two-time MVP. The expectations are out of whack to me. I guess is my only point.
There is something I think we'd be remiss if we acted like the playing style isn't a factor in some way. It's like a quarterback who runs as much as he does has never won a Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so there is this can you do it this way thing, which is probably silly and ridiculous. Of course you can. It just hasn't happened yet. But I would just disagree on the Allen part. I think he has been vilified as a playoff loser, which isn't fair because he just runs into Mahomes but Lamar has actually legitimately struggled in a lot of these games. 14 of 29 in a playoff game, 48% lost. 31 of 59, 52% as a favorite against the Titans with 2 picks, lost. They got eliminated at Buffalo. They lost 17-3. He threw for 160 yards, no touchdowns, and a pick. Then you go back to last year against the Chiefs, 54% complete, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. And remember the weird thing last year? He just stood in the pocket and refused to run.
Well, it's like whoever was in charge of that. I don't know if it was him. I don't know if it was the OC. I don't know what that was. That was like
Todd Monken.
Yeah,
maybe?
we'll show you. We'll do it this way. And I'm going, oh my God, stop doing that. Stop doing it that way. What a huge mistake you're making.
Yesterday was the 4-year anniversary of Tom Brenneman saying something terrible on television. He got caught on a hot mic coming back from break. It became apparent that had gone out over the air, and it was a bad enough, irresponsible enough thing that he was obviously going to lose his job and he was going to be fired. And now you have the awkward rest of the game where you have to acknowledge what happened, knowing that you're probably going to be fired. And 4 years later, he's finally resurfaced, getting to do a little bit of stuff here or there. But I mean, he was a network level broadcaster and his career was pretty much over at that moment. But it was 4 years ago, and it still gives so much internet shtick to the fact that every time Nick Castellanos homers, it seems like there's something big going on or something terrible going on in the world. But just the audio will never not be amazing of his mid-apology talking about the awful thing that just happened that ruined his life and his career's over. And then Castellanos hits a homer and he has to discuss it with zero excitement. I
shouldn't be laughing.
I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith. As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run. And so that'll make it a 4-0 ball game. I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again. I don't know if it's going to be for the Reds. I don't know if it's going to be for my bosses at Fox. I'm going to apologize.
And he didn't put on that headset for a long while.
That's one of those where I know I'm not supposed to laugh.
Correct.
I cannot help it.
Well, the internet has been laughing for a few years because, I mean, Castellanos, for people that don't know, like there is now a bit where the next one, I think they were talking about a charity or something and someone who had passed away and he hit a home run. And it was just like,
yeah, and there's a drive by Castellanos.
Anytime in a game where he's playing, the new rule is if he's at the plate, you can't do the serious thing, man.
Right.
You can't have the conversation about
Let's hold off of the disaster relief.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like Castellanos knows what you're doing. This is a little harder to hear. If it doesn't work, I'll pull out of this one. But Peyton Manning gave his top 5 quarterbacks, which I think is pretty interesting. We've never heard him rank his current QBs.
Quarterbacks need to be coached hard, and Andy Reid coaches Patrick Mahomes hard, and that's good for Patrick. That's bad for NFL defenses, right? So that's number one. Patrick Mahomes number one. God, Rangers are so hard. You get in so much trouble. You get mad about that. How about have to rank this games? Look, I'm a big fan of Joe Burrow. Right? I'm glad to see him. Glad to see him back healthy. Right? I like the way he carries himself. I like his demeanor out there. He doesn't sweat. He doesn't flinch. Right? He's just kind of calm and cool the whole time. This Justin Herbert is as talented as anybody. He can throw it about. He can throw it about. Harbaugh, like I said, the Broncos division is going to be tough. I mean, Lamar Jackson does things that just don't seem possible with the football in his hand. He makes throws, he runs, and he's smart about, he protects himself too, right? I mean, look, I never could run, so I never had that problem, right? But the thing we were talking about earlier, quarterbacks, that like to run, you still got to find a way to get out of bounds or get down and be there on the next play, right? If you get hurt, I mean, look, defenses. If the quarterback, gets hurt, they're probably going to win that game. Right. So I love the way Lamar carries himself. I think he'll have a great year this year. One more. I mean, this is like I said. Josh Allen is touchdown.
So there you go. He goes Mahomes, Burrow, Herbert, Lamar, Allen. I don't know if he was ranking them, but those are the 5
guys
quarterbacks that Peyton Manning named. Speaking of former NFL quarterbacks, you know how many times we talked about whether Washington was going to bring in Cam Newton? Apparently, we weren't alone in wondering that. When Ron Rivera was here, all the Panthers brass was here. It seemed like a no-brainer with Cam not having a job and them having quarterbacks in flux at the position that wasn't solved. Cam apparently was sitting by his phone waiting year after year for the Commanders to call. This was Cam recently talking about this on his podcast.
Cam, why do you think Ron Rivera never called you to Washington? And what did you all say to each other during the halftime in your first game back with Carolina?
I don't know. It hurt me, though.
Did you think you was going to get that?
Yeah. I said at the bare minimum, Washington to come with me. It wasn't just Ron Rivera. It was damn Marty Herney.
Oh, okay.
It was Ryan Vermillion. Everybody. It was Panthers reincarnated in Washington. Did not get no call?
No interest. Have you ever spoke about that?
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah. I don't know why. But I don't know whether I was hurt or whatever. It with me though.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna be one of these dudes like, hell no. Like, you got this coach of the year on not just you alone, but with your help.
Yep.
We started the 2013 season 1-3, finished 12-4. Coach of the year. Of course, you've been through the,
struggle.
Been through the struggle with him.
I'm surprised with that mindset he didn't reach out to Ron at some point. Like,
yeah.
Hey, man, you going to throw your guy a bone here? But just a trip down memory lane on the Commanders when he's like, it was damn near.
Because it wasn't just Ron Rivera.
Panthers reincarnated. Like, we remember.
No, we know.
You have a pretty good Patrick Mahomes impression. Travis Kelce apparently also has a Patrick Mahomes
This
impression.
is good.
After Mahomes talked about that the behind-the-back throw he made to Kelce wasn't an actual play. It was just kind of schoolyard ball, which clearly wasn't the case. It was a real play. Kelce was asked about that on the sideline on the Chiefs preseason game.
Patrick said that the behind-the-back pass was improvised. That wasn't a play. What do you have to say?
It wasn't a play. No, it was a play. It's a first down. You know, he's got the voice thing. And so he kind of mumbled out the play. I couldn't hear it. I was walking up to the line. I was like trying to decipher what he was saying. Before I knew it, he snapped the ball. And and then I kind of saw him out of my peripheral run to the sideline. So I was trying to go help my guy out. By the time I looked over there, he was already in mid-form, like a photo on a sports card, throwing the ball to me. So it was just, I guess, right place at the right time.
Danny, how do you feel about the Kelsey Mahomes impression?
Really good. He's got the right thing, because what most people do is they start going Kermit the Frog, right? They start doing that, and they're like, that's Mahomes. He has the gravel part of it, right? So obviously, if you want to start doing Pat Mahomes, you got to get down a little bit lower, and some of the words and letters that come out are harder, like that. You hear that part of it? Like he's got the Kermit plus the gravel. He's doing that. He's like making the sound.
Voice thing.
You hear it? Like it's like what? Like hey Travis, what does an electric razor from the 1990s that plugs into the wall? What does that sound like? Like you hear that? You want to do Mahomes? You got to be a Norelco from '93.
Okay, that's good tips.
Yeah,
I didn't know that was the coaching point.
Uh-huh.
Finally, Raheem Morris did not play Michael Penix in preseason game 2. He's not going to play in preseason game 3. I now officially have no idea what's going on with the Falcons.
I don't know what they're doing.
Penix plan. To draft him didn't make sense, but at least maybe you got your quarterback of the future. You go 1 or 2 years with Cousins, and then you turn things over to Penix. Maybe. But you want him to get reps. The only way he can do it is in the preseason, except that they already shut him down in the preseason, and Raheem was asked why.
Last week, we wanted to get him out there and get a feel for what he was in live game, which we kind of already knew. Wanted to see him be able to answer questions, talk about it on the sideline, go out there and execute, make mistakes, and know what to do. Like when he looked the wrong way, getting right to the check down. He did a lot of those things a lot, but it took a hit last week, should have changed the protection. He's able to clearly communicate those things. I mean, we seen enough last week of Michael Penix and the live stuff, and now we had the chance to mitigate him in practice. And we give him a bunch of live stuff out there in practice that you do everything that you would do in a game other than get hit. But, we feel really good where we're at with Michael. We feel really good where we're at with the other guys that we set, and we treated that the same way. But Mike showed us last week enough that we don't have to play him in the preseason.
Wow. Just a very curious way to go about your backup quarterback who, if your plan goes accordingly, won't be on the field this year. I do love Raheem Morris, though. I'm rooting for him. He was an awesome guy to get to know here when he was with the Commanders. With Danny, I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. Speaking of Michael Penix, all the rookie quarterbacks are faring very well. That's next on G&D. Welcome back, G&D on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Means a lot. We're taking you up to Nats baseball at 6:15. Very, very cool of the coaching staff over at Marymount University and head baseball coach Mike Cassidy to send some hats over for me and you, Dan.
Yes, bro.
If you're checking us out
Look
on
at
the
this.
1067 The Fan YouTube page, you can see the hats that they sent over. So
Sharp right there.
I always like when I find out that some of these programs that we'll track or see occasionally on TV or get to know a little bit just locally over the years that we've got listeners running programs. So the coaching staff over there are fans of 1067 The Fan, and the skipper Mike Cassidy kind enough to send us over some gear. So it's very awesome. We appreciate that.
My sister's an alumnus. She went to grad school at Marymount University.
Is that right?
Right there. Absolutely, yeah.
I love that. So thanks to them. Just being nice.
Just nice.
Just giving us stuff. We didn't ask for anything. And they thought of us. That's very, very sweet.
We're only about 50,000 of those away from being the Junks.
That's a good point.
You know what I mean? Just we'll get there.
The Junks are good at it. They're very good at that.
Jason has the right lure for every situation.
He does. Now, Jason, he's good, man. He's a sharp cookie. He has the ability to ask for things without actually asking for them.
The Kurt angle. He always has it.
He does. I've joned on you a couple times after segments where you'll do a double play or something, and I'm like, you're definitely just kind of putting your fishing hook in the water, right? We call that a bishop. When you bait that hook and you throw it out there every now and then, you're like, I really like pickleball.
I'm looking for some place to play. You want to have a good recommendation for free? Yeah, come on.
But nobody better than Bish Bucks.
The greatest of all time.
He could write a book at that. I mean, he really could.
He's seriously good. He's got a lure for every lake, every pond, every little tributary.
How big is his tackle box?
It's so big.
I mean, he's caught some fish now.
It's unbelievable.
He's got a live
He's
well.
the greatest angler. He's got a fish for a rod for every occasion.
Amazing. But that was very nice. So,
thank you, guys.
Thank you. That's a good looking cap. I might even wear it over to Nats Park this evening.
Hello.
I like a brand new cap. It's like new socks.
Mhm.
Throw it on.
Crisp.
Wear it in a little bit. It'll be good. All the rookie quarterbacks look really, really impressive. That's one of the reasons why I find myself hesitant to get fully in on what we've seen from Jaden Daniels so far. Fair or not fair? That I would use that against him in a sense. I think he's going to be terrible on the very left end of the spectrum, which nobody should be thinking right now. To the very right end of the spectrum, which is what we'll call full Bickle to keep the Junkies theme going, where Bickle today basically proclaimed him bust-proof and said that he's going to be one of the greatest quarterbacks in the league, and there's no way he's not. He's already seen enough. I'm not on the Bickle side of things, but one of the reasons I'm a little bit still nervous, I guess, or need to see more is who hasn't looked great among these young quarterbacks. And I just don't believe that they're all going to be good. History tells us that that's almost certainly not the case. So McCarthy, before he was hurt, played once. He was amazing. Bo Nix has played 2 times. He's been outstanding. Caleb Williams has played twice. I would say it's been, not splendid, but really good. And he's had some unreal flash plays. Michael Penix played once, and the Falcons saw enough, liked him enough that they're not playing him again the rest of this preseason. Every single one of these young quarterbacks, the numbers have been good. The stats look like they've been accurate, and the ball placement's been there. And it tells you that maybe it's just easier this time of year than it's going to be in several weeks.
Yeah, it's always so hard, right? Because we're so hyper-focused here. We're looking for a microphone glass at this one individual situation.
Microphone glass,
but we're not as consumed with the totality of it. And so you and I are and others, I'm sure, are going, hey, let's try to quantify this thing. Is he standing out? Or is this individual player doing this? Where we go, for example, we've done it with Terry McLaurin in the past, where we go, God, I love Terry. He's awesome. Yeah, Terry's good. He's not one of these 17 other guys that puts up way bigger numbers, and there's context and nuance to it. But it's a way to kind of quantify it, right? So I'm trying to go back and remember in 2023, what were we doing it would have been 22, I guess, or maybe 21. I can't remember. With Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, were they balling out in training camp and preseason games? All 3, and then one of those guys, bona fide starter, contract extension, the other 2 guys on their 3rd team or whatever the hell, right? I don't know. I don't know exactly what the case was then. Last year, the era of good feelings was some first-time starters, including here with Sam Howell after playing pretty well in the preseason. So the preseason doesn't mean that much in terms of being predictive of overall gameplay. The criteria and questions, though, that we're asking about a specific player, I think it is important. You can still learn stuff about the individual player. And I guess what I mean is, what were our questions about Jaden Daniels, if there were some? Again, I'm confident I like the kid a lot, I like the player a lot. But my question was, is he going to be able to protect himself because he's so thin? I don't know the answer to that yet. But can he, I don't know, still do some of the same things that he was doing on Saturdays at LSU at this level and make it look easy? Yeah. So I've got some data points, right, for each individual guy. So is it gospel? No. But I don't know that I'd go as far as to say none of this matters. We can't give him any positive remarks because other guys are playing well too.
So it's way, 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 way too early to care about numbers at all. In terms of sample size, forget that the preseason numbers are relevant largely anyway. But I just mean in terms of how many throws guys have made, there's really not enough to dive into. But I'm going to do it anyway just for the sake of the point I'm making, which is to say we are watching Daniels in D.C., and we're high-fiving and getting excited, and he looks great. But if you juxtapose what he's done with the other quarterbacks, he just kind of is one of them. Like, he just fits in the middle of the rookie quarterback pack. So Zach Kruger, who covers fantasy football for Roto World, put together a chart of big-time throw percentage, adjusted completion percentage, yards per attempt, ADOT, all these things. Again, I'm not studying these numbers to take anything out of how guys are playing. I'm just showing you that in the preseason, as good as Daniels has looked, it's kind of also what McCarthy, Williams, Nix, Penix, May are doing. So as an example, big-time throw percentage. Caleb Williams, 13% of his throws have been big-time. Drake May, 13.3%. Michael Penix, 6.3%. Bo Nix, 3.1%. Daniel, 6.7%. McCarthy, 5.9%. So that would have Daniels like third of the 6 guys so far. Again, that means, you've made 2 or 3 big-time throws because the sample's too small. Yards per attempt. McCarthy's first, 11.1. Daniels is second, 8.2. Then Williams, Nix, Penix, and May in that order. Obviously, with Daniels, he had the 42-yarder. That explosive play when the sample's so small is going to be big. But if you're looking for average depth of target, like how far are you throwing the ball downfield, what's being asked of you, Williams on average, 12 yards downfield per throw. McCarthy, 10. Drake May, 8.7. Penix, 8.6. Nick, 7.3. In this particular category, Daniels is last, 5.5. And his ADOT would be the lowest of any quarterback last year that started. Doesn't mean that's what it's going to be during the season. I'm not saying that. It is worth acknowledging just to say they have had him throw more balls around or behind the line of scrimmage than any of the other young quarterbacks so far. So my point is just to say Daniels has been great, and I am excited. And I'm actually more encouraged probably just from the practice stuff that I saw and the games as well where he's been really good and had command. But my overall point is they're saying the same thing in Chicago, Denver, Atlanta, New England. Like none of these guys has looked lost. None has struggled really. And while Daniels is 2 for 2, so is Bo Nix. I wouldn't trade Jaden Daniels for Bo Nix right now. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. Yes, I do.
I'm probably still glad they have Daniels over Bo Nix, who, by the way, I was listening to Sean Payton talk about him today when he was interviewing with Diana Rossini for The Athletic. And my God, he loves Bo Nix. He was talking about how he's number one in like 10 different analytical categories they divvied up before the draft. And he watched 16 throws.
Most games played in college ever. Most years in college ever.
Right.
The Van Wilder Award.
No, but he watched 16 throws and said, this is who we're taking. I mean, there was some really interesting stuff that he loved about Bo Nix that made me think, wow, okay. Like, I believed him when he was saying it. Now, we'll see if he's right, but he loves Bo Nix.
Because I think he sees Drew Brees 2.0. But back to the Daniels case of it, or the point here. I mean, to me, the most important thing is the milestones for development and the patience that we all need to have. We want to microwave this thing because we've been starving for decades, but I'm not ready to slam the gavel in any direction. It kind of goes to the topic we had towards the top of the show, talking about are you completely sold yet? Like, I'm as confident as you can be at this point, but there's still so many tests yet to come.
A former first-round pick did something pretty egregious and is in big, big trouble. Grant and Danny on the Fan. How much have you followed the back and forth between Noah Lyles and Tyreek Hill?
Very little. I remember Noah Lyles got some people irritated because he was like, what do you mean champions of the world? Champions of what? Just North America or something? Talking about basketball? But I haven't followed.
So that has nothing to do with it.
Okay,
That's
so
like a few
something
weeks ago
different
in the Olympics. So Tyreek Hill basically said he could beat Noah Lyles or wants to race him or something like that. Noah Lyles came back out and was like, I've never heard of that person. He pretends to not know who Tyreek Hill is, which is, come on, Noah. Come on, buddy. You know who Tyreek Hill is. He says he's never heard of Nikola Jokic. I guess he just doesn't watch any sports whatsoever, apparently, which is why he was disrespectful to the world championships won in the other sports when he's like, it's not a world championship. It's just the Super Bowl. It's just the NBA. As if there's a team somewhere in the globe that would beat the NBA
Yeah, I saw that.
or the NFL team. But anyway, I guess he just really legitimately does not like sports. But so he was like disrespectful to and dismissive of Tyreek Hill, saying he doesn't know him, but they'd gladly race him. And Tyreek Hill thinks he could give him a run for his money, which sounds like the dumbest thing in the world. And it probably is, except there was video on a Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football game a few years ago from when Tyreek Hill was 16 and racing, and they had him like the line where he would have been with the Olympic group. And like Usain Bolt eventually pulls away and beats him.
Yeah, and it's not that far off.
He was literally neck and neck with all the dudes competing for the silver medal at the Olympics.
Yeah. He's got world-class speed.
World class. So I think what he wants to do is not do like a 100, which is a little longer, but he wants to do like a 50-yard dash or something. And he's telling Noah Lyles he would beat him. And I actually think he would, because Noah Lyles' bit, I know nothing about track and field, just look at me, is that he gets off to slow starts and he finishes really fast.
Because he came up as a 200 runner, right? So that's basically half a lap. Whereas, so you get those longer strides, and now I know he finished third in this year's 200, but that's where he gained his fame. Then he said, I'm fast enough on these closes. Maybe I could do a 100. So his struggle is the first part, the same way Usain Bolt's was, right? Because his strides were so long, big and tall, but then once he gets to top speed, nobody can touch it. So Lyles, I think, was in last place as of 60 yards or 60 meters in this thing. Then, of course, comes back to win it over the course of the 100.
Am I crazy for thinking if they did a 50-yard dash that Tyreek Hill would beat him?
Not crazy at all.
I think he would.
Not crazy at all. And again, I'm not telling you that Noah Lyles isn't the fastest person in the world and the gold medalist. He is. We saw it. We've got data now. This isn't just, his guy would beat that guy. I saw him when I was sober in 19. No. We got numbers. We have like that line or whatever the hell that is. The same thing that does the world record line for swimming.
That's
the time is the time. Yeah.
Until I saw that, it's not a graphic, but like that video.
Yeah, whatever that is. Yeah.
Edited video. I said, well, this is just ridiculous. This is just like any guy saying I'd beat him.
I could throw the football over that mountain.
And then I saw the Tyreek Hill line with the Olympians coming around the bend, and he's keeping up with, and then he falls back from winning, but he's still right there with all the dudes in the second, third mix. And like as Money Metal Chris was saying, we're used to seeing him run in pads.
Yeah.
I mean, if they ran in pads, obviously Noah Lyles is not competing. But Tyreek Hill without pads, which we haven't really seen, I think he beats him. Now, 100 meters, you're going to lose. How far until he catches you and dusts you? That I don't know. But I'd actually pay to see it. They'd have to do it in the offseason. And is Tyreek Hill at the end of this season still as fast as he is? And now, maybe. I think like the best time to do this is this moment, but we're not going to get it obviously before the season.
Now?
Do you believe Noah Lyles when he says he's never heard of Tyreek Hill or Nikola Jokic?
No, that's a bit. That they're not in my bubble. I'm above them in some kind of way. I'm a world champion. They're like a local.
He doesn't have
contender.
to be that way. I don't get why he's like trying to make enemies.
Yeah, it's kind of his persona. So he's a me against the world type guy. Remember years ago, you were too young for this, but Maurice Green was the fastest man in the world. Ran the 100. Michael Johnson was the fastest 200, 400 runner.
Gold shoes, Michael Johnson.
Yeah. They ran a 150-meter race to try to settle it, and Johnson pulled up lane with a pulled hamstring. But there was a little bit of a rivalry between those guys. But that sort of stuff, I'm all for.
Yeah.
Bring me that.
Lastly, I tease this, so I want to pay this off. This is a ridiculous story. This guy named Gosder Cherilus. Do you know this name?
I know that name.
He played in the NFL. He's
former guard.
He was an offensive lineman at one point in time. He got in trouble and arrested for allegedly, and I have to be careful with how I say this, on an airplane. He got upset with a lady who was 78 years old, and he walked over, and he exposed himself and then went to the bathroom on the person. One of the grossest, worst things I've ever heard happen, number one. But number two, when did people become so insane on airplanes? Like, I know I'm only hearing one story of thousands of flights every day, but like that doesn't happen in public on an airplane until now. Do you ever get on an airplane now and just think, who's the crazy bastard who's going to ruin everything from
Yes,
everyone?
by the way. Yes, that's all I do.
It's all I think about. Like,
I
you just
scan.
flew. How often, when you get on a plane now, I'm like looking around going, who's the guy that we're going to have to,
It's
deal
me.
with?
I'm just gonna say it's me.
You're the person yelling at people?
No.
I don't know. Maybe. No.
I don't think you are.
No, I do like the Southwest thing where you pick your seat, and I just try to get on, be quiet, and get an aisle seat. That's what I want.
You're doing it correctly.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that the guy that's going to try to fight everyone, the guy that is going to start screaming that he sees a ghost or whatever it is, the drunk person is going to throw up everywhere. You cannot get on a flight, I don't feel like now, Danny, based on at least the social media
Here
algorithm
comes the
I
viral
have,
moment.
where someone is acting like a fool.
So my argument is that this has always been, but we just know now. Right? Because now people can just turn on the cell phone and turn it around and see the weird thing. Because travel brings out the worst in everybody. Travel sucks. It's always awful. Right? Best case scenario, it's regular miserable. Worst case scenario, this is delayed or this turns off or you get bad news at home or there's a million other things that are going wrong. This guy over here is on peyote. This person just broke up with somebody. I mean, it's always been terrible, but now we've got a phone.
Cleveland.com says he appeared drunk when he boarded the plane, according to the police report, was allegedly unhappy with his seat assignment, according to court documents. During the flight, the 9-year NFL veteran approached a woman in another seat and began doing the thing he shouldn't have done.
Yep.
Going to the bathroom. Please don't do that.
Don't do that.
Like, I'm not good at a lot of things. I'm great at not doing
I'm
that.
amazing at that. I'm so good at it.
By the way, how drunk do you have to be?
I've been pretty hammered in my day. That's never.
Does he think he's at a toilet? Because like when you're young in college or something, I could see someone like waking up in the morning, having a dream that they thought they were in front of the bathroom or something. Like that's embarrassing. But if you told me that happened to you when you're 19, okay, maybe. Middle of the airplane. Sorry, lady, I thought you were the toilet.
Yeah, that's tough.
Oh, by the way, I'm 40.
My teammate and roommate, as a collegian, utilized the refrigerator out of confusion. Again, that was a big night. That was a huge night. So that cleanup wasn't great.
It's not fun.
No.
Better than the 78-year-old lady who's across the row.
Yes.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll get you ready for Nats baseball and hit all the headlines of the day. We're taking you up to 6:15 on G&D. Murad will guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. My parents went to them and were taken care of. You will be as well. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. As a reminder, the 1067 The Fan merch shop is up. It is running. It is an awesome place to get DC sports gear. 1067 The Fan style. We've got wood shirts.
I'm wearing that.
We got our Cruise Wood 24 election shirts that my daughter got mad at me for wearing too often because I love that shirt. It won't be long before Dylan Cruz is in the major leagues here in DC. Of course, James Wood is already hitting 285 with the Washington Nationals. So if you want any of that gear or any of our shirts, including very popular burgundy and gold winning off the field tees.
Indeed.
For the Grant and Danny radio program, get yours now at 1067thefanshop.com. I am fired up to see James Wood and the Nats tonight. I'm going over to the ballpark. Last time we saw him, Danny, he pulled the ball in the air to right field for the first time. Everyone had been making a big deal about him not pulling the baseball yet, and it went 420 feet. Looked like it went about 460 feet. The Nats put out one of the coolest social media clips I've seen in a long time on Instagram. For some reason, they didn't put it on Twitter. Maybe somebody over there knows something about social media I don't. Or you don't double dip or something.
You can't double dip.
You can't eat where you go to the bathroom or whatever the saying is. But they put it out on Instagram, and I saw this today. And it's reactions from as many people as they could see reacting to the James Wood home run. And it's just random dudes, random kids, random old men, random ladies in the crowd, players in the dugout, and they're just like zooming in on faces as he makes contact. It is hysterical. It's just like jaw dropped, or people just hitting, like putting their hands over their head like they're Tom Brady in that iconic photo after the Super Bowl. Everyone just marveling at what had just happened. Both big leaguers in the dugout, people in the crowd, because when he hits the ball, it looks different.
Yep.
It sounds different. It is different. And we got one of those pulled gargantuan homers. I still remember the first time I saw him do it. With the Nats organization, I saw him pull a ball at Bowie with Harrisburg. Me and Toby and some of the guys behind the scenes went down to a game last year. And in his first game in the series at Bowie, he pulled the ball down the right field line into the trees. And it was one of those, like, the second he makes contact, you just stand
Everyone
up
knows.
and scream with your hands in the air. I mean, it was that kind of swing. So hopefully another memory will be made tonight at Nats Park.
Yeah, they said the ball went 417. If that went 417, I'm a 160-pound underwear model. It didn't. It went 417 before it went the next 60 feet. Like, that ball was absolutely destroyed. And the thing is, guys with light tower power like he has, usually they do that first. You cheat on it. You're trying to make a big impression with your teammates. You're trying to hit that 5-run home run, trying to do something special. You get out of your swing sometimes. We've even seen veterans do that. Guys with pelts on the wall. Juan Soto started off the 2020 season, 2019 season, trying to do that sort of stuff, right? You get out of your swing, your comfort zone. He's just so cool and calm and collected and unflapped by anything that's happening around him, who just kind of stayed with his approach. Hey, they're trying to generally pitch me away, or they're trying to make me go the opposite way. I'll just do that. I'll show my power that way because I've got enough as a 6'7", unique unicorn walking around the baseball field. He has that tool in his bag, and he showed it the other night.
Nats baseball, 6:45 first pitch tonight. Pregame coming up in about 10 minutes. We're taking you up to 6:15 on the Fan. You can listen to Charlie and Dave, watch the game this evening, perhaps. Because they didn't play yesterday, I was able to knock out some TV. You know what I'm watching right now? Friday Night Lights.
So good.
I think I told you a few months ago I started watching it again, and I'm most of the way through season 2 now. Just 3 episodes here, 3 episodes there. Because they're an hour, but it was with commercials, so it's really like 40-some minutes. That's a masterpiece of television.
That's the best network television has been in some time.
Totally. And it's been a long time now, too. I think that show probably was out when I was in high school. Would you say, like, I was in high school from like 03 to 06?
Yeah, I can look it up, but it feels about that way. It's like 15 years old.
It does
now.
feel old when you're watching it. There's some antiquated things, and just like visually, it doesn't look great sometimes. They had a tornado scene the other day in Texas, and I was like,
yeah, it's tough.
This is not the best tornado scene.
Yeah, 06 to 11.
Oh, wow. So I was in college.
Yeah.
I can't believe I didn't watch that back then. It's such a great show.
Well, who's watching like television most nights in college?
True, but I guess it's different now because like
especially for your age group.
Netflix is bingeable and it's like whenever you get to it, you grab it.
Yeah, like for us, we would get together on Thursday nights to watch Friends. Like just because there's no DVR, there's no you guys
I think that
were
was
later.
NBC, but to your point, you're not doing that in college where you're like, hey, it's Thursday night, Friday Night Lights is on, come over to the room. It's not like that.
Yeah, it was different by that point. It was 10 years later. But yeah, that show was so good. It's so well acted. Like Connie Britton is a 10. Kyle Chandler, who's incredible as the head coach, is so good. He's been in a million things since. He's been the most successful actor off that show.
Well, there's like
He
a
and Taylor
Roseanne
Kitsch.
vibe to that family too, where it's so flawed and there's so many fights and some episodes you're mad at the mom and the dad and the daughter. And
Everybody takes
they're
turns.
hating each other and they're yelling at each other. And it's like, it's just not normal sitcom or normal, like even drama, like television. I don't know. It's just such a good show. I love it. It's a soap opera for like high schoolers too, in a way, which is like campy and fun. Everyone's attractive. So the one thing I will say about that show that pops me is that all these kids that are in high school are like 30 years old.
Yeah, it's not Beverly Hills 90210 all over again.
I mean, the actors and actresses, literally. There's a character I was watching last night who joined the team and like moved into the area. If that actor isn't 34, I'll give you $10.
That's right.
And it's like, I'm just supposed to believe this guy's going to geometry class.
Jim Regan's season 5 is still in high school somehow. Like, come on, dude. Come on. He's Wooderson from Dazed and Confused at that point.
Very, very funny. All right, couple of headlines out of the NFL and the sports landscape today. First and foremost, Jerry Jones spoke again, and this time he didn't put his foot in his mouth.
Here we go.
And make CeeDee Lamb angry. He said they're having promising talks. When do you think we see CeeDee Lamb? I'm going to say no preseason action.
Yeah, I'm going to say next week.
I'll say the week after. Like
the week of the season?
Yeah, like week 1, Monday of practice. We're getting ready for the Cleveland Browns. I think they open with. Because Tom Brady's on the call, if memory serves. I think he shows up that day.
The clock is running out. I mean, this staring contest is going on for a long time. I mean, CeeDee Lamb has as much leverage as anybody in this position because Dallas has nothing else. They're built for right now, this minute, and it happens to be right now, this minute.
Aaron Rodgers at New York Jets camp today claimed that this has been one of the most taxing training camps of his career. Do you think that the Jets were putting in work? Or could it also be true? My theory is you're old, your body's not responding as well, and it's taxing because you're grinding. It used to come a lot easier for you running around, moving around. You're 40 plus, dude. Yeah, it's going to be taxing.
Is that what did it just mean physically? Do you think?
I think he meant both, but he's saying it's one of the hardest camps he's been around. He said the quote was, "I would say the camp is much harder this year and maybe the hardest in the last 7 or 8 of my career." I think he was commending Robert Saleh and talking about the work the Jets are putting in. My point is, I know that guy keeps himself in great shape. I just think as you get older, they got to get worse.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to so many different athletes about this over the years. Like Ryan Zimmerman's a great example, right? It's not you work hard the whole time, but it's the work you have to do extra just to be the same guy. You know what I mean? Like playing every day is really, really hard. You could do that. You can do all the stretching and all the early work and all the massage guns and the cold tub and the rehab and these muscle things. Now you have to do extra just to be the regular player that you have been, and it sort of takes the joy away. So yeah, you're right. It's probably exactly what's happened. When you're 26, you show up, bounce out of bed, and go play. Now at whatever he is, what's he, 41? Yeah, it's probably a little harder.
Finally, still no word from Dan Quinn on whether or not Jaden Daniels will play in preseason game 3 this weekend. He was on with the Junkies earlier today. They asked him. He said that'll be to be determined later in the week. Certainly sounds like Jaden Daniels is not going to play in the preseason finale at the X on Sunday night against the Patriots, which means the first time Commanders fans will see Jaden Daniels on the grass in Landover, Maryland, very likely, is going to be in week 2 when they come home. Ideally 1-0 after playing the Tampa Bay Bucks, but you will not see him in the preseason.
Yeah.
The way that it worked out with the 2 road games and then coming home for the 3rd.
So bad luck there. But I would say, just seems to me the symmetry is they did this announcement here this week to kind of get themselves out of any kind of questions of having to play him this weekend. It feels like that's connected.
Yeah, they're working hand in hand for sure. All right, let's get you ready for Nationals baseball tonight on the Fan. Lineups and your pitching matchup presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind starting pitcher, DJ Hurst, DJ Hurst, DJ Hurst. Leading off, playing right field, Alex Cole. Batting second, shortstop, C. J. Abrams batting third at first base. Andres Chaparro batting fourth in left field. The James Wood batting fifth. Your DH Juan Yepez batting sixth at second base. Luis Garcia batting seventh and doing the catching. Riley Adams hitting eighth at third base. Batting ninth. Your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young.
Austin Gomber, the pitcher for the Rockies, is a lefty. The Nats have fared well against lefties this season, but it's a very left-handed lineup now. Some of the additions they've made as the years gone on, some of the trades they made. No Lane Thomas, who used to rake against southpaws. Gomber's 30 years old. He's the closest thing to like a veteran, legitimate starter the Rockies have, even though his season ERA is 4.82. DJ Hurst, the power lefty. Minor leagues, he walked too many guys. He has cut down on that in the big leagues. That's a good sign. Trying to lower his earned run average under 4 with a decent start against the bad Rockies tonight at Nationals Park. Looking forward to seeing DJ Hurst on the bump. It is time for your Nats weather report presented by Pepco. Today's game day weather is presented by Pepco because they know storm season is here and a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/storm prep. Our show meteorologist, with Ryan Clary having retired to Maine, is Darius Dameron.
Whatever happened to that Ryan Clary guy? It is a beautiful, near perfect 73 degrees outside here in the Navy Yard. It's been cloudy all day. Clouds going to clear as the night goes on. Temperatures going to drop into the high 60s as the night progresses. There's some wind gusts of up to 23 miles per hour tonight, but let's get a dub, boys. Let's flash those red and white lights, as Charlie Slows likes to say.
I agree with you, Dad. Let's do it.
Job, Dad.
Way to go, Dad.
Love you, Dad.
You're the best at weather, Dad. For Father and for Money Metal Chris, Grant and Danny saying so long, and thank you for listening to this here radio program. We'll be back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Another chance for you to win Jason Aldean tickets right at 4 o'clock. Till tomorrow, Vargas.
Thank you for coming.